Day 2 of the 147th Battle of the Blues encounter saw St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia eventually getting bowled out for 302, with Rashawn Solomon stopped scoring with 66. For Royal College Colombo, young Gagan Gamage was the standout bowler, claiming an impressive 4-wicket haul. Royal responded well with the bat, reaching 175 for 4 at stumps. Skipper Rehan Pires made 63, while ThePapare remains unbeaten on 70. For the Thomians, Gimhan Mendes posed the biggest threat with the ball as the contest remains finely balanced heading into Day 3 at the Sinhalese Sports Club ground.
It is the oldest big match in Sri Lanka. It is the 147th encounter and it is Royal versus St. Thomas's College. And it is Day 3 and let us show you very quickly where the game is at the moment. And St. Thomas's was put into bat and well, they made 302 all out, and Royal in reply are 175 for 4 with thus 127 runs between the two teams. 70 not out for young Pereira. He is there and he's done it in quick style. Pires, the skipper, has made 63 for Royal. So it's all to play for as far as Royal College is concerned. But the big question is, how will St. Thomas's College set about? It's a very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you are, whatever time zone you may be, whichever country you might be. I know all of you are so excited about this Battle of the Blues, Day 3. Yes, it's looking a little bit of a stalemate because St. Thomas's did bat first. Royal 4 wickets down only. We got just 1 day to go, but still there's something that you can get out of this game. I'll go to St. Thomas's first. You think it's good morning first? Before I look, I was taking it a little bit easy because we are having our guests, the usual guests, but I think for the ones who were joining us for the first time, I need to introduce them to you. So Sashrika Pussegulla from St. Thomas's and Malinda Totolage from Royal, both represented their colleges, very distinguished old boys. And now I'd like to ask you about yesterday, but shall we take a look at the highlights first, you know, for everyone to just get an idea, catch a glimpse of what happened. So quick reminder that St. Thomas's were all out. And then some wonderful catching by the Royal wicket keeper. And then of course the young man they call GG got into the act with some very fine bowling. And Royal just kept picking wickets. Not a great first session for St. Thomas's, 99 runs only. And they lost 6 wickets. And Royal would have been very happy, and these are some of those wickets lost. Good catchers, sharp catchers, and in between some good shots as well. And this was how the innings ended, and that was the end of St. Thomas's. And then Royal came out and they got out to an absolute shock of a start. And then lots of pressure applied by the Thomians. And meanwhile, the batting continued. Ramiro Pereira looked good. The captain looked good. Rehan Pires. Some really delightful shots, but unfortunately, some of them not going to hand. But there was batsmanship in what we saw there. Right. So let's show you the batting card. That's how Royal looked. Now, Dinsara, the Sri Lankan under-19 skipper, out for 11. That will be a big disappointment for Royal, and Leonarachi getting out for naught at the top. But Pires living up to that expectation, making 63. And as I said, Pereira also 70 not out. Lot will depend on him. So 175 for 4 is what Royal made. And St. Thomas's bowling, well, they tried hard. 51 overs is what they bowled at Royal. And out of which Mendes at the top had 2, one for Parnavidana and another one for Innings. So that's how the Royal innings ended, or at least day 2 ended for Royal College. So you've seen the highlights, you've seen where the scoreboard is and where the game is at the moment. And now the big question is, how can it go forward? Sashrika Pusikola, I'm going to throw the ball into your court and ask you, in my opinion, a pertinent question. Did St. Thomas's miss an opportunity on day 1?
Well, when you look back at it in the hindsight, you could say so. But if you really go to the mindset from the very beginning, I believe personally that St. Thomas's were looking to be cautious this time around in the encounter, purely because Royal, with those stalwarts in their lineup, they were expecting something big.
So are you conceding the fact that you came in, or St. Thomas's came into this game overawed by the Royal team and just wanting to play it safe? Was that the strategy, you think?
I would rather say that, Thomians held back and Thomians expected the Royalists to chase it, but the chase never happened from the outset. Even the Royalists were quite defensive in their approach. That's what surprised me.
Right. So Malinder, so you get St. Thomas's out at lunch. Okay, they start the day on 203 for 4. You get 99 wickets, fantastic momentum with you. 2 sessions to go. We do know the game was shortened by 10 overs. That's fine. But do you think that Royal could have looked to do a little bit better, maybe challenge the Thomians? And with the batting Royal has, with the experience they had, maybe look to get to 250 at the end of day 2 and try to kind of, challenge the Thomians? Do you think that should have been a good approach?
Absolutely. I think they probably have a plan to have an attack mindset and to get a lot more runs within those 2 sessions. Unfortunately, in the first over losing one of the openers, that could have an impact,
right,
what they really want to do. But having said that, Rehan, the captain, and he's a good batter. We all know what he's capable of. And I think they're being very cautious now. And they remember the bitter experience what they had last year. So they don't want to go through.
No, but now the shoe is on the other foot. They're batting last.
I agree. But first, Royal need to set up a good total for them to be in the game. And remember, they put themselves in this situation when they had the opportunity to bat first and a big total with that batting heavy side. They did not take that opportunity. You can't blame anyone.
No.
Themselves. I'm just saying. So they should. This morning, I hope they bat with a positive frame of mind and just try and bat at least 30 overs to maximize and try and get close to that 300 mark. Then from there onwards, they can bat for another 10 overs. If they batted for 10 overs, St. Thomas will still have 60 overs to bat. So there's nothing much they could do, but they have to try and do something.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible in cricket.
Right, now we do know when Royal came into this game, it was their batting, that everyone spoke about their batting and how good their batting is, the batters who got amongst the runs. But just tell me a little bit from a Royal point of view about young Gagan. I mean, the way he bowled, right, and the way he came in, just 14 years, I was told. What impressed me more than the wickets is the maturity he showed and the way he handled situations.
Not only a bowler, he's a brilliant fielder. He took a blinder from being on the mid-off. And of course, the most questionable point was for me is like, before he came to the big match, he had only had 1 game. Why? That's the biggest question. If he is the person, as a coaching staff or a bowling coach, think he's going to make an impact, why would you not want to give more chances with the first team? And you've seen that inexperienced from when you have the first team.
Now is that a question you need to kind of talk to the coach? Obviously, Gamini should be known to you as a Royal coach. Every coach has a plan, every coach has a reason. So, but it's good to find out why a young man with so much of talent is just playing his second game.
Absolutely, before you come to a big stage, the more games you can get under your belt, you are in a very comfortable position. The confidence level will be high. So I think he didn't have that little bit of experience under his belt before he came to the game. But you know what? He adapted well, quickly changed the gears, and guess what? Ended up with 4 wickets.
Right. So, well, that's a young man from Royal College. And what about young Solomons? I mean, we can hear from him, but a quick thought from you about him. Now, we've just seen a youngster from Royal emerging. Everyone was about young Solomons when he got those runs. And in this game too, he made some runs. Shall we listen to the interview first? I think Laksiji caught up with him. Let's listen to him first and maybe then we can talk about it.
පහුගිය වසරේ තරඟයේදී සාන් තෝමස් විද්‍යාලයේ වීරත්න රෙෂෝන් සොලමන්ස් ඉන්නවා මාත් සමග ඉතින් ඊයේ දිනේදීත් ඔහු අද සතකයක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඉතින් රෙෂෝන් තාම වයස 16යි. අද සතක දෙකක් තියෙනවා මහ ක්‍රිකට් තරඟයේ. මොකද හිතෙන්නේ?
ඇත්තටම මට සතුටුයි. මම 52ක් ගාපු එකට මම ගොඩාක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. ගොඩාක් අමාරුවෙන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. මම හිතනවා මම සතුටුයි මම ඒ 52 දෙක ලබා ගත්තට.
ඒ ලකුණු 302ක් ලබා ගත්ත පළවෙනි ඉනිමේදී. ඉතින් ඒ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ප්‍රමාණවත් කියලා හිතනවා. ඒකද ප්ලෑන්?
ඔව් අපේ ටාගට් එක තිබ්බේ 300 ප්ලස්. හැබැයි අපි තියනවා ඒ ඇති කියලා අපිට.
ඉතින් දැන් ලකුණු 127ක් පස්සෙන් ඉන්නේ රාජික විද්‍යාලය. මොකක්ද ප්ලෑන් එක අවසන්?
අපේ ප්ලෑන් එක දැන් මේ අද ඒගොල්ලන් පුළුවන් තරම් ලකුණු අඩුවෙන් ඕල් අවුට් කරන එක.
සුපර්ද අවසන් දෙන්නට.
Right, so that is young Solomons speaking about the innings he played and of course playing in a big match. So how much of a prospect is he? I mean, whilst you talk, we might be able to watch that innings of Solomons, and we've all very impressed with the way he picked the length, the way he opened up areas, and again I thought the maturity, if that's the right word.
Yeah, Roshan, I mean, one of the key attributes to any young budding cricketer is the composure that they show, the temperament that they show as a cricketer. And you saw all of that from last year. So that's when we all knew Roshan Solomon is going to be a legendary schoolboy cricketer. Hopefully he'll go on from there, but he has all the attributes to be a young top schoolboy cricketer.
Yeah, that was beautiful batting, no doubt. Will the Battle of the Blues going forward be a battle between Gamage and Solomons in the next few encounters? Because these are the two names everyone's talking about.
It seems like it. I mean, it seems that, this tussle is going to continue for the next 2-3 years at least. So you're right. In a way, whoever who wins that tussle might actually have the advantage in the overall encounter.
I agree. It's going to be a real challenge because one is a bowler, one is a batter. So it's going to be a real battle.
Good contest. Very, very good contest. And this is what cricket is. I mean, where you try to outsmart the other. I mean, young GG, as I would like to call him, would take it upon himself to try and dismiss this guy. He would want to bowl at him. And that's how the contest goes. But then, that we're talking about the future. But what about in the present? Now we were talking, we were very impressed with the Royal captain. So time for us to listen to his thoughts.
රාජික විද්‍යාලය සහ සාන් තෝමස් විද්‍යාලය අතර මහ ක්‍රිකට් තරඟයේ දෙවැනි දිනේදී රාජික විද්‍යාල නායකයා රෙහාන් පීරිස් අදශතකයක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඉතින් මා සමග සිටිනවා රෙහාන් මේ අවස්ථාවේ. ඉතින් රෙහාන් ගිය වසරේ ලකුණු 150 අවස්ථාවක් ලබා ගත්තා. අදශතකයක් ලබා ගත්ත ඊයේ දිනේදී මොකද හිතෙන්නේ?
ඇත්තටම හුඟක් සතුටුයි. අපේ ෆස්ට් එක මේ ඉක්මනට විකට් දෙකක් ගියා. ඒකත් එක්ක තිබ්බ රෙස්පොන්සිබිලිටි එක අරගෙන කැප්ටන් කෙනෙක් වශයෙන් ලොකු දෙයක් කරා. ඒ කියන්නේ හොඳටම ඉවර කරන්න බැරුණා. හැබැයි ඒ කියන්නේ භාගයක් හරි කරා.
ඉතින් ලකුණු 302ක් ලබා ගත්තා සාන් තෝමස් විද්‍යාලය පළමුවෙනි ඉනිමේදී. ඉතින් මේ 302 ගැහුවාට පස්සේ මොකක්ද ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ තිබුණු ඩිස්කෂන් එක ඩ්‍රෙසින් රූම් එකේ?
අපි කොහොමත් ඒ කියන්නේ මේ අපි try කරේ මුලින්ම සෙන් තෝමස්ගේ පුළුවන් තරම් අඩුවට තියන්න. ඒත් අපිට ඒක කරන්න බැරුණා. හැබැයි අපේ බැටින් අපිට හොඳ ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ හොඳ සයිඩ් එකේ බැටින් වලින් අපි එහෙම ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබුණේ නැහැ අපිට කොහොමත්. අපි බැලුවේ පුළුවන් තරම් ඒක තල්ලු කරන්න 302 පුළුවන් තරම් ඉක්මනට.
ඉතින් ලකුණු 127 පිටිපස්සෙන් ඉන්නේ. මොකක්ද තුන්වෙනි දස් ප්ලෑන් එක?
මම හිතන්නේ 127 ගැන ලොකුවට අපි කෑ කරන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද ෆස්ට් ඉන් නැති එක ලොකුවට කියන්නේ ලොකුවට දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මම හිතන්නේ අපි පුළුවන් ගාන ගහලා ඒ එන සිටුේෂන් එක අපි කරන්න බෑ.
සුබන්දා සඳහන්.
Thank you.
I like that. Very relaxed. And no pressure at all. Not worried about the 127, wanting to keep them under to the lowest score. But I mean, as a skipper, right, I would have expected a little bit more, I don't know whether the word tension is the word, but I would have wanted him to be a little bit more concerned. Maybe, okay, we couldn't get them for a low score, we're still 127. but absolutely relaxed. Where does that come from?
I think, he's coming from a very good background of cricket. His dad has been playing very good cricket. And I think his father probably knows how to take that pressure away from his son.
Or is that in the genes? Some guys, they have it in their genes. I mean, they talk cricket, they sleep cricket, they do all cricket at home.
It's become part of their life routine. So I guess that could be the reason. You're right. Yeah.
So that was the skipper of Royal. Now we also have a young man, Pereira, who's 70 not out. So we could take a look at his batting. He's still 70 not out. We couldn't speak to him, but it's worth taking a look at the way he's batted.
Yeah, Ramiru Pereira, I mean, who can forget the knock that he played a couple of years ago along with Dasis Manchanayaka to win the game for Royal. Got 100 then, looks like he's going to get another one here. But overall, he's got good experience as a schoolboy cricketer, playing under 19 cricket, playing some club cricket too for NCC. So definitely, he's in the right track to make a big one.
See, one thing that we've seen from big matches, I mean, I've watched one big match, now this is the second big match, is the quality of batting. I mean, the batting looked good. I don't know whether it's because, sadly, overall the bowling has been slightly below par, or how would you kind of put it? Is it really good batting? Or before that, we can also take a look at the most runs in the Royal Thomaian, and I think we got somebody at present in the list. Right, that's the man. So the man that we were talking about, he's already number 3 in this list. Most runs in the series for Royal College, and we are talking of Ramiru Pereira, who is 366.
So we've got our guest here as well at the bottom.
Oh yes, yes indeed. He was silent. He wanted us to realize it more than he's saying it. But well done, Malintu Totuilage. We are honoured to have you not just there on that list, but here as well. But this is a top list to be involved in.
Yep.
How do you feel being there?
It's brilliant. It's brilliant that, sometimes that was 25 years ago, but sometimes when you see things that you've done on screen, you're like, you know what? It's not too bad.
You should take a screenshot and take it back home and show your kids. Look, I'm here. No, it's a great moment. Come on. Yes, we're trying to have some fun, but let's take nothing away from the moment and let's take nothing away from the achievement.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? As a schoolboy cricketer, this is your big stage, and this is what you play for. This is what you train for. You, as you said, you eat, sleep. That's cricket.
I mean, it's the envy of everybody. I mean, every royalist who played would be wanting to be in that list. And yes, the first target for any cricketer playing the big match. That's number one. But then humans by nature are never satisfied. Then they aspire to do better. So this is doing better.
Yes, and we want to see more names come to that list. And hopefully, we will have a lot of names in the coming future.
So my question about the overall batting standards. So how would you rate? Now we've seen some special knocks. I mean, we've already spoken about the Royal Duo. We've spoken about the Thomaians. Is it real quality in terms of batting? I mean, I'm not judging it by the runs, okay? You can score 20 runs and get out and you'll still be good. But I'm saying, is the bowling, the standard, sort of deteriorated in school cricket, or is the batting so good? What I'll ask you, because you watch a lot of cricket, so what is your take on this?
Well, to answer that question, you obviously have to go back to the past, maybe a decade or two before, because it's really not the fairest thing to compare. But if you look at our days, obviously we had potent bowlers, like 2-3 fast bowlers who would always come in and bowl, a couple of spinners who will always be there and thereabout right throughout the day. So the continuity of the pressure that was implied was right throughout. But now we see maybe 1 or 2 bowlers who are really threatening.
Why is that?
That's probably the overall plan that a team would have. It could also mean that you have additional batters and you limit the number of bowlers. I think in this case, in Thomas's, they would have like 2 to 3 main bowlers as opposed to maybe 4. So that could be a reason. Could be a reason for the balance.
You like to add something?
Yeah, I think it's just, I feel like it's to do with the format in the school structure as well, right? So everyone trying to get the first innings win. And how are they going to get that? How are they going to minimize their runs? I don't think that option does give much, you know, exposure for the bowlers, you know, just to try them out. But they just want to maintain like what I'm hearing.
Sure.
Apologies if this
No,
is wrong,
that's
but bowlers try to keep them on a very negative lines. So you're asking batters to play shots without trying to, you know, be creative. You know, because the best example when I saw Royals bowl first couple of overs of the new ball, first and over, they're bowling everywhere. You know, so coming back to you, is the batting more strong? Could be, but bowling is not strong. So it's not the greatest attack that we have seen in last few years. And I'm going back to as batters as well. When Upeka plays, you know, when there's so many bowlers like with a lot of skill set, he would just murder them. And he hits the ball really hard. And
player.
we feel, I personally feel like we lack of that particular skill set in school level. Don't know the reason. It could be the format. It could be the method of, you know, coaching. I'm not sure. So I think as the school cricket, that's the biggest opportunity we have as a nation. I think we have to evolve. We have to try things. Otherwise, we will not going to find out those skill set what we need.
Right, so we got to go to a quick commercial break, but I also must remind you, if you want to watch this game, you can watch us on Dialog. It's Dialog 1, it's Dialog, beg your pardon, Papare 1, Dialog Play app, and also the papare.com site. So you can catch us on all those platforms and enjoy the action on day 3 of this Battle of the Blues. We're going to take a short break, and when you come back, we'll discuss more.
Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Welcome back. It's the live coverage of the 147th Battle of the Blues. It's day 3 and we're all excited, hoping that something will happen, something sensational will happen. We've been talking about how good the batting has been and why the bowling has been a bit average. Overall, Sashrika made the point in the past about the quality bowlers, the pack that hunt together, and then also I think Malinda had a view as well. So why do you think that the overall standard of bowling has dropped? Is it lack of skill, or is it the approach? You were talking about that first innings win thing. So is that a defensive mindset? So even a first innings win, Malinda, you got to bowl a side out and you want to keep it low. So I mean, then the bowlers should be proactive, isn't it?
Agree. I think, you know, with my experience playing for the college as well, as a student, like, you know, you have a very limited access of, like, you know, being more creative. It's always someone need to tell you, like, you know, do this, do that. But I think over the years, what I found was, like, you know, you need to understand the skill set of the player. As a coach, what I would do, like, understand the skill set and looking at skill set, how are you going to, you know, take that to the next level, rather than you say, do this, do that. Because as a 17 or to 19-year-old boy, like, you just want to play cricket. And you have to let them make mistakes. Making those mistakes, they're going to learn things fast as well. So it's okay to make mistakes. And, you know, even the international players, they make a lot of mistakes. But the good thing is, like, how fast you're going to learn and come back with the plan and, you know, be more creative.
Right. So, okay, we can talk about it a lot more, but for the moment, we need to go and join Faviz Maroof, who's out there taking a close look of a day 3 pitch, and let's try to understand what it might offer the batters and bowlers today.
Day 3 welcomes us with hot and humid conditions at the Sinhalese Sports Club ground. Much has been spoken about the pitch, the way has it behaved. For me, I think it's a very, very good sporty pitch. Fast bowlers have had movement, had bounce, and the batters who are willing to work hard, willing to work hard, has scored runs. And for the spinners, especially the Thomian spinners, whenever they have bowled slower, they have been turned. But my opinion doesn't matter. What matters the most is the pitch doctor, Arjuna Vaidyasekara, joins me. Morning to you, Arjuna. Your thoughts on the pitch?
Morning, Fariz. Yeah, it's a belter, isn't it? If you look at what has happened over the last 2 days, as Fariz said, it's a batting paradise. We predicted this, and we also predicted that that's not going to be 40 wickets happening on this track. Royal managed to get St. Thomas's 10 wickets over 1.5 days, and St. Thomas's yesterday just sank into Royal's one half of his batting lineup. Saying that, Fariz, we saw St. Thomas's losing 5 wickets, sneaking behind the stumps, which means there is a little bit of seam movement. If we go down the track, I'm going to walk you down the track and show you a couple of spots that's cracking up. The cracks will remain as it is. It's a day 3 wicket. It's a centre wicket at SSC. It's a test wicket. The track is really hard. I don't think these will open up that much to affect the batsman. It's going to be true, natural. As Fariz said, everybody's got something in it as long as you're willing to work hard.
Yes,
do the teams have that?
Exactly. The test pitchers have always produced everything. So today it's going to be a day where Royal College need to up their game and make sure they try and compete with the Thomians in the first session. If not, I think it's going to be a draw. But saying that in the Battle of the Blues in the past have been absurd finishers, and hoping that there'll be a close finish today as well.
Right. A few things that came out is that Royal need to up their game. How do they up their game?
Bat positively, and
did I hear you say baseball?
You know what?
So I read you well. Huh?
Yes.
I thought you said that.
Yes, I was thinking about it, right. But yeah, so they have to bat well first of all, and try and create some situations. Cricket is a funny game, everyone knows it, right? So try some situation, firstly get some good total on the board, and create some situation for St. Thomas's to work on, and then just bowl wicket to wicket. Because what we haven't seen, that most of the bowlers not bowling wicket to wicket. So as a batter, you know, when you give you a task, you know, when you go into the middle, if a ball keeps bowling to wicket to wicket. You have to play the ball. You build the pressure, and then you do a bit of changing in the field. It's a mind game.
Yeah, I agree.
So if they can win that battle, we may see some exciting cricket.
Yeah, right. Now, there were some interesting thoughts about the surface itself, about certain areas. So let's take a close look. We can get closer to the surface. Sashrika, I know you know a little bit about pitches. Not a little bit, I think you know a bit about pitches. So let's take a look at what we have in terms of what the Hoover gives us. So do you really see those cracks opening up and causing any concern? Now, Arjun felt that there were something for the bowlers to work with.
I don't really think it will open up, but the key thing here is it's extremely dry underneath. So, I mean, right throughout the game, the surface looked pretty slow. That's probably one more reason why the batting was a bit difficult in terms of scoring rates. So, the fact that it's really dry underneath is actually helping the spinners and the quick bowlers to, vary the pace off the track as well.
I'm a bit bemused, honestly, because you say the surface is dry. It's helping the spinners. So what have the spinners got? What have they done with it? I mean, if that's the surface, if it's dry and you have something there, have you seen, any one of you seen the spinners really working with that and looking to be threatening?
Well, there were parts of the game that bowlers were threatening, especially the leg spinner, more towards the latter part of the day. However, the fact that it's dry does not really mean that it's going to crumble or there are going to be cracks.
No.
It's just that it's slow off the wicket.
No, but we're talking skill here.
Yeah.
You see, we're talking basic skill on bowling on a surface like that. I mean, if it is dry and if it is crumbling, surely you'll want to go and bowl with that.
Absolutely.
And then you get 5 wickets. So we're talking about my question again. Okay, let me come to you then. About the skill level. We've got about a minute. So if you can sum it up.
So as a spinner, you got to spin the ball. And we haven't seen much spinning the ball. It's just like more like a dart kind of approach. So spinner, try things. It's all about trying and learning from it. And if you keep hitting those one line, that's fine, but you've got to spin the ball if you're a spinner. That's why you're in the team.
What would you do?
And also the field positioning. I mean, back in the day, we would have a bat pad, actually a couple of them when a batter comes into bat. But now you see not even a forward short leg at times. I remember you pointing out during commentary, where's the short leg? And the very next over he came in. So those are certain things that batsmen would be comfortable with. If I'm going as a batter, I wouldn't want 2 guys in front, but if there's no one, the pressure's off me. So it's the approach, overall approach as well.
Right, so what we've tried to do is not just discuss the Royal Thomian, but also discuss a few things beyond that, understand where the batting is, understand where the bowling is in school cricket. Well, we would have loved to have discussed what they should do, but we don't have time because we're always pressed for time because the game's got to start very, very shortly. So as I said, Royal still batting, St. Thomas's are all out. We need something out of the box to happen today. So let's hope it happens as we join our first commentators.
Hello and good morning from Sinhalese Sports Club grounds for the 147th Battle of the Blues between Royal College versus St. Thomas's College, Day 3, as we head into the last day of the big match. Pleasant condition in the morning. It's not so hot considering the first day was quite hot and humid. This is where the game stands. Royal College batting first in their first innings. Leno Arachi went without scoring. Pires batted well for his 63 through a wickets caught at Cow Point. Gangewatta Dinsara both got start but could not kick on. But former captain Ramiro Pera batting well on 70 not out, along with Disa Nayaka, who's on 2 with 51.1 overs, 175 for 4. Batting first, remember, St. Thomas College mustered 302 in their first innings. Bowling for the school from Mount Lavinia, 7 bowlers used. Mendes, Parnavidana, the left arm spinner, and Nimsara, the 3 bowlers who have been successful. 11 extras with 9 no balls and 2 wides in 51.1 overs. The game stands at the moment. Royal College this morning needs to come up with a different plan. Yes, they have lost 4 wickets. It is important that they keep up the run rate, make a game out of it. And these are the highlights. The first wicket caught at first slip, easily taken, and Parnavidana Easy stumping behind the stumps. This was a brilliant delivery. Himant Densara moved his head towards the offside. The front foot was stacked. And Ryan Paris, the skipper, trying to flick it over, probably mid-wicket or mid-on, gets a leading edge and gives the wicket to a part-timer. Excellent stuff by St. Thomas's last evening. Remember, 8.5 overs was lost yesterday. It's going to be 9:40 start, 95 overs today as the two umpires. Chandrika Amarasinghe and experienced Ravinda Vimlasiri as they head out. It's my pleasure to introduce my co-commentator, former Thomian, a well-renowned figure in the cricketing circuit, Johan Paris. Morning to you, Johan.
Good night, guys. Happy to be here. Looks like it's going to be a good contest. 175 for 4 in reply to St. Thomas's 302. The umpire is just walking out and waiting for the teams to come in.
Certainly when it comes to cheering their schools, they've been excellent, weren't they? The prefects, the boys tend to have been making lots of noises as we see the Thomians coming out. Have done so far really well. Remember, St. Thomas's College holding the Battle of the Blues in their own den. Royal College need to come up with something special to bring it back. Johan, 175 for 4 in 51.1 overs. What sort of a game plan do you think Royal College should be trying to play in the first half?
I think it would be a good decision if they score about 250 runs in quick time and then send Thomas's into bat and to try and make a game of it today. I think that would be my game plan, but it all depends on how Royal think they're going to make it work today. Pereira is batting beautifully for his 70. He's been very confident, playing some exquisite shots through the covers, and let's hope that they'll make a match of this.
Ramiro Pereira captained Royal College last year, playing his last year this year. So I'm pretty sure that he will want to bow out of school cricket with a big one. He's been batting superbly. 70 of 98 deliveries with 10 fours, played with a lot of authority, a lot of responsibility. But this morning, pretty sure Gimman Mendes, the left-arm swinner who's going to start the proceedings, will find some movement as we had some showers yesterday. So there will be some help. First up in the morning, that's going to be important for Royal's sake that Ramiro Pereira plays the first 20 minutes or so quite carefully.
He got 150 last year as well, I think, and to end his cricketing career with Royal, another 100, another century in this tournament, in this match will be very good.
Yasudin Sarnaika, the partner at the non-strikers end. No surprises here. Gimman Mendes 2 for 44 of his 10.1 overs. Will continue. Yes, he has to finish his over, and I'm pretty sure he will bowl at least 4 to 5 overs as SSC usually first up in the morning. Doesn't matter the first day, the second day, the third day, even on the 5th day if the test cricket, there will be something for the bowlers as long as the length is good and have a good seam position. Current run rate at 3.42. So the big question, what sort of a game plan will both schools come up with? Slip a gully to start the proceedings, a car point, a short extra cover, mid-off, a sweeper cover. Petrol in the boundary, the offside, in the leg side. So a deep fine leg, a deep square leg and a mid-on. To start us off for the first ball, day 3, the 147th Battle of the Blues, live from the magnificent Sinhalese Sports Club ground. We all set, here we go, Gimman Mendes to Ramiro Pereira. Oh, right on the money, huge appeal and Ravinda Vimlasiri just making a signal saying it's a little too high. What a start.
There was movement, as you said, Faris, in the morning. That was a good ball.
Usually the bounce is a friend of the fast bowlers, but this occasion I thought Gimman Mendes is quite unlucky. This was adjudicated as not out. I thought watching it live, naked eye, the bounce would have been a fact. I think pitching in line certainly, and he's hitting the back pad, the inner thigh pad. Probably, in my opinion, I don't use the Specsavers yet, Johan. I think probably if it's hitting, it has to be around the bail height, not below than that. Nicely bowled again. Indeed, a very good start. Right on the money. 2 slips now at the moment. To start the day, it was a slip and a gully. So certainly, St. Thomas's College on the attack against Ramidu. Beautiful length. I'm loving this length being operated by Mendes. Nice and full, tempting the batter.
.175 for 4, and the third ball being bowled for the morning. Beautiful length Miss Mendes has.
It's all about the start, isn't it? Playing longer version of the game at any level, can be test cricket, can be first class, can be school cricket. It's all about the foundation. Is learned every morning. Yes. Edge, but certainly falling very short of the second slip. Impressive start by the young man, Gimman Mendes.
That was a very good ball, just dropping short of the second slip. As you said, first, the movement in the morning, it's always been marked at SSC. It's always been like that. Let's hope they takes advantage of this this morning for St. Thomas's.
Four good deliveries to start by Gimman. I think Ramiro is experienced campaigner. He knows that the first 20 minutes or so will be the tricky time with Gimman Mendes running in. Left again, outside the off stump. Made to start the proceedings, 175 for Royal College.
Layers good, doubling, flavors blasting. Inside good, bubbling, sweetness lasting. Ritz Berry Deckers, everyone is happying. Ritz Berry Deckers, everything is doubling.
Introducing Ritz Berry Deckers, Sri Lanka's first ever double A delight. Everything doubling.
Wonderful start for the day. Gimman Mendes running in, bowled excellent 5 deliveries. Remember, only 1 delivery was bowled yesterday in the 52nd over, when the bad light came into play. It's going to be Disanayaka to face Ludisha Nimsara. Seam up with the wicket keeper up to the stumps. Interesting to see, will Ludisha is going to find some swing early morning. We saw Gimman did in the last over. A solitary slip in place as an attacking option. On the shorter side, freebie to start with. And first runs of the day for the bat of Disanayaka.
.176 for 4. First ball was a bit of a loose ball coming down. Easy first run for the morning.
Yeah, Ludisha Nimsar is an interesting story. Wicket keeper, but he's been forced to bowl, if I may say it, with lack of seam bowlers in the Thomian setup. Believe me or not, Johan, he has picked up a wicket, and we picked up a big wicket of the captain of Royal College. So the plan has worked for the Thomians.
That was a good change last evening for him to get the first wicket.
Not happy with something, Ramiru, behind the bowler's arms. Now, batters these days, they concentrate so hard. Anything to do or close by to the side screen, they certainly get affected. And yeah, I mean, you got to give it to the batters. They got to concentrate each and every delivery and make sure everything falls in place and everything is in place. Now, people would know in the era of Johan Pires, he captained the college in 1979, played for 4 years. 4 years of big match, Battle of the Blues. Johan, reminiscing the old days. Happy to be back?
Happy to be back, and it was nice to meet up with my contemporary captain, Ranjan Madugala. He's here, he's been his first time here for in a long time to watch the Royal Thomian. Doesn't look like the person blocking the side screen wants to move.
Or else Ramiru wants me to sit right behind the bowler's arms. I'm certainly not happy with something. Oh, the young boy there, you're the culprit. Yeah, you got to move away, young man. Even the cop lady. Everybody wants a peek at the cricket, don't they? Right, we're all set. Nimsara to Ramiru Pereira. Gentle pace, and Ramiru Pereira as well this morning off the mark with a back foot punch towards cover point.
Nimsara is bowling a little bit too short there. Hopefully he'll get his length coming up soon.
And that was a dismissal last evening of Johan Pires, who went outside the off stump to flick it towards mid-wicket. Got a leading edge and an easy catch at cover point. I thought he was trying to be too aggressive. And maybe sometimes lack of pace can be your downfall. One thing that Nimsara got to do is to pitch it full. When the pace that he's been bowling, if it's short, he's going to be asking for trouble. So get the batsman to the front foot.
He's bowling a bit too short there. He doesn't seem to have got his length. Nimsara comes in to bowl his fourth ball.
That's better. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Right on the money. Appreciated by the wicket keeper. Johan Pires, the wicket keeper. Straight away appreciated the delivery, because getting the batsman to the front foot early morning at the SSC is something that you got to do, whether you're bowling at 140 or even 110 or even 100.
That was a better ball. Again, the side screen is being blocked. He seems to be wanting someone to move. .177 for 4.
On the shorter side again, but just a single. 3 singles from the first over by Nimsara. It's 178 for 4.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරිකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්. දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න. O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
Three runs in the first couple of overs, day 3. For the first time in the day, Gimman Mendes will be bowling to Yasidou Dissanayake, the left-hander. He'll fancy this, I think, with the ball moving away from the left-hander with a slip and a gully in attacking position.
Beautiful length again. And a short extra curve field. I think the field, especially in the inner ring, trying to save the single, she's got to be really close, not gifting those singles, especially when Gimman Mendes is bowling.
That was a quick single that was very well run. It looks like they are trying to be aggressive in the morning. I think they're looking at getting to about 250 and give St. Thomas's a crack at it.
Your thoughts on the LBW shout, Jan?
I would say that was a little bit on the high side. The ball was moving above the bails.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. Bounce certainly was way too much to be educated as LBW. Beautiful length again. It's a good start by Gimman Mendes. Not every delivery is swinging back into the right hand. Some do and some goes with the angle. Talking about St. Thomas College, Johan, you have been part of the St. Thomas's Cricket Advisory Committee, I believe, for a long time, and I just want to ask you about what sort of work and what sort of commitment goes behind scenes to get a side performing well, and as advisory committee, your role at the college.
Well, the role for us that we have at St. Thomas's College as the advisory committee is to make sure that there is a continuity of the practices, and then also to have the boys, the team selection is sorted out, and we're just there to advise them about team selection is done by the coach and the captain. However, it's nice to see the young boys coming through the system. Forcefully driven to the off, no run, and he's batting really well, Pereira.
You mentioned about the advisory committee's roles. I think, in my opinion, Johan, I've been part of some committees as advisories, as the working as the cricket secretary for NCC for a certain example. I think that's NCC stepping in a way, because just on the move. You've got to make so many decisions, and not every decision will be most favorable for everybody. So you've got to make the right one. And there will be critics, but as long as individuals, as a group, as a committee, you make the right decision, that's paramount, isn't it?
Absolutely. As long as you're transparent, you're making the correct decision, and you can't have any favoritism done. I think that's the way to go. And it is not an easy job to do. You can't please everybody. And that's the sad part, because everyone expects you to make decisions to favor someone, and that's not the way it should happen.
I completely agree with you. Being transparent is very important. You make a decision, you can justify it, that's it. As long as it works and you have a plan, that's how it should happen. And I know for a fact that even Royal College do have an experienced advisory committee working for a long time. So I think these are the reasons why St. Thomas's and Royal College have been more consistent in school cricket over the years.
That's correct. That was a good ball.
A defensive shot to end the 54th over. It's 184.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Presence, confidence, strength, freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
ගෙවන් යන්න ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න ලොකු පොඩි හැම ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න හොඳම ෆෝන් එකක් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න.
Ludisha Nimsara operating around the wicket to the right hander. Outside the off stump, left alone by Ramiro Pereira, has been quite calm and steady in the first 3 overs. He understands it's going to be important the first 20 to 25 minutes. That's the time the seamers usually find something in the air as well as off the seam. A slip and a gully attacking positions for Ramidu. Slashes away to cover point. Should be just a single.
It's a quiet start for Ramiro Pereira. He's a very aggressive bat, and it's nice to see him play his shots in the offside.
Jan, your thoughts on not bowling Abid Parnavidana first up in the morning, the left arm spinner, bowled 17 overs, 34 for 1. I understand Ramiro Pereira is batting well, but I would have been tempted to get Abid Parnavidana up early morning to find if you can find some sort of turn and unevenness off the pitch.
I think what we were talking about earlier, their first 20 minutes having some movement, they expected the two seamers to come up with something, but as you can see, there's nothing much happening except for when Mendes bowls. It would be a good idea to bring Parnavidana on this side in the next over.
I would certainly think so, especially with bowling from the media box end, which is Vidya Mahathir. There are some roughs outside the offside to the left-hander Disha Nayak now. And that's the area where Abid Parnavidana can attack the left-hander. And against the right-hander, he can bowl wicket to wicket and keep it tight.
He could, and he bowls really well too. And it will be a good idea to bring him on the next over on the media.
Pitch Dr. Arjun Vaidyasekhar found something for the left-arm spinners from the tennis courts end. He had his hawk eye this morning, trying to find something off the pitch.
Oh, did he?
Encouraging signs for Nimsara, finding swing. Well left outside the off stump by Disha Nayak. Has to be a wide, easy decision. The last delivery, Nimsara, it was the in swinger to the left hander. This occasion he tried the out swinger, went horribly wrong.
He's been very erratic this morning, being his third over. I think it would be a good idea to bring the spinner on. Maybe get some...
couple of inches away to the legs, to the off stump would have been a no ball. It's outside the pitch. Well, that's better. A single to end the 55th over. It's 183 for 4.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Kitchen ka abans karanne then wife happy again. Wife happy karanne. Kitchen ka abans karanne.
Just the 8 runs being added to the score this morning of 3.5 overs as the two seamers continues to bowl. Giman Mendes, the left arm quick, have been really impressive. Couple of wickets yesterday, and this morning has started with a good rhythm just outside the yaw stump, finding enough movement to keep the fast bowler interested and the batsman in their toes. A slip and a gully awaits for Disha Nayak. Oh, good shot delivery, well taken and given out. Ravindra Vimalasiri had no hesitation, and Stevon Pires, what a catch, and Gimman has been rewarded for some fantastic bowling.
What a brilliant catch that was. Siobhan's made. It was way above his head.
No, we need to check the front foot.
Yeah, the scorecard will say that it's a wicket to the bowler, and I think half of it, or half of the piece, should go to the wicket keeper. Initially he was wrong footed, he was going to his right, and all of a sudden he realizes that he's going to his the other end. Take a look at his right foot, he goes and then has to shift his weight back.
What a brilliant catch.
That left weight did the job. And straight away Ravindra Vimalasiri
gave it out, and Disanayaka, he was undone by a peach by Gimman Mendes. Disanayaka gone for 6. It's 183 for 5.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
Ideal start for St. Thomas College. This is what they would have spoken, to keep things in control, keep the run score in check, try and get a wicket, and certainly they've got a big wicket of Yasundu Disanayaka, which brings in the new batter at number 7, Dushen Udawala. 11 games, 160 runs, average of almost touching 15, beg your pardon, with the high score of 41. Just 15 years old. That's one thing that I've gathered in both the sides. How many of 15 and 16-year-olds in the sides, in both the schools?
It's nice to see that they'll be playing for the next 3 to 4 years. And the talent is immense.
I did have the privilege of playing 5 years, and the 6th year I could have played, but just could not. So certainly I just understand the mentality of these young boys who just wants to perform their school, because school days, I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me on, that's something that we all miss, don't we?
Were you when you played, was it under 19 or under 20?
Under 19 I was able to play because I was after September born, but playing my 5th year I did manage to play in the national side and the 18th side. So I did not play the last year, and I would have loved to play the 6th year and just gone out with a tag of playing 6 years, but unfortunately the 6th year I was not able to play.
And what a beautiful catch that was from Siobhan. Absolutely beautiful catch. That was the last wicket of Mendes. Oh, sorry, Disanayaka.
A good decision by Vimalasiri. Definitely very close to the wrist or the elbow area. But I thought it was a perfect decision and a very good catch by Stevon. On the up and just short of the gully fielder. This is a good start by Gimman Mendes. He's not only attacking the batter in the front foot as well as the back foot, he's also very good at swinging the ball both ways.
That was a good ball. I think it dropped short of the gully fielder.
Short.
Yeah.
I think the field at gully position got straight hit to his knee. Not the most pleasant of things as Aaron Kurituaku. Certainly will have a bit of a bruise, bit of a lump. It should be okay. Bit of ice, magic spray will get the job done. Well left. Being very careful outside the yaw stump here, Amiru Perra.
Still bowling a good line.
Run rate of 3.31 being maintained, but this morning St. Thomas's College have started the proceedings really well. Not only keeping runs in check, bowling a very good attacking line, especially Gimman Mendes. They must be wanting the prize wicket of Ramiru Pereira, who's been made to work hard for his runs here. It's a single towards square leg.
It's a good start by him, Fairways, I would say. Taking the singles, getting the gaps, ready for an onslaught in the next hour. 185 for 5.
Tell you what, Johan, it was good to share the comment box with you. Good seeing you after a while. It's our last delivery before we have change of commentators. Wish you well in the future.
Thank you, same to you, and I'll be back again this afternoon.
Cheers, Johan. That was Johan Peris, captained St. Thomas's College in '79. Played 4 years of first 11 cricket. It's good to certainly have him in the comm box having a chat, being part of the advisory committee of St. Thomas's College Cricket. A bouncer to end the over. Good one from Gimman. It's 185 for 5.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called Happiness Cards.
Speed, dominance, power, limitless. Jet Tour T2 by Yola Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
Morning, Haritha. It's good to share the mic on the third day.
Yeah, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Arjun Vaidyasekara with me. He's played the big match here. He's played for SSC. He knows this wicket. He's been talking about it. You think the bowlers will have any assistance at all still?
Haritha, I hate to be a bowler, but however much we said that it's a batting wicket, we saw 6 Tomian batsmen getting caught behind the stumps. 4 of them nicked it. And we see a similar pattern when the St. Thomas's seam bowls. There is some offering.
Yes, even this one coming off a thick outside edge into the gap. 4 more to Ramiro Pereira. He is edging towards deserved second century in the big match.
Certainly edging towards it, Haritha. And you can see if you do bend your back and you bowl on a particular length, that hard 3.5 meter, 4 meter length, and a 4th stump line, and forcing the batsman to play away from your body, there's every opportunity that ball will see. How well these young boys are consistent enough to do that on a regular basis is a question.
The angle he's trying to create against Ramiro is very close to bowling a wide. He's operating right arm round the wicket. He's not a regular bowler. Told he's more wicket keeper. So the Ambalangoda boys are bowling from both ends. Yeah, he's a smart cricketer, Ramiro Pereira. He had already moved. So this line that the Tomians are trying to maintain, I don't know, the batter will have to make a mistake for them to be dismissed.
You're just having a look at Nimsar Agamage's bowling action, or rather his run-up.
So that's footloose.
There's a bit of rhythm, a little bit of a, what do you call it, a tap dancing, a tinkle, a hop step. It's actually very unique to see these mannerisms of cricketers. Certain batsmen have a lot of movement.
Did Udavela get a touch to that? No, he didn't. Angled across his pads.
It's very evident the St. Thomas's bowling plan. They're bowling a 4th stump and away plan to the right-hander, asking them to play away from their body. It's a heavily packed one-sided field, which is good. I understand that.
It's overcast at the moment. It's very unfortunate. Yesterday, almost 9 overs lost, 8.5 overs. Play was extended by 15 minutes into extra time. Somewhere around 5:15 it stopped because of bad light. Ramiro Pereira is equal to the task. He's walking away towards off stump and trying to hit it. 57 completed. Royal in reply, 191 for 5.
හඳුන්වාදන Keys Crest Ultimate Crispy Chicken Experience එක. Crunchy කටගැස්මකට Crispy Chicken Thai, Spicy Vibe එකට Spicy Crispy Chicken Strip, Share කරන් කන්න Crispy Chicken Popcorn, රස double කරන barbecue sauce සමග Keys Crest Ultimate Crispy Chicken Experience එක.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7, call 0703 777 777.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
හඳුන්වාදන Keys Crest sauce රස දෙකකින් ටොමාටෝ රසෙන් සහ නයිමිරිස් රසෙන් Keys Crest නිවසින්.
St. Thomas's sticking with the young left armer from the tennis courts end. He's bowling to a 5-3 field, 5-4 field. That's 5 on the off to the left-hander, 4 on the leg, and he's bowling a channel just on off stump coming into the left-handed Voodoo bowler. Just for the information of the viewers, the 50th Mustangs Trophy, the 50-over limited over encounter, will be played on the 28th of March. That's 2 weeks. So this year we have a 2-week gap between the big one and the one day, and that will be played under lights at the SSC for the first time at the SSC under lights, but not the first time in school cricket. This is going to be the 5th. And Harith, I can see some stats in front of you. You've been doing some research in the morning?
Yeah, I was, but initially I will say that of the 6 sessions, the most productive was the last session of the second day. 28.1 overs bowled, 115 runs scored by Royal for the loss of 2 wickets. The next best was in the first session where St. Thomas's scored 99 runs but lost their last 6 wickets.
Talking about sessions, Haritha, let me take you back to last year's match. St. Thomas's lost almost every session. That's 9 sessions. Out of the 9, lost 7.
Brilliant fielding. It really was. It was heading towards the backward point boundary, but a very well timed dive made sure that it didn't pass him. Absolute commitment.
So St. Thomas has managed to win the most essential, the crucial last 2 sessions.
Yeah, I know.
And they were home.
That last session last year was so exciting.
Ramiru Pereira, the skipper from 2025, his final year. He can see the 3-figure mark. He's there, he's almost there. He's batting with a lot of intent, a lot of responsibility. Looks as if he's ready to make that big one.
Yeah, he should actually. He was dropped at mid-wicket by the substitute. Then a catch was disallowed at slip. A very confident appeal this morning for LBW, went his way.
So that's the news combox area, just underneath the Dialog signage on the side screen at the vantage box end.
No ball called.
So how is the talking about centuries? You asked me this question. How many Thomians have managed to get more than 1 century?
Yeah, we went into those statistics. Manoj Mendes,
his uncle, Mr. Dulik Mendes.
Yeah.
And we have our current secretary and probably the chairman of the joint match organizing committee for the 150th, Mr. Ashran Piris.
Yeah, all 3 Morot Whites. That's what St. Thomas's Royal had an N.S. Joseph.
N.S. Joseph, just only one person, N.S. Joseph in 1925-26. That's 100 years ago.
That's why we wanted to bring that story up. Ramiru Pereira.
We've been told from the director's box and our production crew that the production crew is also from Morotua.
Yeah, there are quite a lot from that area.
Although brings memories of a particular gentleman who was also in our com box, who got 100 in the first innings and missed out his twin hundreds in the same match. Totuilage.
Yeah, he missed the first innings and then went on to make the 100 in the second.
He'll be remembered for that and not for the twin hundreds if he did get it.
And he smashed the bowling.
And talking about hundreds, Haritha, incidentally, let's check this ball from Mendes. Talking about hundreds, there's only 100 in the limited over encounter. And the first 100 in the series was in 2004, made by the Royal skipper Heshan Moroka under lights at the Ketarama.
So this time it will be under lights at Maitland Place.
And the second centurion, who would that be? Tomian skipper, I believe 2014. Devin Jasinger.
Oh, Jasing.
Let's see if the production crew could come up with some stats on the screen before we end our encounter here.
Good leave. Doesn't want to play all over the place. End of 58 overs. Royal 195 for 5 in reply.
Come join the people cheer. Our day is finally here. A whole new era with the joy of rich cocoa. Whole life's a treat again. So good it's almost insane. With a chocolate star by the name of Roccoa.
Say hola to Richberry Roccoa. Chocolates made from premium cocoa. Fillings and flavors for the full fiesta.
Yes, the name is Roccoa. Go cherry clothes and fun. It's time for Roccoa. Come taste la vida cocoa.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Ramiru Pereira. This production is going worldwide, and there's a lot of good comments about the quality of it, and a very experienced crew who are working tirelessly with the school cricket. Very athletic. Matarge. Pereira is smart. Ramiru Pereira is smart.
Haritha, talking about partnerships and history. You've been here in the Combox for quite some time now.
Yeah.
What is your first memory and your experience here?
Long time ago, I was talking about the big match story, and I remember very vividly. Wait for it. Wide. It's a very predictable story. I remember very vividly one of the main aspects of Surang Piris picking up 5 wickets for a win under Naren Ratwate. But that was not my first. But that was really one big victory that was well earned here.
1999? Yep. I remember Royal overnight, 44 for no loss. Just before the start of the third day at 9:45, there was a shower at 9:35. A quick 5-minute sprinkle. And Royal lost 2 quick wickets, a snick, and to add to those woes, there was a utter confusion and a run out. And 4 wickets fell within 10 minutes. That led to the downfall of Royal, and St. Thomas's nearly made a mockery of that chase.
Yeah, it was over before tea on that last day. And one very important individual who is watching the cricket from down under is former warden, Reverend Mark Bilimoria. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing with us your passion too. Enjoy.
So, Harith, the predictions for this? Is it too early to say the game is heading towards a draw?
Yeah,
or
okay,
is it
a draw.
safe to say?
But I want it to be an exciting
it's
draw.
safe for St. Thomas's.
Not yet safe. Not with Ramiru there. But I want it to be an exciting.
Yeah,
he knows where he can score those runs. He must be a little bit frustrating for him, the way he's making it. 59 completed, 199 for 5.
දෙනක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දිනක චැට් එක දාන අතර ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Welcome back. Ramiru is facing Mendes. He's not had it easy. And there we go. That's it. Ramiru Pereira, who found it hard all morning against Mendes, who's been absolutely brilliant. Just played at that outside the off stump, taking a thick edge, straight to the wicket keeper. That's a vital blow, double checking the no ball. All is well, and Ramiru has to depart. He was chasing that elusive record, the royal record. Unfortunately, that'll be it for Ramiru Pereira. As I welcome Ajit. Ajit, your thoughts on that?
I think Ramiru was a bit, good morning, Ramiru was a bit nervous. I'm sure he knew he was chasing a record. A nervous young man playing a bit of a very tentative shot there. He was trying to break, if I remember right, Sumitra Varnakulasuriya's record.
Absolutely. So the royal record is 386 runs held jointly by Mr. Sumitra Varnakulasuriya and Bhanuku Rajapaksa. So he was 12 runs short, if I'm not mistaken. And the overall record is 394 by Upeka Fernando. The late Upeka Fernando, I should mention. And as we see the new batter in for Royal is Himaru Deshan. He's got 230 runs this season, so he can bat, as we can see, a higher score of 58. Royal will need his probes with the bat, because it's a slightly precarious situation for Royal. 199 for the loss of 6 wickets. It could have been worse, however, with Rehan and Ramiru sticking it in, got to a decent score. On the other hand, Ajit Mendes has been absolutely brilliant, capturing 4 for 52. That's another peach of a delivery, but slightly off target. His thought process was perfect. He wanted to go for that in-swinging Yorker, which he almost nailed there.
He was almost there, but unfortunately it was pitched outside the leg stump. But came into the right-handed batsman, a peach of a delivery. First up, excellent delivery by the Tomian left-arm fast bowler.
There we go, the replay. Ball angling slightly across Ramiru. He was expecting the ball to come in, but the natural variation of Giman Mendes getting hold of that ever important wicket. That's another peach of a delivery, targeting that helmet of De Silva. Went for the pull stroke, but no control whatsoever. So Gimhan Mendes has his tail up. But one very important question that I have in my mind is Gimhan Mendes obviously being the pick of the bowlers, being a proper fast bowler. Where is the second fast bowler for St. Thomas's?
Absolutely. I think he's been overbowled, but so far he's done very well. He's got his tail up. First delivery to the newcomer was a Yorker, then ended up with a bouncer. Good thinking, good cricket overall. He's making good use of the green turf out here.
So the key thing that St. Thomas's should have absorbed before this huge encounter is understand where you're playing the game, what ball you're using, understand who will be potent as a bowler. So when you think of all of that, it's pretty obvious or a given that fast bowlers would succeed. It's the SSC track, it's the Duke ball, it's always favorable for the quicker bowlers, and it's pretty evident that the fast bowlers are succeeding.
Definitely, yes. A green top. Oh, beautiful delivery. Pitch outside the off stump, came in, the ball went through the gate. A peach of a delivery by the young left armer.
It'll be very interesting to see if there was any sort of bat there. The bowler's reaction suggested so. However, it was to no avail because the wicketkeeper grasped it. So, unfortunate there was Gimhan.
Late in swing, came in and went through the baton pad, the famous gate.
Stebon, the wicket keeper, who's had a decent game. That's a very good ball to finish the 60th over of the inning, 200 for 6 Royal.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Refresh when the train got to go. Saratama enjoy get on the body got to go. Black Knight go.
Black Knight go. Pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
Change of bowling from the Vidya Mavath. It'll be Abid Parnavidana, who many thought should have started proceedings today. However, Thomian skipper decided against it. Now that the momentum is clearly favorable for St. Thomas's, it should be an ideal platform for Abid to show what he's made of. Capture a couple of wickets for St. Thomas's and try to bundle out Royal for less than 230-240 maybe, Ajit.
Definitely, yes. But something that I can't understand is 2 new batters in, and they still have a widespread field.
Absolutely. We were actually discussing about this point even in the pre-game show, where new batter nowadays especially, they do not have any catching fielders at short leg, silly point. So the pressure is automatically off them. Because remember, they are new to the crease. They will have their doubts. For some of them, it might be their first experience at a Royal Thomian. So all the nerves are released when you don't see any catching, attacking fielders.
Even otherwise, even if you're a seasoned campaigner, But a Royal Thomian is a Royal Thomian. I'm sure you will agree with me. Once you come into the middle, it's electric and it's a Royal Thomian. So first couple of deliveries, you got your nervous bags. So something that really puzzles me is that they are not attacking enough, and Thomians are right on top at the moment.
Absolutely, that strategy is a bit questionable. There's plenty of opportunity to get a couple of attacking fielders, but then again, it's probably the modern way of thinking.
I guess we are a bit old. I'm much older than you are, and I realized that you played in the 20.
That's Mr. Graham Lebroy, the match referee. Plenty of experience behind him, screening things in this 147th Battle of the Blues. That's the fourth umpire, Jiva Fernando, another very experienced umpire in the domestic circuit, Sri Lanka cricket.
I have a question for you. If you look at the Royal batters, this come in, but they're widespread field. There are quite a number of singles. They can rotate the strike and put pressure on the bowler. They're not doing that either. You agree with me?
Absolutely. So that's what's been baffling me all game. Both sides have been very defensive. Because usually you got a firm favorite before heading into the game, but both teams have been very circumspect. Nobody's really chased it. There were positions or situations in the game where either team was dominating, but you never saw that particular team at that moment of time really accelerating and pushing it.
Spot on. The whole idea is you got to get on top, but I don't see that happening. Just now they've got a forward short leg for the left arm spinner coming into the left-handed batsman, but I think they got to have one in front as well. Put pressure on the batters.
Abid Parnavidana to his 18th over. It's been quite economical. One would think that with the attributes he has, good height, nice smooth action, they have been a bit more effective. However, that's the end of the over. 61 completed, 203 for 6 Royal.
ඇස්සරලා බැලුවම තෙරක් නොපෙනෙන නිල් පාට. හුළඟටත් මුසුණු සීතල නිල් පාට. පුංචි පුංචි දේවල් වල නිල් පාට නිල් පාට නිල් පාට. සැහැල්ලුව සතුට ගේන ඉවරයක් නැති නිල් පාට. මේ හැම නිල් පාටකම හැංගුණු රසවත් හැඟීම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? ජීවිතයේ රසින් පුරවන රසම රස නිල් පාට. Ritz-Berry chocolate, නිල් පාට හැඟීමක රස.
Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare Blast
from Nestle.
So it'll be Gimhan Mendes to continue. He's been the pick of the bowlers for St. Thomas's. Looks extremely energetic and exuberant. He's chasing that 5-wicket haul in his debut Royal Thomian, so that'll be a great feat to see these lovely pictures brought to you by the Papare.
Congratulations to all Thomians celebrating 175 years. It was a pleasure yesterday that I met the former warden, Dr. Ponaya, and the current warden. I asked the current warden whether he was the youngest warden, but he said no, they've been young foreigners, the priests who have been earlier, but he looked very young, and sure he can just wear a school uniform and go back to school.
Absolutely. it's good to have a young warden. I think it's the same with some of the leading institutes of Sri Lanka. If you look at Ladies College, we've got a new principal who's relatively young as well. So has Bishop's College. So the trend is set, and we'll see a lot of energy with these young leaders of institutes.
Absolutely, they are current, and then with traditions, and they're absolutely current. Young warden looks very energetic, and it will be a bit of a task taking the baton from the previous warden, who was amazing, Father Bilamoria.
So Gimhan Mendes now changing the angle, coming round the wicket. Oh, that's a lot of late movement by Gimhan. So he's definitely making that ball talk.
Absolutely right. Late in swing, coming into the right-handed batsman. He was half-hearted, got the bat at the right time, but he was half-hearted and playing a...
And we see Dasis Manchanayaka on screen. The golden boy of Royal College from 2023, if I'm not mistaken, when they won that game. Royal were in trouble when he came into bat, and he got that 100, that massive partnership with Ramiru Pereira that helped Royal win that game.
Lovely delivery in swinging Yorker. Batsman was able to bring his bat at the last moment. Took a thick outside edge.
He seems to have put on some weight, as Dasis. Was a wonderful schoolboy cricketer, and now seems to be eagerly committed to the cause with the Royal team.
Shashrika, what is your most memorable moment at a Royal tournament?
So I was lucky enough to win 2 Royal tournaments. So I played in 2005, 6 and 7. In 5 and 7 we managed to win the game convincingly, but the best big match was the one in 2006.
Why do you say that?
As we look at some of the moments of the day, I'll get back to you on that. Dialog, the crowd, sponsors, partners, they've been for a while now. See all behind the scenes stuff that some of you at home might not see, the preparations before a game. There's a lot going on. That was effortless. That was just helped on its way by Udavela. Goes all the way for 6.
Short pitch delivery outside the off stump, picked up very well, mid-lit, timed it very well. A super stroke, good cricket all round.
I think he was expecting it. There are moments of time where he banked in the short one, and the batters did not really expect it before. But however, last couple of overs, Udavela was, really planting his weight to the back foot and waiting for it.
Blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare.
Rasa pattu enna make it Papare blast.
From Nestle.
So it'll be Abhit Parnavidana to continue. Swept towards that deep square leg region. They crossed through for a single. Yeah, getting back to the question that you actually asked me. You asked me why it was probably the best big match that I was a part of. I mean, see, for starters...
Were you all the underdogs?
I wouldn't say we were the underdogs, but it was pretty even Stevens that year. But the fact that it actually finished past 6 o'clock was memorable, because I remember back in the day in 2006 there was a shift of the time scale as well. It was the daylight saving was implemented and half an hour was added on. You remember?
Yes, that's right.
So the game finished around 6:15, 6:20 in the evening. It went towards almost the last over of the day as well, and Thomians were in no position to lose that game, but eventually Royal prevailing. Memorable stuff. Yes, got a couple of players from the Royal team who are part of the commentary stint as well. Feroz Ahmad, Harun Mawjood. They would. That's another close call. Nice loop by Abid, tossing it up, getting some purchase off the deck as well.
This is something that puzzles me. This young left-arm spinner is bowling pretty well, and they got only one person in front catching.
A getaway stroke by Udavela, sweeping it towards the deep square leg region with the spin. A safe shot, I would say. Well, it's the mindset of these modern cricketers. They don't really want to attack too much because they also do understand that batters would react, maybe with a false stroke. But as players who've been a part of this game for a while, we don't really agree with that. Well, that's how the game goes.
There's going to be a change of commentary after this over. Thank you very much.
Chunky tamai wachane Chunky and then manga herenne Chunky wandiya ka mama yanne Chunky lindeng edagena nala Chunky club එකේ වැඩ දාලා Chunky nange mage ආදරේ
Chunky කියන්නේ මටද ඔයා Chunky shot එකක් කනවා මෙයා මේ Chunky part මොකටද අයියෝ Chunky chocks they දෙන දෙයියෝ So hunky so crunchy Chunky chocks love Chunky live Chunky Chunky chocks
Saratama enjoy කරන්න party එකට go
Black Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
Royal 213 for 6. The wicket of Ramiro Pereira may have changed the tactics and the plans that Royal would have had in the morning, but we see Shanil Pereira, the leg spinner, being brought into the attack. I think it's a very good move. There's a bit of spin and bounce, and unlike the previous years we've seen at the SSC, this wicket is on the drier side and there is a bit of extra spin and bounce. And if I was in the Royal camp, I'd probably look at batting for another hour, go hell for leather, declare with a deficit, and then attack, because Royal needs to win to bring back the shield, and you need to be a lot more adventurous and aggressive. Last year, I think tactically they made a mistake in declaring. This year, they need to declare and be brave about it.
It's exactly Papare's Royal has got all to play for to get a decision out of the 147th Battle of the Blues. And Ramiro Pereira, I was waiting until he broke the highest aggregate record. Almost there, unlucky to miss out.
Missed out by 12 runs. But he's stamped his authority. Maybe if he gets a second innings, if Royal has to chase, he'll be the key player. He's aggressive. He came in with purpose, and there was a different class when he batted out in the middle. I think the rest of the players were good, but he was extra special. There you see some turn. That's what I was mentioning. This wicket is not your typical SSC that what we've seen in the last 20 years.
The tall leg spinner. I would like to see another, maybe a leg slip, because he's getting some turn. He does bowl the googly as well, so that's why we see a slip fielder there. But maybe another leg slip would have been good, because even the previous over there was one bat pad which went in that area.
On the front foot this time, well played by Udavela. One good hit that went over the boundary. The first 6 of the game. We've seen plenty of sixers played in the last few years, and surprisingly it took the third day and a number 7 batsman to hit one over the rope.
Quite strange for us, because is it because of negativity, or they were not really looking to go after the ball?
This time powerfully swept, good shot. A good shot to play when the ball is turning. Rolled his wrists nicely and all along the carpet. Well, I'd probably say St. Thomas's were more on the defensive mode, but maybe that would have been the googly. But all along the ground, beautifully swept. From Royal's perspective, I think Ramiru was attacking, but overall, the key bowlers for St. Thomas have actually bowled well. Kimhan Mendes is still getting the ball to swing. The leg spinner has been not afraid to toss it up. And Abid Paranavidaran, I think, has bowled better than what his scorecard shows. On beautifully played. Adventurous by Himaru. I think Himaru is more innovative. That's how he plays. End of 66, 216 for 6.
Maritsbury Bubbles.
That was summer refresh when the train they gotta go.
Like night go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
Paranavidaran to continue, and a change in field as well. The silly mid-off fielder has been put to a leg gully position.
Oh, that was a quicker delivery. He's seen Himaru prefer to sweep the ball and do the paddle. I think that leg gully is more to prevent him from playing that shot. He's been a go-to shot. We see the Royal camp. Malaviarachi played last year. Well, with the ball turning, I'd like to see that mid-wicket come close in. I'll ask the batsman to play towards that gap. Oh, there you go. Wild Hoik. Very well bowled. He deserves it. There you see, there is some bite on the wicket. A poor shot by Himaru De Silva. Paranavidaran has his man. A top edge. Didn't need to play it. I can understand if the short leg fielder was there. But it was a poor hit. The bat turned in his hand as well. He wouldn't want to see that shot. I just remembered Ruchira playing a similar shot and getting out 20 years back. Your colleague Ruchira, who's now a famous Baila artist. Himaru departs for 8, Royal 7 down for 216.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Yo, Chunky tamai wachane. Chunky and then manga herenne. Chunky wandiya ka mama yanne. Chunky lindeng edagena nala. Chunky club eke weda dala. Chunky nange mage aadare.
Chunky kiyanne matad oya. Chunky shot ekak khanawa meya. Me chunky part mukatada ayyo. Chunky chalks stay denade. So hunky, so crunchy. Chunky chalks. Love chunky, live chunky. Chunky chalks.
Takata packet එකේ කොත්තු රහට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ සාසූස් දයි අදිවේ ලුණු මිරිසට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ Melbourne tempo happy khata gassena rase wow cheese max rase cheese onion tempo happy Melbourne tempo happy khata gassena rase kothullu numiris cheese and onion rasata Melbourne tempo happy khata gassena rase.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
So there we go. St. Thomas's made 302. Roll in reply. 216 for 7, trailing by 86. Pereira top scored with 82. The skipper Pires managed 63. And from a Royals perspective, Sehandu Surya-Arachchi has come into the middle. He is joining Dushan Udavela, who's on 10. Danushka, I think from a Royals perspective, they just need to wipe out 36 more runs. Be positive. Make a statement. Don't try to get all out. Be aggressive. Wipe out the deficit as much as possible in the next maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Declare and put some pressure on the Thomians because there is some life on the wicket and Royal needs to win this and they need to make the calls. And for me, it's Surya-Arachchi. He's played 14 innings for 162 runs. The top score came in the last game. 68 not out when Royal was in a spot of bother. He came out, made a wonderful half century. The only half century he's made this season. So these two, the only recognized batsmen that Royal have. Then you've got the bowlers, Gamage and Korituaku to follow. So my message is, try to score 30 runs. I think 86 is a little too much. Bring it under 50, declare, and get your bowlers to come in and try to get St. Thomas's out under 100. Then you can make a match out of it.
It's exactly. Royal in a bit of a tricky position at the moment. 216. Like you said, somewhere around 250 would be ideal psychologically as well. And so Paranavitana to continue. I would like to see a couple of more close in field, especially to the new batsmen, because as you said, the last two recognized batsmen out there. One more wicket, the Thomians will be on top.
Absolutely. And if St. Thomas's want to win, they can simply wipe out this tail with the lead, bat one session, and then get your bowlers to come in. But the only downside I see is that oh, that was a brave leave. Came on with the arm. The only thing is St. Thomas's don't have the bowling. There you go. Wild shot. He won't want to see that again. He's a left arm spinner himself. Well flighted. Beautifully bowled. Teasing the batsman. And looking at St. Thomas's. They've got Paranavitarana. They've got Gimhan Mendis and the right arm leg spinner. If one has a bad day, then it's very difficult to defend whatever target that they set. So I'm doubtful St. Thomas's will go for a win.
Exactly, and especially after what happened last year. Royal declared and the Thomians managed to chase it. The Royal has a very almost a mix-up there.
Very bad call. So end of 65, 216 for 7.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker.
but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and
Pereira, the leg spinner, to continue with the left-hander Udola, who sweeps again very strongly, but they have a couple of fielders in the boundary for that shot. Like you said, Feroz, Tomians would be a bit worried to put a target on the board, especially with the strong batting lineup Royal has. Abir Pereira, Rehan Pires and Vimat Dinsara, all of them can go for quick runs. And like you said, the bowling attack is not the stronger, so let's see what decision they make.
Which is why I think Royal need to make a statement. Surya Arachi will be nervous. I think once he gets the hang of the wicket, understand what's happening, gets a bit more confident, I think he can start expressing himself. Well flighted, full toss taken on the full, but there is protection. Now that's something I don't understand in the modern game. A batsman at a Royal Tomian hasn't made a run. He got out for a duck last year as well. And you've got a sweeper cover, fielders out in the deep.
I believe he was trying the googly there. Yes, always when a new batsman comes in, you have to create that pressure, and the more fielders around the bat, the more pressure. But we don't see that happening here.
And you're not talking about a top order player. He's a number 9 batsman. There's a reason why he's batting at number 9. You can afford to attack, especially when the batsman is, that's beautifully played. Wonderful shot, pitched outside leg, but Udavela rolls his wrists and plays a wonderful sweep all along the ground, gets him a boundary. Lovely lip shot. There you see, was there to be hit, and played it beautifully.
Wrong line there by the leg spinner. He has to pitch it more towards the off, because it's an easy risk-free shot for the left-hander, playing it with the spin all along the ground.
And that has prompted a change. They've taken away the cover point and brought into a leg, a short fine leg.
Will we see a reverse sweep?
I doubt it. I think this is a good move. This is a good field placement, and loud appeal, but to no avail. The short leg fielder caught it cleanly, but straight off the pad. Now that's a better line that he's bowling. There we see.
Very close to the bat.
Oh, straight off the pad. Those are difficult for us to judge where we stay. Oh, very poor delivery. This time he has protection, a deep mid-wicket. Taken on the full. End of 66, 223 for 7.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
Dum dum ding belana. Stick penna. Ya me apel belana. Stick penna. Ya baby late belana. Stick penna. Aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi. Munchie sticks, racing stick penna.
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate racing, munchie sticks. Stick winner.
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu ena Maggie Papare blast.
from Nestle.
So Parana Vidarana to bowl from the Vidya Mavata end. I think Parana Vidarana has been effective against the left-handers. And he's bowling at a good speed. This time flighted, and Udavela plays that sweep well. That's been his go-to shot against the spinners. So far, he's played it very well. But that brings the right-handed Surya to take strike against Parnavidarana. He won't mind.
Still going with the same field, Feroz. There's a sweeper as well. I doubt he would be of much use. It would have been a better option to have another close-in fielder.
Absolutely, Danushka. And as we speak, an inside edge. Bring that sweeper cover in. You're on top. I don't understand why the Thobians are not being brave. I don't think it's bravery either. It's common sense.
Exactly.
Or in other words, cricketing sense.
Parnavidarana is bowling with a lot of control as well, and unlike the leg spinner who might bowl a full toss or a short delivery, Parnavidarana bowls with more control, keeps it more tight, so I don't think you need that sweeper field at this moment.
He's slowing it, asking the batsman to drive. Hasn't bowled a shorter delivery as far as I can think of. There you see a little bit of bounce, bring in that close-in fielder, create that doubt amongst Suryarachi and Udavela. Royal trailing by 76. Again, nicely tossed up.
Because he does bowl the arm ball as well, Feroz, which comes in with the arm. So definitely another fielder close in on the leg side will create opportunities for the Thomians.
So end of a good over by Parnavidarana, 67, 226 for 7.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Abans fridge කියන්නේ Abans fridge කියන්නේ පවුලට හරිම fridge එකක්. Abans family එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ fridge එක.
Captain Cool. අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Prima කොතුමි fun තමයි.
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
Yeah, a rather gloomy morning here at the SSC as we are back live for the third day's play at 147 Battle of the Blues. Royal trying to navigate this innings as they head towards the Thomian total of 302. If I put it in tactical terms, they are kind of stuck in the middle, Roshan, if I'm to phrase it in that way, because they neither have the wickets to kind of go after the bowling, nor can they afford to kind of prod along if they are to make a match out of it. And the next one is beautifully swept. That's running down to the boundary. Excellent stop by the fielder at deep square leg. Jersey number 25. Yes, but Udavela, I think, has been a great exponent of the sweep shot this morning, and he has kind of been strikingly different to how other Royal batsmen have kind of taken on the spinners. And it's kind of been very effective for him as he's progressed to 19 runs.
Morning Harun and morning to everybody. Yeah, you're right. Royal in a bit of a hole here. 228 for 7, going nowhere. St. Thomas's trying to sort of go in for the kill and get the last 3 wickets. But I feel, what about yesterday? I mean, do you think Royal should have shown a little bit more intent?
Agree, Roshan. They should have. They could have, for that matter. I thought Rehan, after he got that start, could have kind of forced the play towards Thomin, because he was middling the ball so well. The ball was coming onto the back nicely as well. But I thought Ramiru's entrance kind of brought or shifted the momentum somewhat towards Royalists, because he started hitting those boundaries. He took on the spinners very confidently. Lived a very dangerous life at one point, but with him coming into the middle, I thought Rehan also started getting confident, and that partnership was quite crucial for Royal to close play at the 175. But starting today, I don't think they've had a great start whatsoever. They've lost 3 wickets. just been able to muster just over 53 runs. They would have wanted to kind of taken that scoring rate at 4 to 4.5 runs per over, because with a longer session in the first phase of the today's play, you're getting 35 overs. At least getting close to that Thomian target should have been Royals' ploy, but the fact that they have lost wickets, like I said earlier, kind of stuck in the middle, going nowhere.
228 for 7.
Some wonderful pictures. This is the quadrangle. Reliving these memories or taking me back in time. Some great monumental piece of real estate here at Colombo 7 Cinnamon Gardens. This is the great 7 and 8 buildings as we see the passage towards the senior school, where we get the O-level section.
Sorry, I don't want to intervene when you're talking, but just tell us, does it make you emotional or do you?
Absolutely.
It makes you, it gives you goosebumps, want to go back,
So if
makes you feel proud?
Phrase it in one word, it's nostalgia. I think takes you back in time, all those days, going to school pretty much on average 5 days a week, staying back after school for practices. There's so much that has happened within that piece of real estate over 13 to 14 years in my schooling life, which have kind of molded me, and especially the lessons learned outside the classroom is what I valued or cherished the most at Royal College.
Yeah, it is an amazing experience, isn't it? See, the thing is, schoolboys, you don't tend to, when you're in school, you don't tend to appreciate it. You need to come out of school to understand what you lose or how valuable the experience was.
That's the advice I've been giving my kids, Roshan. That's how I entice them to kind of go to school
Don't
on a
be
daily
all, don't be all.
on a daily basis, because I still cherish my years in the O-level and A-level streams. One of the best times. We come back to the cricket. That's an excellent delivery by Parnavidana. He's looked the bowler, the star bowler to me by far in terms of the spin trios that's been operating for St. Thomas's. Very high arm action, lovely release. He's getting good bite of this pitch at the SSC. This time shot pulled away over mid-wicket. That's running down to the boundary for 4. Good aggression showed by Suryarachi. There's no muck with the bat. Can use that long handle to good effect as he takes the Royal total past 230.
Yeah, that's well played. I think he picked the length very well. That's the key. I always believe picking the length. And looking at the left arm spinner bowling, I mean, he's obviously very, very successful, no doubt. But I mean, he appears not to use the crease too much. Seem to be delivering from a very wide angle all the time. So he would kind of bring the ball into the right-hander.
Very better comeback delivery by Amit. You're right. I think he's been pretty one-dimensional in terms of where he's landing. We'll get back to that. It's end of over number 69 for Royal, 232 for 7.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
Royal College still trailing by 70 runs. Udevela has a huge burden on his shoulders to take Royal through. Make sure that they don't kind of get bogged down. Keep that scoreboard ticking. Both these batsmen can handle the below. They've scored decent bit of runs during the season, but this is a totally different game. Thus far, the partnership has been pretty decent. They've weathered the storm. Dushen Nudula, who's playing his first Royal Thomian, has been impressive in terms of, like I said, a good exponent of the sweep shot to tackle the spinners, and that's been very effective for him. Oh, this is a good change of angle by Shanil Pereira. He's now coming round the wicket. He'll ask a lot more questions and put a sense of doubt in Udavela's mind, because the ball will be turning in, so he'll have to make sure he contacts or connects the ball when he plays that shot, covering the line.
I think the key is to get closer to the line of the ball. Now, he appears to be wanting to play that shot, so it can kind of lead into a false stroke. I would have liked to see that last full toss punch through extra cover, but instead he's aiming for the leg side. So obviously it could be a plan against the leg spinner. But Harun, now you see the reverse is a shot that we've seen with a lot of batters, the modern day batters, but I don't see it in the modern school cricket. Is it something that the coaches don't encourage, or it's just
I think it's to do with the stage at which you bring these shots out, especially when you're under pressure, you're still trailing behind. That's a shot that the batsman wouldn't kind of consider exploiting.
But also it's a release.
It's a release, it is. But considering the fact that Royal 7 down, I can understand if you're like past your half century or a century and you kind of are confident in seeing the ball with, very well, then using it makes sense. But in a situation like this, I doubt the batsman would kind of have that confidence.
No, let me kind of put it into perspective. I'm not saying they need to use it now. I'm saying overall haven't seen it, because we've seen spinners bowl on one side of the pitch and it becomes a really good release shot for batters to open up areas.
Yeah, so I believe, considering the fact that they play, oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute ripper. Dream ball that any leg spinner would like to bowl.
Let me tell you, this Pereira, young man, he seemed to bowl at the right pace and beautifully bowled. That is Shanil Pereira, brilliant bowling. Certainly, it surprised him because it turned and bounced.
Yeah, if he can land 6 balls right there. Oh, this time shot. That's in the air. But unfortunately, falling in no man's land for the Thomians. Didn't connect that whatsoever. The ball rushed onto him. In the meantime, they cross over for a single. That's the end of over number 70 for Royal, 234 for 7.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Getting back to that point of discussion, Roshan, on the reverse sweep being kind of utilized in modern day under-19 cricket. Since these guys play a lot of 2-3 day cricket, I don't think it's a tactic or a shot that's kind of exposed to, or which they practice very often. But if you take the 50 over game or the white ball game, looking at how our modern under-19 cricketers play versus those who have played in the past, they are better exponents of it. So like, I agree with you. I think it's becoming a staple stroke in modern day batting. And
see the point, I personally feel that it's one of the best additions to batting. I mean, yes, we do know the scoop and all that, but I love the reverse because it can completely challenge a bowler. I mean, let's assume that we got, okay, these are left arm spinners. Still, if he's probing, you can still, he's got a man at short third. So, but if he opens that area and goes with a deep backward point, you can still look to open those areas. That reverse sweep against an off spinner, a left hander against a right arm leg spinner probing outside the off stump. So those can challenge bowlers to think differently, change their fielding positions. So I feel if you're stable, if you're sure, and if you're willing to play it and add it to your repertoire, it's a wonderful addition.
Yeah, I'm with you, Roshan, on that. I can tell you for a fact that as a bowler, if I'm bowling to a left hand and if he starts reverse sweeping me, it will completely take me off guard, and all of a sudden I'm trying to find this fielder to protect that cover point region, which I'll have to take it from a very more crucial area.
Absolutely right, and it makes you think differently.
I think, as we go along, as the game evolves, I'm sure most of these youngsters will start deploying that as a very crucial aspect of their batting. But I think it has a lot to do with the level of confidence you have also coming into games like this.
I understand that. I fully understand that. It's just it's a point of discussion.
Good end to another very good over of Abid Parnavidana. 2 for 47 he has under his belt. 71 gone, 234 for 7 Royal.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
.234 for 7 Royal College, still trailing behind St Thomas's 302, and we see a change of bowling from the tennis court end. It's Rashawn Solomons, the right arm off spinner. I'm surprised that they have not brought Hettige, Rafael Hettige, who I believe is the main off spinner in the Thomian bowling lineup. Interesting choice.
There were some interesting choices by the Thomian captain. See, what I would actually, that's another point that I've seen, Haruna, you've been a spinner in your life, is the pace that the spinners have been bowling. Now, the leg spinner, the Pereira boy, who was bowling the previous over, he looked good to me. He had nice energy, good tip and drop. But by and large, I thought the spinners were firing it in. I really didn't see the loop, the revs on the ball. Not regularly. I mean, we've seen it, but I would have liked to see a little bit more of it in a game where you try and outsmart the batter. So lots of if one were to analyze, you would see now these are good over, but lots played off the back foot rather than off the front foot. So little things that one notices.
Yeah, I thought we saw a lot of that happening when the Royal spinners were bowling, in terms of not varying their pace. They were very one-dimensional for that matter. But I thought Abid Parnavidana and Shanil Pereira both the right pace on this track. Shanil Pereira, I think, was excellent in his release. You can see that bite of the wicket he's getting compared to when Ramiru was bowling. We were discussing that on the first day on how the ball was kind of slow off the pitch. So his release and his arm speed is very effective on a track like this. And having said that, Abid, as a tall left-arm spinner, gives a lot of revs to the ball. That brings the end to over number 72, 234 for 7 Royal.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
68 runs behind is Royal. Suryarachi will be facing Parnavidana.
Just on the point of this young man, he looks very good and he's someone who's got wickets and he's got a good record behind him. But Haroon, what I would really love to have seen, I know it could be a little bit too late in the day, but would have loved to see him using the crease, getting close to the stumps, looking to turn. So at the moment, as we discussed, he's giving the batter a clear sighter of what he's doing. So also the fact that he goes wide of the crease will not help him to we talk a lot about the rotation of the hip, and that's not easy going there at that end, that extreme. And then, oh, this is a good shot. This should run away to the boundary, I think. Yes, that's a welcome boundary. So real turn from around the off stump, or say middle and off, is going to be a challenge for the left arm spinner.
Yeah, Parnavidana erring in line this time, and like I've said, Udavela very effective in using this sweep shot. He scored a lot of his runs in this innings through this stroke. He's understood the field and placed it exceptionally well. Now bringing in confidence, young Udavela, just 15 years of age, playing mainly as the right arm off spinner who can bat. And thus far, whatever we've seen, it seems to be
he's looked good.
A good bat.
I'll tell you, he looks good. I wish he sort of doesn't rely too much on the sweep and look to play, open up areas on the offside rather than go with the sweep. But yes, you're right, he's been good with spin. The sweep has been very good, but he's just 15. He will develop and he will cultivate all those good habits as he goes along, but I think he's got the basic ingredients required.
I agree with you, Roshan. He's got what it needs to be a good batsman. Steady head, and he's been able to understand the situation. That's another key thing, especially at 15. You're generally considered very immature. You tend to play very rashly, but that does not seem to be the case. He's looked very circumspect, played the ball on its merit, and understood how he should kind of take on the spinners on a track like this, where you're getting some turn and bounce. Beautiful delivery, lovely one to end the over. 73 gone, 240 for 7 Royal.
Honor X9D, all angle ultra tough, IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
So there you go, some old Royal Thomaian facts in 1885. Royal College for 9 runs. They were bundled out by the Thomaians. And it's still the best bowling performance. It's a record probably never to be broken in the history of the Royal Thomaian. 240 for 7 here at the SSA. Once again, a good morning to all our viewers who are joining us from wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are. It's happening. It's the carnival atmosphere. Excellent cricket in the centre, and the enjoyment, the fanfare in every tent. It's loud, the music is loud, the Papare bands are playing, the flags are flying, and it's a real entertaining fiesta out here at the SSC. Suryarachi is on 9. Udavela, the youngster, he's batting well. He's moved to 26. He's a very good player. And Royal College trailed by 61 runs. As we welcome once again Fariz Maruf into the combox.
Hello Ricky, good to see you in high spirits from yesterday. Continuation is very important in a big match.
Certainly, most certainly. The spirits get higher as the day goes by, Mahan, especially after the lunch break and leading up into that tea session.
The big question, until what time will you be with us?
Question I cannot answer right now.
Talking about good spirits, I think the St. Thomas's College this morning have been wonderful, haven't they? They came in the morning with a clear plan and bowled to a plan, and especially the young left arm quick Iman Mendes, the spell he bowled this morning was wonderful. And even Abid Parnavidana, the left arm spinner, with his height, has made sure the runs making for the Royals have not been the easiest.
Yes, it has been a very good bowling effort, and no doubt about it that the Thomians have risen to the occasion. The part-timers too have stuck to their job. They came in with a plan, and they've justified and done well so far with the ball. The Thomians expected Royalists to probably get the runs, much more runs and quicker. But the Thomians have done really well to get rid of the top order, the powerful top order, and restrict the Royalists so far this morning.
Yeah, into the 23rd over this morning, and just 39 runs given away, and 3 wickets has been picked up. The game is going nowhere. I think St. Thomas's College had a clear plan to just bowl a good line, a good length, and wickets been lost in regular intervals at Royal College, never recovered. Overall, I think leading up to the lunchtime, which is going to happen in another just more than 35 minutes to go, Thomian certainly is in the driving seat, controlling stuff method. 242 for 7.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
So there you go, the Dialog pledge now. Look at that. 714,000, the pledge for the 147th Battle of the Blues. This is a tremendous effort by Dialog. It has been happening for the last few years, the pledge, and it has helped us so many that really needed these schools who are playing cricket. And this is a wonderful achievement. We are certain that by the end of the day, that amount is going to get much higher. And once again, a big thank you to Dialog Asiata for their contributions for the Royal Thomian.
I like this move by Thomian skipper to have a slip and a gully to the right-handed Surya Archie bowled by Parnavidana. The successful bowlers who have picked up wickets in first class cricket as well as test cricket at the SSC are the ones who picked up wickets with the bounce what SSC pitch has offered. Not much the turn, but this is where I think Parnavidana can be a useful customer. With his side, he releases the ball in a very good height. Doesn't necessarily turn every delivery, but is very effective since he's very accurate.
Yes, I think he's a bowler much better this year than what he has done in the past in the Royal Thomian. Came in as at a very young age a couple of years ago. Since then has developed his skills, his variety as well, using his height really well. I think now tends to bowl a bit more slower, and a variation of speed in his bowling has really helped him, especially on these surfaces, good batting tracks. You need those subtle variations to help you pick up wickets, and that's what I think Parnavidana has learnt over the years, and good to see him bowling well.
Spin in Parnavidana's family runs in. Even the younger brother of Abid Parnavidana, Akit Parnavidana, is an off spinner playing for the under 13 B side, who has picked up a lot of wickets in the last season.
Good young talent. I'm sure he will come up the ranks. I've seen him at the Junior Cricket Carnival, very active at St. Thomas's and doing his bit, enjoying the cricket. His father as well really backs them, puts in a lot of effort to ensure that their cricketing careers continue. As well as the Thomian dugout, they're trying to see how these boys can get another wicket here, much needed. There's a small hold up in play at the moment. We'll take a look what's happened. I think one of the players, is it an injury or are they needing some protection? But the SSC is looking wonderful. It's looking great. If you look around the ground, these pictures brought to you from ThePapare.com. They're doing a great job. Our cameraman, videographers, technical crew, you name it. Everyone is doing their fair bit of share to bring you these beautiful pictures here from the SSC. Wonderful production once again. As the players take a valuable break. 245 for 7. Well, Mahai, I think this year, unlike in the past years, you hadn't the opportunity to go about to some of those tents. I know you usually do, but unfortunately, due to the fasting, you haven't been able to do that this year.
Not only this year, even the last couple of years since the fasting was on. Not the best of timings for the men who fast during this month. But certainly the spirits will live in. Looking forward to the one-day game, at least, to visit my favorite buns.
Yes, it's going to be a festive there as well activity. The one day played under lights on the 28th of this month. It's going to be a real great affair, no doubt about it. Generally, the Mustangs Trophy, the one-day encounter, is very lively, and it's going to be even better under lights this year. So 244 for 7.
Yeah, the batsman certainly change of pads. Maybe not happy with the existing pad. That's what the delay is all about. And good time for the fielding side as well to rehydrate themselves. Though it's not looking that sunny, certainly it's energy sapping as the humid levels are quite high in the middle.
It's after that hold up in play. We are still to get underway. Up to 245 to 7, taking their time. The umpires, I think, are telling the players to quicken up. It's the batters now. There you go. The St. Thomas's College at Mount Lavinia. The beautiful school, the campus, as we may call it. A lot of old historical heritage buildings out there. Quadrangle. Oh, that bell, very, very famous. The basketball court next to the big club grounds. Those are the dressing rooms at the big club grounds. The digital scoreboard, the pool, and the Chapel of Transfiguration. Iconic location in Mount Lavinia. Iconic location in Sri Lanka, no doubt about it. STC at Mount.
Looking at how Parnavidana just having a grim in his face, probably not 100% fit. Feel like just having a bit of a muscle pain somewhere in his leg. That's turned. Probably the height as well would have created enough doubt on the umpire's mind. Nevertheless, a brilliant over comes to an end. End of the 75th is 245 for 7.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න. හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ග්‍රීන් කිවි යෝගර්ට්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද? ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
ස්පයිසි චැට් එකට ස්පයිසි සේවරි රස. මන්චි සේවරි nuts.
There you go, the fall of wickets. They haven't had many big partnerships. Royal College, they wanted their 3 senior players, Piris and Ramiro Pereira and Vimat Dinsara to come good, but unfortunately that didn't happen as expected. Ryan Piris a good 63, Ramiro Pereira 82, but Dinsara didn't make many, was out for 11. Because they are fine stroke makers and can get runs quickly. Ramiro Pereira, unfortunately, was dismissed when he was just a few runs short of breaking a record at the Royal Thomian. The big match run aggregate for Royal College. The record goes to Sumitra Varnakulasuriya and Bhanuka Rajapaksa. Overall, Ramiro Pereira fell short, and the highest aggregate from both schools is by Upeka Fernando. In the air, falls short, dive in effort. Just couldn't get there in time. Very, very lucky.
Ludisha Mathra gave the field at mid-on. Valiant attempt. Never going to get there, but just shows the commitment. Diving forward, one bounce, and easily could have passed him and gone for another couple of runs. This is what you like to see, with the fielder putting his 100% effort.
Oh, it's an attempt! That will go to the third umpire. No doubt about it. A mix-up in the center. Did he put in the dive? Did that save him? We'll have to wait and see.
I tell you what, I think this is curtains for Surya Arachi. That was wonderfully done.
Roll it forward. As much short of his ground and then he gets over. I'm ready to make my decision. Focus the line, please.
Our third umpire, Umpire Shanta Fonseca, says you have to go on your bike, mate. Is run out. What a mix-up. That was good awareness by the fielder and the bowler. He had to stretch to get to the stumps. He did that really well, Rashawn Solomons. And this is the breakthrough the Thomians were looking for before that lunch break. Surya Rachi has to depart. And yet another partnership has been broken. He's out for 13. 246 fight.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
So Uduwela, he's on 27. He's batting well. But is he going to run out of partners? That's what we have to wait and see. Thomians have been very good in the field. They held on to their catchers. Now they pulled off this run out as well. Umpire Amar Singh telling the batters get on now with the game. They're having a long chat there. Two very senior umpires, Ishar Chandrika Amar Singh and Ramindra Vimalasiri. It's a very difficult match, I'll tell you. The Royal Thomian to umpire out there in the center due to the noise around the ground, continuous noise, unlike in international games. So Mahiru Kodituaku has come into bat. Not much batting wise, but we'll have to wait and see what is his role. How is he going to play? What are the instructions to give to give Udavela much as the strike as possible? Will certainly be one of the instructions. Solomons is a gentle off spinners. He's doing a good job though. He's keeping it stump to stump, keeping things tight. Take a look at that run out after this. Oh, that's the run out. Put in the dive, but it was short.
Right throughout, the Thomian fielding efforts have been brilliant. Even the fielder at cow point who threw it, threw at one bounce rather than throwing to Rashawn on the full. That shows the game awareness. As soon as you go one bounce, the ball tends to skid on to the bowler. And even Rashawn had the presence of mind to get back or get next to the stumps and take the bails off. Those are the basics you least expect from the schoolboys, and that's where St. Thomas's College, for me, have done the basics well. Hence, they are doing well. 246 weight.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanaka. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
So 302 is what St. Thomas has got. Solomon's 66, Amaravira 52, Fernando 53 half centurions. Gamage, the youngster for me, was outstanding with the ball. 4 for 49. Shurerachi 3 for 64. De Silva 2 for 44. 246 for 8. Royal trail by here 56 runs. Ramiro Pereira, he was fantastic with that 82. Pires with 63. The skipper. And they really batted well. Uduvela 27 not out, is fighting hard. Parna Vidana will continue, coming left arm over. 2 slips now, looking to attack. Trying to put the new batter Kodituaku under pressure. Would love to see another fielder close in there near the bat on the onside. As well, Lunch approaching, he's a number 10.
Paranvidana for me will fancy his chance against Kodituaku. He's trying to turn the ball. That's a good shot. Playing against the turn, but we made sure his front foot is outside the line. But against the right-handed Kodituaku with a slip and a gully in place, I think what he has to do is to bowl a bit slower and bowl it just outside the off stump. Now that particular delivery being the second delivery of the over, he's trying to wrap the front pad. I think just bowl around the fourth off stump, especially to the right hander, and try and induce the edge.
Now he's got the ball to the left hander, Uduvela, one slip in position. Good sweep shot. They're employing the sweep shot against Parnavidana. This is good batting.
As they say, Ricky, when in doubt against a spinner, sweep. I think the risk you're taking against Abid Parnavidana, being tall and lanky, is the bounce.
Paris, I've been told that you're having a lot of fans out there and they wanted to see you, especially in that very colorful looking t-shirt as well.
I'm trying to be neutral, not wear anything blue, anything black, anything yellow. So first day I wore maroon, yesterday light green, I went for orange today.
That's fantastic. Good to have you with us, most certainly. Bringing that extra color, that extra experience as a player, as a commentator into the com box as well. There you go. What happened there? Dug it out into the ground probably.
That was a faster ball from Parnavidana, asking for the catch, but I thought watching it live that bounced before it was taken at the slips. But Chandrika, Amar Singh as well as Ramindra Vimla will probably have a chat and consult the third umpire just to make sure.
Yeah, it carried to him cleanly, but we'll take a look.
Start with the front foot, please. Yes, it's a fair delivery. Can I have the best angle, please?
Yeah, that was a very good decision. Once again, you could see it bounced just near the bat before reaching that slip field. So Kodituaku survives that scare. Parnavidana, though, he's bowling well. He's bowling with a good rhythm. And he's been on the mark, using all his experience after being playing 2 big matches before this. Was left out last year. But good to see him back with the ball this year, doing his bit. He's been consistent right throughout the season, picking up wickets. So has been Udavela with the bat. And as an all-rounder for Royal, 2 young players that have immense ability, talent and a future ahead of them. Goes for the sweep again. Takes it off the stumps, but well played by Kodituaku. He's very confident in playing that shot. Single to end the over. 77 done. 249 for 8.
Abans fridge kiyanne Abans fridge kiyanne Paulata harima fridge එකක් Abans family එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ fridge එක
Cricket match fun Prima කොත්තුමි තියනකම් Prima කොත්තුමි fun තමයි
Slow proceedings here at the SSC. Joined in the comm box with me, Malin the third with the game. Mali, thoughts on the game so far today?
Good afternoon. And, there's nothing much to discuss on the game. Looks like it's quite a slow-paced game. And this morning I thought like there could be a bit of a positive approach from the Royalists, but they seems to lose the grip here.
Yeah, surprising from both teams. Royal College would have wanted to pile up the runs today as soon as possible. Given that St. Thomas's hold the shield, they'd want to get them into bats and hopefully get them all out pretty soon. Hopefully make a game of this encounter.
My concern is like I understand, like I've been hearing like St. Thomas's supporters saying, "Oh, we get to keep the shield." That's great. That's fine. Because you deserve to keep it because you won it last time. But what's the point of like keeping a shield, not like just have that game, like that the game that people look forward to come here for the 3 days of watching some excitement cricket. So it's a bit of a controversial there because shield, yes, you get the shield when you win it, that's fine, but the result is the most important for me.
It's always about winning to retain the shield. Winning and retaining is always considered the royal way of doing it. So this is going to be a bit biased at the comm box right now, but the Thomian supporters, fret not, be online. We do have good things to say about St. Thomas's as well. They've slowed things down for Royal College today. Still trailing by 53 runs. But Mali, 5 minutes ago would have been the best time for all to declare. Thoughts?
I would love to think that, but I wouldn't at this point. The reason behind that was when they come to bat this morning, I was hoping they would at least try to get close to that 300 mark as soon as possible, giving them a chance of at least 30 plus overs max, right? So once they have that, then you feel like, okay, we have now gone over, we are not we don't have any deficits, so we have, I'll come back to that. So 78 overs gone, 249 for 8.
Abans fridge kiyanne Abans fridge kiyanne Paulata harima fridge එකක් Abans family එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ fridge එක
Welcome back, and Sumit Surya, and he has been holding the record for the highest score, a magnificent 197 in 1980. Goodness me, that could have been one of the longest innings.
Yeah, I believe it was a fresher that year as well, so props to that inning. Never seen something like that. Unfortunate, but some magnificent innings for sure we've seen throughout in the Royto encounters.
So going back to the point that I was discussing, so I expected for the Royalists to accelerate runs and just come close to the 300 mark. Then whatever runs you get after, it's a plus. So there's no chance of doing that now. It was too late. So declaring now, it doesn't make any sense to me, because in the meantime you don't want to put unnecessary under pressure to your team as well. And yeah, so what I would suggest, like, just get that 300 as soon as possible if you can. I know there's only 2 wickets in hand, and try and get close to that total first. That's a key, number one. And then bowlers come in, like, just bowl, like, with some basic sense, like, just keep hitting those line and lengths and wicket to wicket. And as Europe, you have played the game. So when a bowler keeps bowling at your wicket to wicket, you have to play the ball.
For sure, that's something that Royal did lack in the first inning. They didn't make the St. Thomas's batters really face up or play the ball. They were more often happy to have the ball sticking outside the wickets, keeping things tight and not allowing the batsmen to gain runs. But then Royal did make a courageous declaration last year under Gamini Pereira, so you never know. But you never know what Gampi has under his sleeves.
Did you say courageous? In my mind, it's quite a silly declaration. Listen, declaration was great, but my main concern was, like, have they had any opportunity to play those similar situations during the season? I don't know. So imagine, like, without training yourself and your team to play in a certain situation, how can you put yourself in a situation which you have not experienced? That's my concern. It was a good declaration, yes, I agree. But if they have prepared for that during the season, I think it could have been really, really effective.
Yeah, match preparation is definitely something that is key at the Roito, the big game. It's not just the usual season game. It's a lot of pressure, be it for a colorsman or a fresher. It's a lot of pressure.
Absolutely. This is a big stage, right? And this is what school boys dream. And it's not normal cricket, and people may say, oh, it's just a game, but it's not.
Seemed very close. Slip caught on the wicket keeper. Lit up instantly. Umpire, not so. Yeah, definitely bat hitting the ground just as the ball passed it. Slip in a gully for Gimhan. Field setting was quite interesting today as well from St. Thomas's. They did have a fairly spread out field when they had most of the new batters come in. Allowed them to settle themselves in. Ramiru Pereira today losing out on a significant milestone of the encounter. Here we see the highest aggregates by an individual at the Battle of the Blues. St. Thomas's Upeka Fernando, cream of the crop, 395 at the top. Dulip Mendes 386. And then the Royalists, Sumitra Varnakula Surya 386. Banagraja Paksa, Road. And today, Ramiru just falling short. So that probably could have been that 30 runs that we're missing on the scoreboard if Ramiru did accelerate in the morning once he had himself settled in. As we come to the 79th, 249 for the loss of 8.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called Happiness Cards.
This is what the game has looked like for the past 2.5 days. We're in the third and final day of the 147th Battle of the Blues. Crowds coming in, typical scenes now for the third day at the Royal Thomian. Kodituaku shuffles for a quick single. And that's 250 up for Royal College. Still the 52 runs behind St. Thomas's first inning total.
And do you know how many overs there will be before lunch? Like probably 2?
Quite likely 2. That's what I was just checking if we are playing till 12. So if they do operate with the spinners, most likely 2 overs just before lunch. And most likely a declaration, hopefully, at least on my books. Solomons has bowled 7 overs, been economical, but yet to pick up a wicket.
With all the spinners I've seen, like, there's a lack of creativity there, I feel. Just bowling in one line and let just, batter can leave all day alone. So they're not making any challenges. So I want them to ask a lot of questions from the batter. Just, bowl wicket to wicket and turn one. You have to have a variation if you're a spinner. But it's just a little casual.
Yeah, both bowling teams did seem to lack that fire and that intent of picking up wickets. They were quite happy to just let the batters settle themselves in and make a mistake themselves rather than attack and try to take wickets. So both bowling teams paying the price for it. It's been slow get going for predominantly both innings.
And I agree, to win a game, you have to have bowlers to take 20 wickets. But bowling like this, getting even half of 20 is impossible.
Yeah, just trying to see how many wides have been bowled in the day. Today, St. Thomas's have tried to bowl that outside off line. Again, I don't see the purpose of it. Not wicket taking or attacking.
So, talking spectators' point of view, and I'm sure people around the world and people who come out of the grounds, they would like to see some exciting cricket. And the more exciting it is, they can have a lot of fun. But at the moment, I've been to a couple of tents and they were just having a drink and just watching the game. It's a bit of a dull atmosphere. I can feel that energy, low energy. And it's finishing off 80th over. Royal 252 for 8.
So that's lunch at the 147th Battle of the Blues, third day. Royal College 252 runs for the loss of 8 wickets at the end of the 80 overs.
And I don't think they are considering the declaration at the moment. And honestly, if I was in that team, I wouldn't, because you just want to get close to 300. Then you can think about with the situation what you want to do going forward. But I guess the Royalists couldn't achieve what they wanted to achieve, especially losing Papare. And I think he had the best innings so far, in my opinion, because as soon as he got into the wicket, he's just playing quite freely, and you can see that, and the energy level was good. His approach was brilliant. Unfortunately, he couldn't make a big one.
Yeah, Papare definitely missed out on that big opportunity. He played himself very well. He's looked confident from the get-go. But just that 82 runs of Pereira, the highlight for Royal, apart from skipper Pires adding in the 63. So the only two batters who have made a decent mark on the scoreboard for Royal.
So far for the session summary, they have ball 28 overs and 77 runs taken. Not too bad, but I believe like if we had Pereira for some time, I'm sure this could have been somewhere like 3-figure mark, and they have lost 4 because that was the killer. I think that's what brought the Royals' positive approach to not so positive. And if you can see, the run rate is just close to 3. And I hope at least the next 2 sessions to play for, just to give some bit of excitement for the crowd who has been here for almost 2 days, and to have a good memory of this game.
Yeah, more crowds to come in today as well. So as mentioned, Pereira and Pires adding on the brunt of the runs for Royal College. Udavela put in a good 29 unbeaten off of 72 deliveries, assisted by Surya Rachi, was unfortunately run out. But Royal College just a 252 runs, 50 runs behind St. Thomas's still. Slight overcast conditions, slight grey clouds starting to roll in above the scoreboard as well, which might also play in the minds of the camps.
Looking at the St. Thomas's bowling lineup, they have used 7 bowlers, and the most impressive one for me was Wendis. He's bowling really well. When he had the new ball, he was always attacking the batter, where he got good results, as you can see on this card. The next is Parnavidana, managed to pick up 2 wickets, and the rest of the bowlers were I felt like more like a part-timers. So just bowling one side of the wicket, just to, I didn't see much of an attacking approach from them, apart from Mendes. And if you attack much often, you will get results.
Yeah, both teams, both bowling sides, paying the price for it. Seem to lack that fire. See the match highlights of the early morning. Brilliant take by wicket keeper there. Then Pereira got on his way, but lost his wicket to a good ball again by Mendes. Arnavitana kept things tight, was rewarded with De Silva's wicket. And from there, Uduvela kept on playing that sweep shot to good effect, piled on some runs. Lack of concentration and communication from Royal. So that's the match summary for you. Just at lunch on the 3rd day of the 147th Battle of the Blues. Royal College still trailing by 50 runs. We are yet to know if they declare or come and pile on a few more runs in the next session.
You can see this pie here. Most of the session had gone to St. Thomas's way so far, and you can see how the session has been shifted, and dominating a session from St. Thomas on the day 1, then to Royal. But I feel like they never take some of there were a lot of missed opportunities. They had the chances, they had the opportunities and the momentum, but easily they will hand over back to the other team. So something that these both teams need to understand: when you have the momentum, you have to dominate. not to give any chances to, come back into the game.
Hopefully, we do see 2 more sessions of exciting cricket. But as we take a quick break, we move to our commentary to our studio, to Roshana Bisinga, to our lunchtime chat show.
Well, it's lunch, as we know, on day 3, 77 runs and 4 wickets is all what Royal had. And, this game doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I'm not going to say anything. I rather ask my guests who are here. Former captain Harun Maujood, former vice captain Danushka Colombo. Where is the game going?
You just said it, Prashant. Nowhere.
I'd rather hear it from you.
Rather very dull session. I thought Royal would try to kind of enforce something because it is they who kind of had to make a match out of it. Ramiru Pereira's wicket, from that point onwards, you just knew that things weren't going to go in Royal's favour. The rate at which they were scoring never showed any intent of kind of trying to get to that Thomian total as fast as they could. So I don't think anything significant is going to happen, and Royal will just kind of try to bat on and get past the 300, probably declare after lunch, maybe batting 1 hour after lunch.
Well, I want to expand on that, but let's take a look at the batting card first. That's for Royal. As I said, not a great session again, just 77 runs and 4 wickets. And Royal resumed overnight 4 down, and now they're 8 down for 252. Ramiru Pereira 82 of 123, and skipper Papare 63, the standout performers as far as Royal is concerned. And let's take a look at the Thomian bowling. I thought Gimhan Mendes, the young left-arm quick, 4 for 59, looked very, very impressive. This is still the Royal card. And we can take a look at the bowling of St. Thomas's. Parnavidana has 2 for 59, the left-arm spinner who opened the bowling, but it's been Mendes, Gimhan Mendes, who's been absolutely impressive with 4 for 59. St. Thomas's too, trying quite a few bowlers. I'm a bit surprised that the leading off spinner Hettige has just bowled 7 overs for 37 runs, but well, that's how it goes. But how many bowlers have they tried? 7 bowlers for St. Thomas's. Royal 252 for 8 at lunch. Right, so that's where the game is now. Danushka, I'm coming to you because Harun said the game's not going anywhere. So I think I tend to agree, and I don't think you have anything different. But my question to you is, why is it? I mean, you're talking of 3-day cricket. You talk of 2 evenly matched teams. Yeah, okay, maybe Royal slightly ahead with their batting, but St. Thomas's have a good group of bowlers. But why are games played like this?
I think it's the mindset from the start. If you look at both teams had a chance to make a match of it. The Thomians got off to a great start, 100 for no wickets, and at that point they could have easily gone towards 350, 400 runs declared, put Royal into bat, got them out twice, push for a result. Then Royal coming into bat would have had the chance to be more aggressive, come close to that 300 run mark, put the Thomians back in and make a match of it. But I think what changed is after Ramiru Pereira got out, they went into a shell again.
And did the interest die?
I believe so. I mean, the way the last session was going, it looked like they were not looking for the quick singles or any declaration in mind.
Well, whilst all this happens, there were a few bright sparks, and one of them was that catch by Stevon Paris. What an outstanding catch that was. I think you need to take a look at it. That would be a catch that a lot of people will want to talk and remember. We both spoke, or all of us spoke about the game not going too far, but take a look at this. How he changed direction, and an outstanding catch. Yasiru Dissanayake, of course, he's the batter, but Stevon Paris, what an outstanding catch. See, what's so sensational and great about it is how he changed direction. See, that's what we need to talk about, and that I think is the key. And as a wicket keeper, we do know that wicket keepers don't want to dive too much, they try and move, but he had to dive, and a super effort. Sadly, I don't have a wicket keeper here, but I can certainly get both of you to talk as fielders. How good was that?
Absolutely. Danushka, mind you, was one of the best fielders during my time.
Right, let's go to him.
At St. Thomas's,
right.
I think he's very quick on his feet. He's not so big made. Very quick to change direction, and I think that's what anticipation is very good. and hand-eye coordination, everything goes together. I think that's what.
Yeah, that was a stunning catch. That was a stunning catch. And another point of interest was Ramiro Pereira, because everyone's expecting him to get 100. Everyone hoping that that aggregate will be surpassed. But unfortunately, dismissed today, just couldn't go on. He'll remember the innings. He'll be in that top-notch run getters, but it's quite unfortunate that he missed out on 100.
Absolutely, I think his intent would have been, to see off Imhan Mendes initially. This is his innings package. He played some flamboyant strokes last evening. Took the attack to Rafael Henrique, which kind of took him out of the bowling, and then subsequently he really played some shots all over the park, all around the park for that matter. It's one of the best shots, the pick-up shot of Imhan Mendes. And this morning he was rather subdued because we know conditions were overcast. Imhan Mendes was asking a lot of questions with that ball, and unfortunately he tried to kind of create something out of nothing and nicked and had to get to the pavilion.
Right, so now I also need to find, I'm not asking a royalist because it will be a very biased opinion, but I rather ask you, how good is Ramiro Pereira? I mean, how would you rate him? Well, looking ahead, I mean, we've just seen, work in progress as one would call it, young cricketer showing so much of potential, had the nerve to survive. You were talking about how strong he was, how he took the spinners on. So it's quality to work with. So how would you see him going forward?
I think he's a great potential not only for Royal. I think the Sri Lankan team in the future. He's already in the under-19 squads, I believe, and if you see his records in the Royal Thomian, he has got a lot of big scores, and today he just missed the highest aggregate by 20 runs. As
20
runs and the Royal record by 12 runs. So unlucky to miss out. I think it's a good. He's a very good potential for Sri Lanka cricket going forward.
Yeah, so we're talking of a player who carries a lot of potential. I mean, yes, he got an 80+ knock, but it's sometimes not the runs, but it's the way you score and how you look, and in the eyes of the critics, how they would evaluate you. So Ramiro Pereira has got thumbs up from both my guests and from most others watching him. Now, in the meanwhile, if you haven't seen the dismissals of Royal batters, I think we can show it to you now.
I think Mendes has been the main wrecker for the Royal batting lineup. Abid Parnavidan really bowled well with the ball yesterday. This, I believe, was one of the crucial wickets that Royal lost. Vimat Dinsara, a lot was expected of him. And probably the turning point in Royal's inability to kind of take the scoring rate much more faster was that Rehan's wicket last night or last evening. Imhan Mendes bowled a fantastic spell this morning, bowled 7 overs on the trot. Really gave his heart out. He was supported by some overcast conditions and overnight rain also causing the ball to kind of move on the surface. And Royal kind of just lost their way. Last wicket to fall before lunch. Excellent piece of fielding by Pereira at extra cover. Hitting that crucial 8th wicket for St. Thomas's.
Right, so let's take a look at where the game is and let's take a look at the match summary. And then you'll know where the game is. Sorry, Royal still trail by 50 runs, 252 for 8, St. Thomas is 302. So still 20 wickets not fallen, still 18 wickets, and see how the sessions have been shared. I think most sessions have been shared. No team have actually gone on and won sessions regularly. So we'll show you how the sessions have progressed. So far, this is day number 3, and we've had 7 sessions. And how many has Royal won, and how many have St. Thomas's won? Let's see. Right, so that's how it looks. Those black ones, those black lines, or the black slabs are where St. Thomas's have won. Quite a few yellow, in fact 3 yellow. So Royal have won more sessions than St. Thomas's, and 2 sessions, yeah. Well,
I don't think any school, any team has kind of dominated those sessions. It's been marginal calls.
Indicator, but it appears meaningless, isn't it, Danushka?
If it was one session, it was the first session on the first day where the Thomians dominated. From there onwards, I don't think any of the teams really dominated any session.
I don't think they wanted to dominate.
I think you put it out really well. No team wanted to dominate.
Yeah, it's not about trying to be negative about the two schools, but it's more factual, unfortunately. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us. It was such a pleasure and a privilege to talk to two distinguished old boys.
Thanks, Roshan.
And pick on your mind and pick on your brain, and then also get your thoughts, your views about the Royal Thomaian. Well, we're all very excited. We're still very excited because there can be a lot of anything could happen. It could rain.
Exactly.
So things like that. So the unexpected could happen. But for the moment, we're going to take a break, and then you can join us when the post-lunch session starts.
From Nestle.
Saratona enjoy karanga party ekata go.
Night Go pocket perfume. Youth ekata go ekak.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද? ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
Spicy chat ekata. Spicy savory rasa. Munchy savory nuts. Dam doom ding belana. Stick penna. Yeah, me up hell belana. Stick penna. Yeah, Devi late belana. Stick penna. Aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi. Munchy sticks, racing stick penna.
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate racing, munchy sticks. Stick penna.
That was summer refresh when the train ekata go.
Night Go pocket perfume. Youth ekata go ekak.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්කරු.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Hello, ball on the classic got to go.
Black Night Go pocket perfume. Youth ekata go ekak.
Cricket match fun. Prima kotumi tiyanaka. Prima kotumi fun tamai.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
අව්ව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom Perfumed Body Spray.
දෙන එක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දින එක කැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare Blast
From Nestle.
Dam doom ding belana stick bender ya me up hell belana stick bender ya baby late belana stick bender aturu mituru dama divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick venna
Strawberry vanilla chocolate racing munchie sticks stick venna
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ සහිත New Dale Green Tea Yogurt ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
blast blast make a flavor blast make it Papare blast patu en rasa kanna blast hoina item make it Papare blast blast make it Papare blast flavor blast make it Papare blast blast make it Papare blast flavor blast make it Papare blast blast make it Papare
Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare Blast
From Nestle.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ සහිත Anchor New Dale Flavored Milk ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
අබාන්ස් ෆ්‍රිජ් කියන්නේ පවුලට හරිම ෆ්‍රිජ් එකක්. අබාන්ස් ෆැමිලි එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ ෆ්‍රිජ් එක.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Prima Kotumi Fantamai
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard
and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත New Dale Drinking Yogurt. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotics සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Dale.
ටකට පැකට් එකේ කොත්තු රහට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. सासूस दाया दिवे लुनु मिरिसट टेम्पो हैपे मैलिबन टेम्पो हैपे කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ वाव चीज मैक्स රසේ चीज अनियन टेम्पो हैपे मैलिबन टेम्पो हैपे කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ කොත්තු ලුණු මිරිස් चीज and onion රසට मैलिबन टेम्पो हैपे කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත Anchor New Dale Flavored Milk. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
හඳුන්වාදන කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. ක්‍රන්චි කටගැස්මකට ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් තයි. ස්පයිසි වයිබ් එකට ස්පයිසි ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් ස්ට්‍රීට්. ෂෙයා කරන් කන්න ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් පොප්කෝර්න්. රස ඩබල් කරන බාර්බිකියු සෝස් සමග කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත New Dale Drinking Yogurt. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
Hello, ball on the clouds, second to go. Black night go. Oh, I'm a capital pen of the second to go. Black night go. That was some refreshment, the train, they got to go. Black night go. Saratama, enjoy, get on the body, you gotta go. Black night go.
Black night go. Pocket perfume. You take it a go, ekak.
හඳුන්වාදන කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. ක්‍රන්චි කටගැස්මකට ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් තයි. ස්පයිසි වයිබ් එකට ස්පයිසි ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් ස්ට්‍රීට්. ෂෙයා කරන් කන්න ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් පොප්කෝර්න්. රස ඩබල් කරන බාර්බිකියු සෝස් සමග කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත Anchor New Dale Flavored Milk. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ඉතින් එයා හොත්ද? ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
ස්පයිසි චැට් එකට ස්පයිසි සේවරි රස මංචි සේවරි nuts.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
ටකට පැකට් එකේ කොත්තු රහට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. සාසුස් දයි අදිවේ ලුණු මිරිසට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. Wow cheese max රසේ. cheese onion ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. කොත්තු ලුණු මිරිස් cheese and onion රසට. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports.
Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com.
Testing one.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to this post-lunch session here at the 147th Battle of the Blues. It's the final day and Royal going into lunch 50 runs behind St Thomas's, 252 they had on the board for the loss of 8 wickets, and St Thomas's 302 all out in their first innings. So it's still the first innings that Royal are playing, and there's a bit left in the day, but what direction this match takes will be entirely dependent on how the boys come out of this post-lunch session, what they've been told by their coaches. That's the summary so far. St Thomas is making 302 in their first innings, largely thanks to Reshawn Solomons, and of course that first wicket partnership between Amaravira and the skipper. 250s there as well, so 350s for the Thomians, and Royal 252. Ramiru Pereira was the man who led the charge there, and Rehan Pires, the captain, also getting a half century. He will count himself unlucky the way he got out yesterday, but some excellent bowling by Paranavidana as well, who managed to make the game a little interesting in the pre-tea session, but the evening session belonged almost entirely to Royal. Joining me in the commentary box, former Thomian captain Johan Pires, and looking over the ground as the crowds quietly filter back in to their tents. Johan, it's a interesting time of day. Royal College, as the graphic shows us, trailing by 50 runs, and you, if you were the Royal coach, would probably have declared.
Good afternoon. Yes, I would have declared that at the score now, giving a 50-run lead to St Thomas's, and I'm hoping that they may bat for maybe another 5 overs and declare, or they will be all out by then. But we are interesting afternoon, and let's see how it pans out.
Royal declared last year, and that was a sporting declaration. I thought it was an outstanding declaration, and St Thomas has batted really well to manage to chase that game down. But a lot of Royal is coming out on social media at the end of that game and saying perhaps that Royal were a little too brave, as it were, that they that declaration was unnecessary. But what are your thoughts on that, Johan? I thought it was a fantastic declaration. Obviously, people say that Thomians thought it was great because we won, but it was a really good way to bring that game back to life.
At the end of the day, it is cricket that benefited by that. And it was nice to see a young boy, whether it came through the direction of the coach to make a declaration. It could have gone either way.
Here the umpires coming out, and they've been under the spotlight as well. Not too many line decisions, but yesterday there was a controversial catch at first slip which could perhaps have changed the game. Ramiru Pereira was the man who benefited from that decision in a very eventful over. Johan, I'm not sure if you caught it, but
both teams coming onto the field now for the post-lunch session. 252 for 8, and got another 67 overs left for the day to go.
So our wish has not been granted. Royal have not declared at lunch, and Mahiru will take this one forward. Mahiru Kodituakku is 3 of 13 balls at the moment, but Dushane Uduwala was the man who took the attack to the Thomian bowlers just before lunch, and they will try to close that gap as much as they possibly can. Interesting to see whether Royal will declare maybe 20-30 runs behind, or whether they will want to get a first innings win, as it were.
I would say that they would actually give St. Thomas's a good chance to make a match of this by declaring at about 275. That gives them a 27 run lead, and that will be a good start for them as well.
Gimhan Mendis is the man with the ball. He's changed ends, and he was very good for St. Thomas's in the first session of the day. Promising left arm pace bowler. Hits the right areas, Johan.
He has been bowled brilliantly actually, and he's done 17 overs throughout the day. I think he's bowled continuously for 8 overs in the morning session, which is quite a lot at this time, the heat and the humidity. Let's see how he bowls with a change of end, whether he's going to get something out of the wicket now.
This is the end at which he troubled Royal's better batsmen, both Rehan Peiris and Ramiro Pereira. It will be interesting to see whether he can get the same kind of lift that he got yesterday. Dushane Uduwala has played a very important hand for his team. 29 not out at the moment. He's faced 72 balls to get there as well. 2 4s and a 6.
And bowling to a slip, a gully, cover, extra cover, deep extra cover and a mid-off. And on the leg side, a mid-wicket, square leg and a mid-on.
Uduwala will be the man on strike. To Gimhan Mendis. Sri Lanka under 17 cap. So he runs in for the first ball after lunch. Just a little bit too far outside the leg stump, but that's the kind of length that Gimhan needs to be bowling, isn't it, Johan?
Yeah, it's a good length ball. Slightly, if he had some movement there, he may have been bowled. It was pretty close to the leg stump. But he's getting a good line and length bowling even from this side.
17 overs for the Thomian solitary fast bowler. Going into this big match with just a one quick. He's done 2 men's work for sure. It's better from Mendis taking it away from the left-hander, but a little too wide on the outside off stump that time. Was outside on the grounds during the lunch break, Johan, and the crowd seems to have resigned itself to another draw. But there's still a bit left in this game if the teams want to make the most of it.
That definitely is a chance of it happening. So let's hope in the next 5 overs we might see a declaration or them being all out.
That's the perfect line. Almost a perfect length from Gimhan Mendis. Uduwala chasing it and lucky that he didn't get an edge. Playing well outside the line of his body, and Stefan Peiris, the wicketkeeper, has been amongst the catchers this morning.
Stefan, I must say, took 2 brilliant catches this morning. You're quite right, Stefan. And from what I hear, he's one of the top-rated wicket keepers at this age group.
Yes, very promising player, Stefan Peiris, from the little we've seen of him. It's better from Gimhan. It's a difficult thing for teenagers to be asked to bowl in spells, isn't it, Johan? Because they think in overs or they think in balls, but to think in spells is quite a mature thing to ask of these players.
It is. I don't think they've got that exposure yet, but hopefully it'll come with time. And come again. I think he's got another 4 years to play for college.
That one moved, late swing, but it was way too wide to cause Udawala any trouble. Well, that'll be encouraging signs for Mendes. Had a few problems with his front foot last evening, but he seems to have figured that out. Again, Udawala showing the tendency to play well away from his body, so that would encourage the left arm seamer.
That's the end of the over, 253 for 8.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
So the lead under 50 now on this third day. Udawala getting a single off that last ball, and it's Rashawn Solomons who's come on for the second over after lunch. Played away onto the offside. No run. Solomons is a canny bowler, isn't he? One of those Aravinda De Silva type of off spinners. Batsman who knows what the batsmen are trying to do. Tries to flight that one, and well met by Udawala, who smashes that down to the sweep on the boundary, where Parnidana fields it safely. There's a wonderful drone shot from our Papare crew, bringing us over this picturesque SSC ground. As a pilot yourself, you'll appreciate this, as this ground used to be a airfield, wasn't it, Johan, back in World War II times?
I thought it was further down.
Maybe even Colombo. World War I times.
Maybe around that time, yes.
Solomons continues. He's got a wide, deep slip there.
Pulling a fairly decent length at the moment.
It's good from Solomons too, the right-handed Kodithuakku. He's the tail ender. They'll want to put some pressure on him. Would you like to see a little bit more of someone in his eye line, Kodithuakku's eye line, Johan, as the spinners are on?
Doesn't seem to be much turn in there. It seems to be coming in straight through. That's the end of the over, 254 for 8 in 82 overs.
Melbourne tempo happy, Katagasena rase. Sasus daya dire lunu miri sata tempo happy. Melbourne tempo happy, Katagasena rase. Wow cheese maxa rase, cheese onion tempo happy. Melbourne tempo happy, Katagasena rase. Kottu lunu miri cheese and onion rosetta. Melbourne tempo happy, Katagasena rase.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from...
Mendes continues from the scoreboard end. Vidya Mao at the end, and it's right on the money. There's a nice shape on the ball, and as you said, Johan, he's not a small lad and he's got a fair bit of growing to do. He's still 17 years old or 16 years old.
I'm looking forward to seeing him playing for the next 4 years. That'll be a huge improvement in his action, his commitment to the sport as well, and especially playing for college.
The fabled cold stent, jam-packed with revelers. That's a good line from Gimhan.
That's a good ball.
He's bowled 2 outswingers so far in this over. Can he set Udavela up? Will he follow this up with another outswinger and then an in-swinger, or will he lose patience and bring this back inside? Dotted down, but no chance of a run there as the Thomian infield keeps the pressure on, not letting the Royal batsman rotate the strike too much, which is one way of really building the pressure on Udavela.
I'm just hoping that we will see a declaration of some sort in the next 2 to 3 overs and make a match of this one. If not, it's going to be another dull, dreary draw.
Well bowled and well fielded as well. So that's 4 balls that he's bowled in exactly the same spot to Dushan Udavela. Not sure we're going to get what you hope for, Johan.
Let's have, you could always live in hope, but you're right, it's not going to happen, I can see Shanaka.
And that's a really good over from Gimhan Mendis. He's got one more ball, one more opportunity at Dushan Udavela. What will he do with this? He's been just short of a length outside the off stump. Does he dig this one in? He's already got a wicket with a bouncer, mind you.
That was a maiden over, 254 for 8 in 83.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running.
Solomons continues. Looks nonplussed as Rashawn Solomons. The spinner's not really getting much out of the pitch. But I would like to see Abid Parnavidana get another spell. That's a educated edge. Goes all the way down to the boundary to add insult to injury. But first slip should probably have done a little better.
It was not a difficult height. It came at a pretty decent height. But never mind. That was the 4 runs there. Goes to 258 for 8.
Aaron would like his time again, I'm sure. Really a very catchable ball. Came at a nice height, a nice pace as well. It wasn't flying off the edge. Solomons will shake his head as he walks back to the mark, and as a first slip, you'd rather be beaten on your outside than have the ball go between your keeper and yourself.
And I think it was his left hand as well, so to be fair, it may not have been easy for him to take the catch.
It's been a story of missed opportunities even for Royal in the first innings. Kodituaku on strike. And that's better from the Royal tail ender. As Solomons finishes that over, it's 258 for 8 in the 84th.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Back to win the rasa kanna blast. Hoina item, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare.
Rasa patu ena Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle. Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Mendes continues his fourth over for the afternoon.
Good bowling for Mendes. He's been the pick of the bowlers for St. Thomas's today. They had a bit of a conference at the top of Mendes' mark before he started this over, Johan. What do you think that the captain may have been telling his quick?
Try and keep the same line that he's been bowling. He's been bowling very, very well. He's got it the right line. He has not been hit around, and just keep bowling like that. Hopefully he'll get some movement in the next few balls. Let's wait and see.
Just a little bit more of an effort ball and dragging it down leg stump. He'd been keeping it well outside the off stump of Udawela all this time. Just tried something a little different. Having a chat to Abid Parnavidana, the experienced left arm spinner, just to ask him what he thought he should do next.
That was a bouncer. Just gone harmly over his head. He's bowled so well, I don't know why he needs to keep bowling bouncers. He can actually keep bowling the way he is and let the batsman play and make a chance for him to get out as well.
Maybe just wants to keep Udawela honest with regard to his front foot play, Johan. Was tending to get forward and be comfortable on that front foot. Just wanted to remind him that he's not entitled to camp out there. Just give the batsman something to think about, perhaps. Straight back onto that off stump line, jagging it back inside. Can see he enjoys his bowling, doesn't he, Johan? He's not one of these plodders. He comes along and expects something to happen every ball.
He does make a very big effort, and I'm really looking forward, like I said before, that this next 3 years is going to be exciting.
Certainly an exciting prospect, not just for St. Thomas's, but Sri Lanka junior cricket as well. If he can continue in this way and stays fit. That's another genuine edge, just falling short. Lovely bit of bowling. That ball held its line, and on the first bounce to Amaravira at first slip.
That's good thinking. He brought in another slip now, and that's good positive cricket.
Moved across, and that's a good shout. Certainly a good shout.
It was a good shot. May have been just trickling down the leg side there. Let's see what the replay says.
Did have a bit of a shuffle, Udawela, across the stumps just before he played that ball, but we'll look at that replay as we come back. And in the commentary box,
Come join the people cheer. Are they finally here? A whole new era with the joy of rich cocoa. Whole life's a treat again. So good it's almost insane. With a chocolate star by the name of Roccoa.
Say hola to Rich Berry Roccoa. Chocolates made from premium cocoa. Fillings and flavors for the full fiesta.
Yes, the name is Roccoa. Go cherry clothes and fun. It's time for Roccoa. Come taste La Vida Cocoa.
Welcome back. Udawela on 31, Koditoaku on strike on 7. This innings going nowhere. Royal need to be a lot braver than what they are showcasing at the moment. This partnership, 12 runs of almost 10 overs. This is just nothing cricket. Roshan, what are your views?
Well, I don't think I'm very, very different from what you're thinking. I feel that we're not going anywhere as a game. As a game, I honestly believe I've been rubbing it in a little bit too much, but I felt that okay, Royal decided to put St. Thomas into bat. That's fine. So from that point onwards, St. Thomas has had the chance to make it happen. 80 for no loss, and then not getting what they should have got at the end of day one. I thought that's where it actually prevented from the game moving quickly.
But from a Thomian perspective, I can understand. They've come here with a weaker side, just one fast bowler. They've packed the team with batsmen because they haven't faced more than 60 overs that often during the season. So what the objective they've achieved. But Royal, on the other hand, need to call the shots. And with the Shield lost, they made a wrong declaration last year. Right now, they're making a wrong decision by prolonging the declaration.
To start with, I thought if Royal were looking to win, they should have batted first. I felt that was a good surface to bat, and it turned out to be a very good surface. So
yeah. So in hindsight, I think makes sense. But from a Royal perspective, I favoured bowling first because they came into the game with 3 fast bowlers, and they had a very weak bowling attack. So whatever chance of getting 10 wickets, they had to get the fast bowlers. The early breakthroughs were what was needed. And on that occasion, Udawela taking a quick double. So Royal trail by 41 runs. So my thought or my perspective was the decision is debatable. But if you went ahead with the decision, you should have bowled your premier fast bowler. You don't start with 2 15-year-old freshers.
No, I respect your judgment because you know much better than I do about the two teams. And yes, certainly. Out this time. Quite a soft dismissal. Short and wide. And he found the man at backward point. So that is the end of Udawela, and Royal lose their 9th.
Can we pray that there will be a declaration for the sake of the game? And I think it is. So Udawela departs, and with that, finally, Royal have decided to declare. There we see the last little bit of bounce, and was safely held by Chanel Pereira. Solomons has his first wicket. Udawela departs for a well-compiled 33 of 94 deliveries. 261 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Yeah, finally a declaration has been made, but I really can't see any meaning in it. But still, it's quite good for the game because it gives the Thomians the opportunity to try and maybe repeat what Royal did in the last year, set a target to try and chase down in the fourth innings, if that's anything to be considered. But I don't think
that's never happened in Roshad. So Thomas will never declare. So it's for all to attack, get the wickets, because I watched the Royal Thomian from, we'll see the batting card before I come back to my point. Leonaracci didn't trouble the scorers. Piris, the skipper, made a good half century. Gangewatta and Dinsara got starts, but Pereira came out with purpose. Fifth-year colorsman missed out with being the leading aggregate run getter at the Royal Thomian by 12 runs. He scored 82. And then Udawela and Suryarachchi got into double figures. Royal made the declaration at 261 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Right, what about the Thomian bowling? Very impressed with the man right at the top. Mendes 4 for 60 of 20 overs. Parnavidana has got 2, but the rest of the bowling has struggled with the wicket for Nimsara and Solomons.
It's a pity that Shanil Pereira didn't get any wickets. I thought he bowled well, the leg spinner. And if you look at the Thomian bowling, it's Mendes, Parnavidarana and Pereira, Shanil Pereira. Just 3 main bowlers and the rest were trying what we call the fillers. So fall of wickets, first wicket without any runs on the board. So that was the wicket, the first one to go in the first over. Gimhan Mendes got the better of Hirun. Then a little bit of stifling by the spinners, Gangewatta, and that was a big wicket. Plum in front, the under-19 youth cap Mimad Dinsara. Then the Dibbly Dobbler got a wicket, big wicket of the skipper, and then was bounced out and well held by the wicket keeper Stefan Pires. That was a big wicket too on 82. Thinnish outside edge off the face rather. Then a wild hoik. Hirun took the bait and got out. And that was a very good fielding. No run, a good throw, and he was run out by Miles. And the final wicket. A little bit of bounce, a loose shot, and that was the 9 wickets to fall. Summary for the game: St. Thomas has made 302, Royal 261 for 9. We take a small break, and when we come back, it will be St. Thomas's batting in their second essay.
Abans fridge kiyanne Abans fridge kiyanne Paulata harima fridge ekak Abans family ekata hariyana ape rate fridge එක
Hot and spicy fun hit එක ගන්න අපි සැවේ මේ පාරක් හතර අතට දෙනවා අපි වැඩේ Prima කොතුමි fun තමයි
Halun Vadana Keys Crest Ultimate Crispy Chicken Experience එක. Crunchy කටගැස්මකට Crispy Chicken Thai. Spicy vibe එකට Spicy Crispy Chicken Strip. Share කරන් කන්න Crispy Chicken Popcorn. රස double කරන barbecue sauce සමග Keys Crest Ultimate Crispy Chicken Experience එක.
Layers ekka doubling flavors blasting inside ekka bubbling sweetness lasting Ritz berry deckers everyone is happying Ritz berry deckers Everything is doubling, doubling.
Introducing Rich Decker's Sri Lanka's first ever double A delight. Everything doubling, doubling.
Saratama enjoy karanga party ekata go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth ekata go ekak.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත New Dale Green Tea Yogurt ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
දවසම refresh වෙන්න train එකට go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth ekata go ekak.
Abans Rich Kiane. Abans.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
There we go. Back live at the SSC. The umpires walk into the middle. Royal versus St. Thomas's for the 147th year. 2 more sessions left. Royal with a deficit of 43 runs. Made the declaration. Now they need to show some fight. Hunger.
See, can they inject some life into the game? That's the question. The umpires are making it to the middle. So Royal has, at least this game has 57 overs. So you spoke about that slender, I call it slender, 40 runs is nothing to be frightened about. But this is where, as you said, that fight, that extra bit of energy and the intent needs to be shown by the Royal skipper. Set attacking fields, go for wickets. Yes, you may give runs, but you have nothing to lose here. So, I mean, in the worst case scenario, you're still very much in control. So I would think Royal needs to go and look for wickets.
Because St. Thomas's will never declare. So you've got 59 overs left, and the plan needs to be to make an outcome, get the 10 wickets within 40 overs. And that's 240 deliveries. You've got to be a little patient as well. Know that it's a good wicket. There's a little bit of bounce, a bit of turn, but it's not overly threatening. So you need to do your basics and also have your attacking fields in the right position.
See, Feroz, how I look at it is Royal cannot lose this game because in terms of time.
Well, we all thought the same last year as well.
No, but
that final session.
I know, you're right. I know from where you're coming from. But
I do get your point, and I think you're absolutely correct in how you read the game.
Yeah.
From that point onwards, you need to attack, be a lot more positive than what you normally do.
So that's my point. So because see, Royal has nothing to lose here. So let's take a hypothetical situation. St. Thomas's bat for 40 overs and score 250. So what? Royal has just 19 overs left and they're very much in control. They can close shop. But if Royal can get 10 wickets in a matter of 40 overs or 35 overs, then they are in control of what they want to do next.
So Avinash Fernando, 511 runs. I believe you need to add the half century he made during the season. Average of 24 50s with a top score of 68. The skipper out in the middle, along with the right-handed batsman Jaden Amaravira, who loves to shuffle, has his own technique. Jaden Amaravira, 800 runs during the season, 650s and 200s if you add the half century made in the first innings, top score of 102. So he's been amongst the runs. And he made a half century at the 146th Royal Tomian as well. The positive news is that Royal have opted to bowl Sehendu Suryarachi. We spoke of the first innings in which he came in first change. He's got 26 wickets. He got 3 in the first innings, 2 slips, a gully.
I really don't see the need of a deep backward point in the very first over. I would rather go 3 slips and a gully. And I mean, okay, I might be thinking over the top, but if you really want to look for wickets, bring in your fielders. I'll even bring that mid wicket in a little bit, mid on. Just not let them drop and run.
Start straight, good start. Sehendu Suryarachi, much better start. Exactly. Now if you're going to bowl a straighter lines, get that point. Don't give that easy single, especially when you're not at a big match with the crowd coming in, the pressure building. Prevent that easy single.
Yeah, I understand not having an extra cover. That's all right, because you're aiming, you got 2 slips. So get that backward point into third slip and maybe bowl that line. Go pitching, let them drive, look for the outside edge.
Way outside off stump. Need to make the batsman play. Will be interesting to see who bowls the second over. Most likely it'll be Gagan. Got 4 wickets in the first innings. And we have to see how the spinners bowl. I think St. Thomas's were a lot slower. They got more purchase off the wicket. Royal, I felt, were a little too quick for my liking.
Bowling quicker on a surface like this tells me that it's more defensive mindset.
There we see straight to extra cover. Get that point in. Roshan, you were absolutely spot on. Bring in that pressure, that extra amount of element to play into play, because you're yet to get off the mark.
And you know, another fielder that I love to see is sometimes can be meaningless, but it's how you play on the batter's mind, is somebody under the helmet in front.
Yes.
Just to let them know. Don't give them the breathing space that they like to have.
There we see inside edge, and he's prone for side edge because of the technique that he uses. End of, or is it 4 deliveries bowled? So his technique means that he's a lot more bottom-handed batsman.
And the other thing is, it's always good when you see those vacant areas, you see those open spaces, you don't see people close to you, so it tends to relax you a little bit. But you get somebody under the helmet at short leg, you, as I said, as we discussed, maybe a third slip.
Wayward delivery, called a wide, first runs on the board.
I would think Amaravira, as you correctly said, has his own technique, but I would rather, despite that trigger movement, I would rather still bowl closer to the off stump.
You're right. I think if you look at the batsman's technique, he's shuffling, he has an open stance. He wants room. He wants to free his arms. The moment you bowl at him, he gets into a very uncomfortable position. So you're right. He shuffles, but you've got to be a lot more straighter.
And also, the way he plays, I felt that certain areas he appears to be a bit blind the way he plays because of that technique he's got. So if he can get, if this young man Suryarachi can get his outswinger going from about, say, the 4th stump line, it will be interesting to see how Amarveera copes with this technique.
What matters is the execution, and I think right now they are a little too wide, little too wayward. There you see that slash. If you are going to bowl way outside off stump, you're not going to get any wickets. Got to attack a lot better. End of the first over, 2 for no loss.
ඇස්සරලා බැලුවම තෙරක් නොපෙනෙන නිල් පාට. හුළඟටත් මුසුණු සීතල නිල් පාට. පුංචි පුංචි දේවල් වල නිල් පාට නිල් පාට නිල් පාට. සැහැල්ලුව සතුට ගේන ඉවරයක් නැති නිල් පාට. මේ හැම නිල් පාටකම හැංගුණු රසවත් හැඟීම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? ජීවිතයේ රසින් පුරවන රසම රස නිල් පාට. Ritz-Berry chocolate, නිල් පාට හැඟීමක රස.
So St Thomas's lead by 43, and you've got Gamage, the star of the show in the first innings for Royal, to bowl from the Vidya Mawat end. I was extremely impressed by Gagan Gamage. Young, raw, but he had a lot of mind, sort of thought process was quite good. Not afraid to bowl the occasional bouncer. A lot of aggression and good signs as far as Royal is concerned.
I think he's got it as a fast bowler. The word you used, aggression, I think is right. Aggression doesn't necessarily mean that you sledge somebody and you get to somebody and it's not your body language, but it's the way you bowl. It's the lengths you bowl. It's how you want to dismiss a batter.
A little wayward. Needs to get his radar right.
And also, I think it's for someone as young as he is, I always like to look at the maturity, look at how he absorbs the pressure. And you were speaking about not afraid to bowl the short ball. I love the way he mixed it up. The short ball and then the follow-up delivery. I think he's got the essence, or he got the ingredients of being somebody special.
Now, I like what he's thinking. He wants to be a lot straighter to Jaden Amaraveer, and in that last shot, he got into a very awkward position. I was telling some of the analysts, some of the guys, even if you're a leg spinner, left arm spinner, bowl on middle and leg to Jaden Amaraveer because he's not comfortable. Especially when you get the ball to drift, get the ball to go across him. If you pitch it on middle and leg, he gets you into very awkward positions.
Yeah, so those are the areas of so those blind spots sometimes a batter can have, because you're looking at a different line from, say, batting on middle and leg to batting maybe on middle and off. So the line is so important, and you just keep watching for deliveries outside the line of your eyes.
So Avinash lets his first delivery alone. Gamage, the first innings, 23 overs, 49 runs he gave away and captured 4 wickets. There you see the boys' 10th, the 147th Battle of the Blues. The Royal Boys' 10th, the prefects gathering around, getting ready for that wicket to give the cheer. So far, the Royalists haven't obliged.
That, I think, is the length. That is exactly the length, but like to see a little bit of beef in the slips. Too wide those 2 slips are, and the gully is also pretty square. So ideally, GG, as this young man is called, if he could go in that length and maybe slightly closer to that off stump, I don't mind that extra cover area open.
I like that shortish point they've placed. A wideish gully, a 3rd slip for lovely delivery, fishing outside off stump. He needs to get a little straighter, and I would like to have the slip cordon a lot straighter for Avinash because he's a little tentative. He doesn't push hard. But for Jaden Amaravira, their field placement is probably correct because he goes hard at the ball. And with the wicket slowing down, the tendency is to get the ball to go squarer. So for Jaden, I like the slips to be a lot wider. But for Avinash, I like to have it a lot straighter. Again, a little too outside off stump. Got to be a lot straighter. End of the second over, 3 for no loss.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanakam. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද? ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
Spicy chat එකට spicy savory rasa. Munchy savory nuts.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra top. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
So Sehendu will continue. They've made the change. They've got the third man a lot wider, but they brought in the cover point.
See, having said that, Feroz, I still like to see that extra slip field. I'll remove extra cover, at least for the first few overs, and let Amaravira look to drive. Doesn't matter. He can still get a few boundaries, but you find the edge and make the breakthrough, and the ball's swinging. It's a new ball.
2 outside off stump. He needs to get a lot straighter. Well, if he continues to bowl like this, if I'm the captain, I'll probably run to him, get a slip out, give him some protection on the leg, because with the shuffle, Sehendu wants to go a little too outside off stump. Ask him to bowl a lot straighter, give him the protection he needs. Once he's comfortable, bring that slip back in. Much better, but a brilliant hit. Wonderful hit, straight back. Was there, up there to be hit, but Jaden Amaravira gave it the full force. Wonderful shot. What a way to start.
I think he loves the slot. He's just waiting for that area. And if I'm not mistaken, that was his downfall as well in the first innings attempting. But look at that trigger. One thing about the trigger movement is fine because he's got a base, stable base as the bowler delivers. But it's just it looks a little bit awkward as a batter where he eventually ends up.
Better delivery. He's a lot straighter now. I think that's a positive aspect. 2 deliveries outside off stump. He's made the adjustment, got to bowl a lot straighter, and let him attack. I mean, as a bowler, the more the batsman attacks, the more opportunities you create. What he needs to do is, the last 2 deliveries were in-swingers. He needs to bowl up, get the ball to nip away, then your slips come into play. That was a sharp in-ducker. Following up the batsman, one more delivery left in this over.
Or get one to hold its line. If you can't get the outswinger going, get a delivery to hold its line, because he's already bowled those in-swingers to the right hand, so he's given him the impression, and that's what he's going to do. So that's an option if he could get his wrist behind the ball.
He has a slight injury, Roshan, so when your back is injured, you tend to bring your shoulder in, and then it's the in-swinger that comes in. But this time, there was a bit of movement away. End of the third over, 9 for no loss.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra top. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
St. Thomas is in their second innings and 9 without loss so far after 3 overs, coming in with a lead of 41. Amar Rivera has been the aggressor. Fernando, the skipper, still to get off the mark. So Gamage into his second over. He's had a good game so far with the ball on the field. Took a brilliant catch on day one. It's for a youngster, for a fresher. He's been highly impressive. He'll be looking to add to that tally of 4 wickets in the second innings. Harun, interesting session of play, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what actually unfolds. Keen to see the Thomians kind of taking the attack to the Royal bowlers. There was a bit of discussion going behind the scenes as to what St. Thomas should do. They should kind of try to score at 6 to 7 runs per over, bat to about 25-30 overs. They just try to put some pressure to Royal. But looking at how things have proceeded so far, the innings has taken a rather subdued start. We saw Jaden kind of play that beautiful shot over the bowler's head, which went for 6. Just the second 6 in this Battle of the Blues encounter. 147, some stunning pictures being brought to you by the Papare. Fantastic views. Gamage, the highest wicket taker, has looked by far the best fast bowler for Royal, who's bent his back. He showed very positive attitude and the aggression that he's shown, especially towards the batsman. He's always been at the face of the batsman, asking questions and really troubled. For a 14-year-old Ricky, you'll take that any day of the week.
It's been the game for the left-arm seamers, isn't it? Two left-arm seamers. Come again, Mendes have done tremendously well. Great to see a left-arm seamer running in any format of the game, and a lot of potential with his height. There you go. The wicket-keeper too could not get that cleanly signalled as wides, well over the batter's head, but he's going to test the surface. What I noticed in the first innings is he tries different things. He's not that bowler who is just running in and bowling. You know, his variations, angles, over the wicket, round the wicket, outside the off stump, has a good bounce, has a good yorker, and he changed the fields with his captain depending on where he was going to bowl. So he's been thinking, and that's why he produced those 4 wickets. Because if you just keep running and bowling in on a good batting deck like the SSE, you're not going to be successful.
Wideish delivery, a slash by Avinash Fernando. Like you said, he's not been predictable, Ricky. That's the key feature of his bowling. He's mixed it up extremely well. More often than not, he's kept it there and thereabout, bowling in that 4th, 5th off stump line. But always tested the batsman with a good yorker, the occasional bouncer, and really has shown a very smart cricketing brain in terms of executing his skills, especially on a big occasion like the Royal Thomian. Not easy, just playing your second first 11 game, and that too in front of a packed house crowd, mind you. Show nerves of steel, young Gamage. Beautiful shot, excellent shot by Fernando. Just checked, drove that for 4. Goes to show that still this track is very good for batting. Didn't try to do anything too hard. Look at the replay again. Foot to the pitch of the ball. Beautiful drive through extra cover and mid off for 4.
Yes, looking good to the camera as well. Just keeping his pose. Good shot by the left hand to get him off the mark. The captain. These two got half centuries in the first innings. Goes wide. He wants him to come after him. Chase behind that. He's keeping it outside the off stump with a strong offside feel. Gamage.
I still find it very hard to understand
why Royal have deployed a deep cover point. You're just taking those catching opportunities away. It's just a solitary slip and gully from the vantage point that we have. We see the field spread right across, and there seems to be no intent by the Royal captain whatsoever to kind of put those attacking fielders to get the wickets.
So we were talking about it. I just feel, if you get 2 to 3 quick wickets, what will happen? The momentum of this game is going to change on its head. 4 was done, 18 without loss.
LG Dual Cool Inverter Biosamanyantra. 70ක් දක්වා විදුලි ඉතිරි කරමි. රුපියල් 2,19,990ක් වැනි අදහාගත නොහැකි තීමනාවකට අභාන්සුවීම පමණයි.
චංකි තමයි වචනේ චංකි ඇඳෙන් මං ඇහැරෙන්නේ චංකි වණ්ඩියක මම යන්නේ චංකි ලිඳෙන් ඇදගෙන නාලා චංකි ක්ලබ් එකේ වැඩ දාලා චංකි නංගි මගේ ආදරේ
චංකි කියන්නේ මටද ඔයා චංකි ෂාට් එකක් කනවා මෙයා මේ චංකි පාට් මොකටද අයියෝ චංකි චොක්ස් දෙයි දෙන දෙයි so hunky so crunchy chunky chocks love chunky live chunky chunky chocks.
Said cricket is a game of uncertainty. You never know. 2 to 3 overs, a game could change. The St. Thomas's have that lead. They have that cushion. 2 to 3 quick wickets. Remember, it's a very young middle order. If you get rid of these 2 openers, you never know what will happen when pressure starts to set in. So yes, Royal, I feel, especially with this new ball, need to attack because they have some decent fast bowlers. They're going to the spinner.
Interesting move. They brought in Himaru De Silva, who I thought was the pick of the spin bowlers in that first innings. He bowled excellent lines and lengths, was very consistent in where he pitched the ball. There were occasions where the batsman took him on, but we saw very few loose deliveries from him. 38 wickets this season. Oh, that one went on with the arm. With a newish ball, I'm sure he will have that ability to kind of get more purchase off the surface. This is Himaru's bowling stats. He's played 13 games, 275 overs, picked up 38 wickets. Pretty decent going during the season.
Tends to bowl that foolish length as well. Gives it a bit of air, inviting the batters to come under. The youngsters, they are enjoying the game in whatever pavilions they are or stands they are at. Very colourful. But we are very watchful. Just the first over from Himaru De Silva. So just lining him up.
Good bowling. He's been right on the money. Although he doesn't have the height in his favour, still, tries to get tall and release that ball at a high arm, at a high end. Entry level, because he makes sure that he lands the ball in a good length area, constantly getting the batsman to play at it. There you go once again. I think an excellent start. A maiden to start off with. Himaru De Silva, 5 gone, 18 for no loss in Thomas's.
Presence, confidence, strength, freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399. Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
So 59 run lead for St. Thomas's. There's approximately another 54 overs remaining. So double bowling change by the Royalists. They brought in Dushen Udavela from the Vidya Mountain. So it's going to be 2 spinners bowling in tandem.
Yeah, just 3 overs for the seamers. Interesting choice for Royal. This is the SSC downstairs. And the spectators enjoying the game. The more quiet of the 10s, we could call it. a lot of parents there of players, past players as well, invitees. Dushane Udavela is at a good game so far.
So the difference that I see between the Thomian off-spinner Hettige and Udavela is the pace at which they both have been bowling. Hettige has been someone who really gives a lot of revs to the ball. We saw him bowl that one over to Gangewatta where he really troubled him, but Udavela just seems to be bowling with the arm. There's no turn. It's good if you are trying to contain a batsman, but in terms of getting some purchase, some spin and bounce, the trajectory in which he bowls and the pace is not going to help him get any kind of purchase off this wicket.
Yeah, it seems the Royal is at the moment, I just feel, yes, they have a short leg and a slip, but looking to contain as well. You were talking about when the fast bowler was worrying that a deep cover point on the boundary. At the moment they have the field mid-off and mid-on is in the circle. So opportunity there for Fernando to go down the ground. Steady over though by Udavela. Starts off with a maiden. 6 done, 18 without loss.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B happiness cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with...
For the third day at the SSC, the third and final day of the 147th Battle of the Blues. I think off-air, Ricky, we were talking about the crowds. Usually, generally towards Friday evening, and also Saturday, the crowds start flocking, but even now we see quite a few empty seats around the stands.
Yes, I was rather surprised when I during the lunch break too. Generally, Saturday it's a full house. Every stand is rocking, we may call it. But yeah, a few empty stands. Some tents are full. That is the rather quiet stand, as I mentioned earlier. The SSC downstairs. And
one thing for sure, the OTAC is usually packed, but does not seem to be the case this time from where we are seated.
So most certainly.
I think that's a very important probably point of discussion that we can take up. Is the brand of cricket that's being played at the moment, where it's very slow and dull, kind of tending, resulting in viewers kind of losing interest to watch the game?
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's a risk.
If there is a result oriented, then going into day 3, especially if they know if there is a result either way, it's going to be a full house, jam pack. And a lot of entertainment. Gets a big inside edge, running down to the fence. That's 4 runs. Lucky boundary. Pavinasha Fernando could have dragged that onto the stumps, but he's very lucky that it went between his legs and down to the boundary for 4. Not convincing, but he'll take it.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, the Thomians taking the attack to the Royalists and kind of make a match out of it.
Yes,
because we would
Harun, just to add on, I would love to see some, entertainment, play a few shots. Yes, if you lose 3 to 4 wickets, then you can, bog down and, settle down and bat. But at the start of the innings, spinners bowling, there's lots of open spaces. Take on the bowlers, 7 overs, 23 without loss.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Yeah, the boys' 10th, of course, as always, is loud. So Uduvela into his second over, who made the first one. Amarira 24 deliveries for his 9. The mid-on fielder is just outside the 30-yard circle. He's not at long on, but halfway down. Well, Harun, I know that you're fasting and it's that time of the year for you, and unable to enjoy all that food and drink around.
Probably in a few hours, Ricky. Just 4 more hours left. I'm sure I can dig in at the end of the game.
I just hope that our Papare crew will give you some of these spicy, crunchy pasta cups as well during that time. And
I'll make sure I hold Damit accountable for that.
You have to, because the Kills the Crest spicy pasta is a wonderful.
Excellent.
It's a
excellent
favorite
shot. Very smart. The ball just going on with the arm, understanding where the fielder was placed. Jade Namarivera playing a very cheeky little back cut. 4 more runs to the St. Thomas's total. 27 they are. The lead gone past 60 now.
Yeah, playing it very late, just giving it direction. That's all he needed to do. You mentioned that Uduvela is bowling slightly quicker, ball just skidding on, so made it much easier to play that shot. He has that different technique, tends to walk across, tends to just push with his hands. The blue and black, the blue and gold.
Clear daylight between bat and ball. 8 gone, 27 for no loss in Thomas's.
ඇස්සරල බැලුවම තෙරක් නොපෙනෙන නිල් පාට. හුළඟටත් මුසුණු සීතල නිල් පාට. පුංචි පුංචි දේවල් වල නිල් පාට නිල් පාට නිල් පාට. සැහැල්ලුව සතුට ගේන ඉවරයක් නැති නිල් පාට. මේ හැම නිල් පාටකම හැංගුණු රසවත් හැඟීම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? ජීවිතය රසින් පුරවන රසම රස නිල් පාට. Ritz-Berry chocolate, නිල් පාට හැඟීමක රස.
Oh, that's a close call, it seems. Umpire is yet to give the decision. Yes, there we go. First blow for St. Thomas's, the skipper Avinash Fernando. It's an edge well grabbed there by the first slip fieldsman. So there we go. 27 for 1. Let's have a look at the replay. Ball sliding through. Yes, clear nick and taken safely this time around by Vimat Dinsara, who missed a couple of chances in the first inning but makes amends there. As I welcome my co-commentator Ajit, what are your thoughts on that?
Good delivery, ball pitch.
ඔව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
Slight bit of confusion there. The batsman was standing his ground. As we see, clear indications now. The first wicket is down. Gunaratna strides onto the middle. Ajit, that was a very good delivery by the left-arm spinner.
Definitely. Ball pitched outside the off stump, coming in. Didn't spin much. I think he played for the spin and got a thick outside edge. A good anticipated catch low down. Well done. First slip and the bowler.
There we go, Methuka Gunaratne, who got a 40 odd in the first inning. Played 3 games, 3 first 11 games during the season. Aggregate of 140, best of 60. A couple of years left in him as a schoolboy. Showed what he could do with the bat. A very able 40 odd in the first inning. He'll look to replicate that. It'll be very interesting to see if the Thomian batting lineup now would go into a shell or would look to be positive, because you see the crowd over here. They've all gathered here to witness something interesting, something exciting. So it'll be very interesting to see if the lads from Mount Lavinia are up to the task and if they'll really deliver.
All doing well, new batter in. Spinner giving a little bit of spinner is not frightened to give a little bit of air to the ball. You got a slip and a still mid off.
So Gunaratne was ever so cautious. His getaway shot is the hoik over mid-wicket. That's how he got out the mark in the first inning. But so far quite defensive. End of the 9th over, 27 for 1, St. Thomas's.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
St. Thomas's leading by 68 runs as Gagan will continue from the Vidya Mav at the end to Jaden Namaravira, who's on 13. Well played, square of the wicket. They rush through for a couple. Very good attempt there, but I think the ball just hit the skirting, and yes, the confirmation comes through. That's another boundary for Jaden. Jaden looking to be aggressive. Ball's in his zone and he just played at it with great confidence and gets another boundary.
The fast bowler is not getting anything off the pitch at the moment. Not much of movement. A good shot. Well pitched delivery outside the off stump.
Valiant effort there by the fieldsman, but unable to cut it off. That's what you expect from the fielders. Gagan Gamage, also known as GG. It's been a bit expensive this inning. 14 runs already conceded in 2.2 overs. The drone, the Papare drone bringing these pictures, fabulous pictures. The atmosphere is clearly visible. You could feel it even through the picture. The crowd, the buzz, the engagement is next level, offered by the best production crew in Sri Lanka for sports. So Gagan showed a lot more control in the first inning, where he got the natural angle across the right hand as well, whilst his potent weapon being the in-swinger to the right hander.
He's not getting any movement off the pitch today, but he did very well in the first innings.
Just short there. There we go. That's the natural angle that we were talking about. The one that leaves the batter. Quite circumspect was Gunaratne.
Do you think the slips are too far down?
Well, the wicket has continued to get slower and slower. So you're right, it makes sense for the slip fieldsman to come up a bit.
Generally, that's a wicket keeper who keeps the pace behind the wickets. When that pick up is fairly low down.
So a clear indication that it's slowing up. The bounce is not the greatest.
In a situation like this, Shastrika, what will you do? You will continue with the pace or bring spin?
Well, I would definitely continue with pace from one end because as we all know with this ball, the Duke ball, it always favors the faster bowlers with movement, and also that's very well played there by Gunaratne down the ground. No chance of stopping that. That's probably the perfect confidence boost he was looking for, and that's a classy way to get out the mark. That concludes the 10th over, 36 for 1 St. Thomas's.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
So run rate 3.6, much better than the first inning for St. Thomas's. Played once again by Jaden. Super stop there by the fieldsman at extra cover. So getting back to your point as we see the replay, that's a perfect stroke under the eye, waiting for the ball to come. Not much of movement by GG, and helped on its way by Gunaratne. Sometimes this Duke ball actually starts to swing after about 6-7 overs. Once the lacquer is off the ball, that's when you find some movement. So I'm pretty sure the Royal skipper would have pace from one end. It's got 3 options too. Well, looking to go through the wicket this time, changing up the angle a bit.
Bowling a bit flat at the moment. Bowling a bit flat at the moment, not giving that much of air.
That's probably his role in the team, to keep the runs down, keep one end tied up. If the batter is looking to take a risk, then look to capitalize, get a couple of wickets. Very good delivery to end the 11th over, 36 for 1 St. Thomas's.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
LG Dual Cool Inverter බයෝසමන යන්ත්‍ර 70%ක් දක්වා විදුලි ඉතිරි කරමින් රුපියල් 2,19,990ක් වැනි අදහාගත නොහැකි තීමනාවකට අභාන්සුවීම පමණයි.
hello බලන්න ක්ලාස් එකට go like night go ඔයාව කැපිලා පෙන්න ඔෆිස් එකට go like night go වෙන්න ට්‍රේන් එකට go Black night go සැරටම enjoy කරන්න party එකට go Black night go
Black Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්
ගෙවන් යන්න ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න ලොකු පොඩි හැම ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න හොඳම ෆෝන් එකක් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Story so far, St. Thomas's 302. The first essay, Royal declared at 261, and St. Thomas's in the second innings, 36 for 1 with a lead of 77. Amaravir out there on 18 not out. The skipper was out caught at slip for 8. And we have Methuka Gunaratna who's walked in. He's on 4. Lead of 77. Royalists have regrouped. There's a slight water break out in the middle. And I have a special guest with me, a colleague who played with me back in 2007. Welcome to the Combox, Manisha.
Thanks, Feroz. Good afternoon.
Manisha Tantrigoda, who played in 2007 up until 2009?
2010, actually.
Got 100 wickets during a season. I think that was one of the most successful season. First Royalist, I've been told, to get 100 wickets during a season. Left arm, knows a lot about bowling on this wicket. Marathon spell when Fahim Salim and Niroshan played that rear guard resistance back in 2008. Bowled, how many overs did you bowl?
I believe first innings it was 9 overs for 4 wickets, but second innings it was 38 overs for no wickets.
Okay, I remember Haroon telling me that you bowled 40 odd overs. Still, quite a lot of overs. And how many wickets did you get in that 38 over spell?
None.
So the Thomians batted extremely well compared to the first innings. But bowling on this wicket, let's come back to more serious cricket. What we see out here. What are your views on Himaru, the left arm spinner who's bowled for Royal?
I think it's a pretty simple action that he has. So bowling line and length is a pretty BAU for him, I believe. So just matter of putting the ball in the right spot. So and his action kind of is conducive for that kind of bowling. If he can bowl to that field, to that spot, probably continuously for 6 balls per over, I think he's bound to get a wicket. So just needs to do the basics, and I think he has been doing that. But with a bit of more experience, I think he should be able to get a bit more zip pause out of the pitch.
So Uduwela will bowl, and Dushane Uduwela bowling from the Vidyamouth end. The silly mid-off was taken back towards a point, and then you've got the sweeper cover being dropped back. I really don't understand the mindset. I'd love to see the right arm leg spinner being brought into the attack. The very reason that Royal declared was to attack, make a match out of it. And Dushane Uduwela is more of a restrictive, a defensive bowler. I'd like to see Himaru and Ramiru bowl in tandem.
First, where do you see the game moving in this situation?
A wild swing, Apesh. Just a single for all that effort. Not great fielding by Yasidu. I think he should have attacked, because there was never two. It was slow to get going. Just a single. But Uduwela needs to be encouraged. He slowed it. The batsman took the bait, got the outside edge. Thickish outside edge, but fortunate for him, he had the power to clear the mid-off. Well, to answer your question, I see a draw, a boring draw on the cards. I think before the game started, I mentioned that this is heading towards a draw because the way the teams were set up, the thinking behind it, I thought both teams were setting themselves up for a draw. And right now, with just 1.5 sessions left, signs are that it's going to end as a draw. There we see both St. Thomas's and Raw, the boys' tent, in numbers, cheering, encouraging the boys out there in the middle to do their best for their respective schools. Himaru will continue from the tennis court end. You're right, I think he has a very simple action, and with that action, I'm sure he could have bowled the 38 overs without a sweat.
Definitely, First. I think, but trying to buy yourself a wicket at this moment would also be important if Royal were to if Royal is going for the win.
So this is the coverage. 5 big matches taking place all across the country, courtesy the Papare.com, the Hill Country. You've got one in the north, all over. There you see the main one in Colombo, one in Moratua. That's the limited over encounter. The northern, the longest running big match encounter between St. John's and Central. Back live, we see the afternoon session. Did you have any shoulder pains after that marathon spell, or were you used to bowling long spells?
I think it's something that you get used to over the course of the season, and probably by the time you come to the big match, you would have already bowled like on average 50 overs per match. So nothing unusual about that, I would say. Especially on a good flat SSC wicket, you need to be prepared for that kind of a situation, and you just need to be patient, because ultimately you know for a fact that the wicket is going to settle down. So just need to stick to your line and length and hope something that pop up at least.
Change of tactic coming through the wicket. This time well bowled. That should be the wicket keeper didn't collect it cleanly. There was not a single on that occasion. A bad call. The wicket keeper didn't collect it cleanly. Batsman, we'll have to see the highlights. There we go. It didn't clear the square. Had he picked up and thrown, he should have been out. I think he got stuck. Bit of a pain. There we go. Had he collected it cleanly, there we see that twist. I think there was a bit of a hold up when he ran. It's been a bit of a pain. The physio out in the middle. So when you know that the wicket is flat, as a bowler, should you try a lot of variations, or should you be patient, work to a plan? What's your mindset?
I think the first important point, at least in my personal opinion, is that you don't just give runs unnecessarily. So try to stick to a line and length and make sure that there is no flow of runs. So even if the overs pass by, you know for a fact that the opposition is not getting in front of you. So then it's a matter of just producing one delivery that would kind of maybe pop out of the dust, or just goes on with the arm, and probably you would get LBW. So just need to be there in the game always, and then something would definitely happen. But saying that, probably trying variations also does help. So yeah, I would say it would be a mixture of both.
So we'll take a small break with the physio bending Amaravira. We'll be back in a short while.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Hello, ball on the classic and go. Like night go. Oh, yeah, I'm a capital pen of the second ago. Like night go.
So St. Thomas's 40 for 1, 13th over in progress. Himaru will continue from the tennis court end. A slip, a silly mid-off against Jaden Amaravira. They've dropped the mid-off and mid-on back slightly, enticing the batsman to go after the bowler. This time a little too flat outside off stump. I think your lines need to be a lot straighter, especially with the batsman walking across. End of 13, 40 for 1.
Hey, I'm a hello ball on the classic and go. Like night go. Oh, yeah, I'm a capital pen of the second ago. Like night go. That was some refresh when the train got to go. Like night go. Sarah enjoy get on the body, you gotta go. Like night go.
Black Night Go, Pocket Perfume. You take it a go ekak.
Again, Dushen continues. Powerfully hit by Gunaratna. Wonderful hit. Very, very surprised that they haven't brought in the right arm leg spinner Ramiru, the leading wicket taker, into the attack. You declared with a purpose, bring your best bowlers in. The moment they cross that 50-run mark,
Can you rock and roll, please? Slowly. One frame back, one frame back. Yes, 6, boundary 6. Boundary 6, boundary.
it's a wonderful hit by Gunaratna. First ball, puts his foot across, powerfully hits it over deep mid wicket, gets himself a 6. Positive intent out there, and follows up with a wonderful hit. Up to the pitch of the delivery, caresses it over the offside. Wonderful shot, a 6 followed by a 4. The Thomians making a statement. This is not good bowling. Surprised by the tactics and the bowling changes. Weight on top of that delivery. A lovely hit, slanting across the right-handed batsman. Very well driven. I think from an off-spinner's point of view, I think he's better off coming over the wicket rather than bowl round the wicket. Because he doesn't turn, gets it to go across the batsman, might as well come over the wicket, get the batsman playing at him, and the one that holds the line, you have a better chance of getting the edge.
Yeah, if he was turning the ball, I would think this strategy is good so that he could get the LBW into play. But if he's just trying to send the ball across the body, yeah, I would also agree with you that coming over the wicket might be a better strategy here.
Methuga, on the other hand, has moved along nicely to 16. Nicely played. I don't think Jaden Amaravira is looking comfortable. Ambles across for a single. We are not going to see any quick runs being taken. And most likely with pain, we may see Jaden Amaravira flex his muscles. The powerful hitter. And when he's in the aggressive mood, he's an exciting batsman to watch.
Firuz, in terms of overs remaining, there are 46 overs left for the day. Do you think St. Thomas could still make a play out of this?
Never. They will never declare. And with 46 overs remaining, I think they've gone beyond that hurdle of crossing the 50-run mark. They've got a lead in excess of 95. My calculations are correct. So once they cross that 125 run lead mark, then they are safe. And from Royal's perspective, they've allowed the game to slip by not bringing in their premier bowlers. I think you need to bring in your leg spinner, especially with that extra bounce on offer. And as we speak, the off spinner has opted to switch his line, come over the wicket. End of 14 overs, 51 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Move Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
So St. Thomas's lead by 92 runs. Well, with what happened last year, Manisha, I don't think we are going to see a declaration for the next 5 years. You got to be really bold and brave to declare, and that's never going to happen. So it's all about the bowlers being able to get the wickets, and on this track you need a minimum of 60 to 70 overs to get your wickets.
But just observing the wicket, how the wicket behaved yesterday, I saw a lot of balls gripping and a lot of balls just bouncing high. So if they were able to continue at this pace for another 20 overs, I would think they would end up with a lead of close to 175, which would still give them with 20 overs.
You're never going to get 10 wickets in 20 overs, so might as well shut shop and just bat through. The only sort of outcome that you see is either a Royal victory or a draw, and St. Thomas's will take the draw. Nicely played. I think Himaru can slow it down a little more. What I see is he's got a bit of a squarish arm, and on this wicket we saw the bowlers who bowled with a higher arm got that extra bit of bounce. The moment he gets his arm a lot straighter, there's a bit more purchase off the wicket. That's where I'd like to see the leg spinner come into play.
Definitely, Feroz. And also I think the pace that he's bowling, if he could slow it up a bit more, I would think there would be a little bit more purchase of the wicket. But yeah, a straighter arm would definitely help that spin also.
And the slower you bowl, you get the ball to drop. It was an inside edge that saved Amaravira. The moment you slow it down and get the ball to drop, there's a lot more purchase off the wicket, but it's still on the slower side. We'll come and discuss this more. End of 15, 52 for 1.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and well, everything in between.
So our calls have been answered. We see Ramiro Pereira being brought in the attack. Leg spinner starts off well. That kept a little low, but there was enough time for the batsman to rock onto the back foot and play with a straighter bat. Gunaratne has a very good technique, a good game about him. Played well in the first innings as well. Well bowled, nicely bowled, equally well played. Well, looking at the field, a slip, a silly mid-off. If you want to bring in someone else close in, who would you bring in? Would it be the mid-wicket? Or you're happy to go with this field?
If I were to go for an attacking option, I would definitely keep the mid-wicket open and probably move in towards the gully. And maybe entice the batsman to play across the line. Ramiro has started well with his line and length, so I say that should entice that movement in the mid-wicket to a gully position.
And from a leg spinner's perspective, I always encourage them to start with the mid-wicket, get your rhythm going. So have your fielders preventing that boundary, get your confidence in the first 2 overs. Then you start attacking, then you start getting into a groove. So I'm okay as long as he gets into a groove as fast as possible. Then you need to start attacking. And as we speak, I'm surprised they've taken the silly mid-off away. I don't really understand. The bowler has started off well, and then you're looking to defend. But maybe in hindsight, the next delivery was powerfully driven to that fielder that was taken back.
But I thought Ramiro started really well, that he could have enticed something over mid-off for the batsman. So,
and as you mentioned, mid-off, there is a long off in place. So really don't understand the tactics out here. End of 16, 52 for 1.
Presence, confidence, strength, freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
Warm and sunny afternoon. Great weather for the cricket. Amaravira looks to rotate the strike with Gunaratne. Good afternoon, Malinda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Haritha. Hope you had a good lunch.
How was the dessert?
I was trying to avoid the dessert. It's too sweet.
In Sri Lanka, skip your lunch and enjoy the dessert.
Maybe next one.
I think there may be a draw, but an exciting draw is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not fair otherwise for the crowd who's here to enjoy the game. So I'm sure they would like to see some excitement in the middle, at least on the third day.
The great surroundings. Dialog sponsoring the Royal Thomaian for more than 2 decades. This is the Dialog enclosure, but you could see beyond that the Dialog head office also. If you can get all that Royal College group of 2004. Yeah, Dialog, they have their various promotions, and the best is how many runs, how many wickets, match it up, and then share it with schools that are playing cricket and deserves a lot of assistance.
St. Thomas's having a 95 runs lead at the moment, and what I've seen from the Royals bowling perspective this inning, they tend to bowl wicket to wicket. I think you have a great opportunity to put the batter under pressure, so I can see that. I wish they did that at the first inning, but nevertheless, so at least they've learned their lesson and trying to be a bit more consistent with the attacking line. 17 overs gone, 55 for 1.
Plenty of sports happening, and this is where the schools' big matches are being played, and all 5 matches are being covered by the Papare and Dialog. This is in addition to the Interclub Super 8, in addition to the schools rugby, and 8 coverages. There are 3 schools rugby matches also. So plenty of planning, action and execution. You can just imagine the amount of effort that Papare and Dialog are putting into the promotion of sport.
Sports loving nation. They're providing all the information from each sport in the country. And I remember Papare has come a long way. And of course, the people abroad and people at home, they have the opportunity to watch these big matches. And there's a huge team working behind the screens to get this live coverage to you.
It's getting even better. They were involved with the recent ICC T20 Men's Cricket World Cup, and they gave an all singular commentary, which is very well received by the country. What about you? You enjoy the coverage from where you are in England?
Absolutely, absolutely, because there's rugby matches they're showing on live, and it's easy on your phone, your smartphone. So wherever you go, game is on. You don't feel like you're away from the game.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have so many platforms, and all very well patronized. Good to see the 3-day cricket in big matches, not this one, but most of the other. Didn't really quite get hold of it. Could have got into trouble if it was a direct hit. Plenty happening on that occasion. But Ravindra Vimalsiri was in position to take a look at this. Quite a distance. Maybe he would have been in, but he had to hurry. End of 18. Thomas in the second innings, 1 down for 57.
Refresh when the train got to go. Saratama enjoy get on the body got to go. Black night go.
Black night go. Pocket perfume. You take it go ekak.
The ground very nearly full. All tickets sold out. Himaru De Silva, Deshan. Good to see. It's getting a little bit dark. I don't know whether we would have the full quota of overs to go. 53 overs after this one for the day. Methuka Gunaratna. He'll enjoy this. He's got to 20.
Yeah, I agree with you, Harit. I think it's getting covered with a bit of a dark clouds, having some torrential rain last night.
Oh yeah, pretty heavy.
It was heavy, but for some odd reason I was indoors. I didn't even realize it was raining.
Yeah.
So when I came outside, I was like, oh my God, what happened just now? But it just, keeps it to a nice temperature as well, which is really nice.
that you would enjoy. This is what it's all about. This game is for schoolboys, played by schoolboys. St. Thomas is celebrating 175 years. The one-day game will be a day-night encounter. You'll miss it, Malinda?
Unfortunately, Haritha, some people have to work, right?
All of us have to work. You're working elsewhere.
I know. So I have limited number of day off, so I have to make sure.
No, we appreciate you come here. You come with a passion, be involved, talk this game through to those people who can't be around here like you.
It's always nice to come back to your roots.
I know.
And meeting your friends and the colleagues, teachers.
Yeah.
And
nearly full. Everywhere, nearly full.
And all these people in here, they probably have been
19 completed, 59 for one St. Thomas's.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරිකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්කරු.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
We are approaching tea on the third and last day of this 147th Royal Thomaian Battle of the Blues. And what, you're flying off tonight or tomorrow or what?
I'm due to fly out tomorrow night, and this will be my last session for 147th Battle of the Blues, and I had an amazing time. I thoroughly enjoyed the time with everyone, and of course, sharing the knowledge, and of course, we're always learning things,
Exactly.
new things.
Exactly. This is a way of life, the game of cricket, the longer version particularly. And we appreciate your company, your presence here. Schoolboy tents, absolutely chock-a-block. A lot of apprehension, because you must have all these schoolboys well hydrated, well fed, and well looked after. I think the match organizers have done a wonderful job with that, the school's authorities together.
Absolutely. It's amazing for a young kid to come here and watch their cricketers playing for their college and for the Shield. So that's an amazing feeling, and watching, it's a beautiful shot.
It took time to pick his gap, and then once he made contact, Amaraveera knew it was heading towards the boundary. Yeah, he's enjoying his cricket. This is very good. You need to enjoy that. Stay out there in the middle.
Absolutely.
You will then give enjoyment to so many spectators too and viewers.
Yeah, I agree, because these kids here, one day, one of them or 11 of them gonna play in this ground at some stage. So this is their heroes. I remember before the big match, you go around in the school as well.
Yeah, exactly.
With your blazer on.
Exactly.
And
Great
also
traditions there are.
Yeah. It is amazing, like when your name call upon, like, there's 7,000 plus kids cheering.
20 completed, 63 for one St. Thomas's.
Wow, cheese max rase, cheese onion tempo happy. Melbourne tempo happy, kata gas sena rase. Good
තුල්ලුණු මිරිස් cheese and onion රසට මැලිබුන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor Noodle.
Yes, so we wish you a happy journey and hope to see you next year around. Probably we'll stay for the 50th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Hopefully,
yeah.
You got 1 year to plan.
Oh, my plan starts from Monday.
Yeah. Start work Monday. You start work with the planning on Monday. Okay. Mairu Kodituakku losing his line. Nathika Gunaratna, he's looking confident himself. Like to see this youngster really come to the party. He has a few years to play for.
There are a lot to play for. I know that there won't be any result the way things are going at the moment, but at least you could work on individual milestone at least.
Exactly.
Right. So there should be a purpose. So once you have a purpose, you'll be able to.
That's Tevindu Wevelwala is a substitute. I remember right, played in the big match last year. If ever somebody underperformed in this match, I think Vimat Dinsar. His fielding was not really up to the mark. 4 for 47, his best figures. Decent economy rate. Oh, got an edge and gone. Udanta. That's a great bowling change.
So different there, like he has been trying to bowl wicket to wicket very close to the stumps. So which means the batter has to play. There's no negotiations there. Brilliant line and length.
And a very good reflex catch. The wicket keeping has been really good, especially the catching behind the stumps has been marvelous. And just before tea,
are they checking on
something? Yeah, just to check whether it's a legal delivery. That was straightforward for Shanta Fonseca, the television umpire. Thomas lose their second wicket with a total on 63 in the 21st over. They're walking off for tea on the third and final day. Kodituakku brought in and he needed just 3 balls to send back Methuka Gunaratna for 21. Great delivery, great catch. So let's hope that there's some excitement. We were talking about the excitement, that good batting, good bowling and definitely good fielding gives you excitement.
Yeah, fielding has been phenomenal, to be honest, from both sides. Apart from first day, there's a few hiccups from Royalist. Apart from that, fielding has been up to the standard.
Yeah, but you prepare for so long with so much expectations for this big occasion. And once you get to the stage, performance is what matters. Not everybody has the luxury to come here. Not everybody has the luxury to perform like you did, Malinda.
I must say it was really enjoyable time. It's all about practice, you know. If you think you can come here and just get runs, that's not going to happen overnight. It's all about training and with a plan.
This is what happened in the Thomian second innings. After lunch, Avinash Fernando, the skipper, was first to go. He made only 8. Good catch at slip by Vimat Dinsara of Himaru De Silva, and then Methuka Gunaratna brilliantly caught behind the stumps by Gangewata, Udanta Gangewata of Mahiru Kodituaku for 21. 6 extras. The 21st over is being bowled. Meanwhile, Jaden Amaravira batting well for his 28th so far. 6 extras in the innings. Six bowlers so far. Himaru De Silva 1 for 12 over 8. 3 maidens, mind you. And Mahiru Kodituaku into his first spell in the second innings, picking up a wicket. Surya Rachi bowled just 2 overs. Gagana Gamage, GG as they call him, 3 overs for 19. And Deshan Udavella 4 overs 18. Ramiru Pereira, well economical, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs. We'll probably see a little bit more of him coming up after the break. 27 runs for the first wicket and 36 for the second. So this is after Royal declared with the wicket remaining, 6 overs after lunch. That wicket would have made the declaration happen. Amaravira looked to be in charge.
Yep, the approach was different from the both teams. As you can see, St. Thomas's has been a lot more positive compared to their first innings. I guess their first initial thought was like just to play safely. Now that they're in a very safe place, I think they're trying to express themselves a bit more than the last time. Royalist, of course, they weren't bowling brilliantly in the first innings, but now they've got their length and lines right. The result of it, they managed to grab a couple of wickets.
Yeah, Amaravira and Gunaratna looked very good until this happened. Great effort to bring that second dismissal for the Thomians just before tea. This is the story of the 147th Battle of the Blues. Thomas is put into bat, 302 all out. Solomon 66, Amaravira 52, Fernando made 54, Gagan Gamage 4 for 69, and Saindu Surya 3 for 64 amongst the wickets. Royal helped by Ramiru Pereira 82 and Rehan Peris 63, got to 261 for 9 declared, with Giman Mendes 4 for 60 and Abhit Paranavidana 2 for 59, the main wicket takers. In the second innings, St. Thomas is at tea, 63 for 2 with Amaravira 28 not out, and Gunaratna just dismissed before tea for 21. Kodituaku and Gamage picking up a wicket each for Royal. 104 runs in front with 8 wickets standing into the last session of play.
Sessions, as you can see, it's kind of evenly shared with 2 teams, and that looks like to me like there was no such pressure from one side. It's just like it's just shared pieces throughout the days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, first session went St. Thomas' way big, mainly because of the 4 wickets, and it's tea at the SSC. We'll take a break and come back with the live action after that.
කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ සාසූස් දයි අදිවේ ලුණු මිරිසට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ wow cheese max රසේ cheese onion ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ කොත්තු ලුණු මිරිස් cheese and onion රසට මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B happiness cards, so you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
Speed, dominance, power, limitless. Jet Tour T2 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
Night Go, pocket perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Spicy fun hit එක ගන්න අපි සැවේ මේ පාරත් හත අතට දෙනවා අපි වැඩේ ප්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි සරටම එන්ජොයි කරන්න පාටි එකට ගෝ
Night Go, pocket perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
ප්‍රීමා කොතුමි නයි මේ පැතිරෙන්නේ hot and spicy fun cup එක අපි උස්සන්නේ cricket match fun Prima Kotumi Tianaka. Prima Kotumi Fun Tamai.
That was summer refresh when the train gotta go.
Night Go, pocket perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
දෙනේක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දිනේක දාන අතර ළඟින් තියන් කනේක ටේස්ට් එකේ කිම් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
එයාව හැල්ල බලන්න ක්ලාස් එකට go.
Black Night Go, pocket perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Dum doom ding belana stick penna ya me up hell belana stick penna ya devi late belana stick penna aturu mituru daba divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick venna
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate racing munchie sticks. Stick wenna.
check deka karanna team එක set වෙනවා prima kotumi fun එක double triple වෙනවා cricket match fun prima kotumi tiyanaka prima kotumi fun tamai
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Rasa patu ena Maggi Papare Blast.
From Nestle.
Prima Kotumi Fun tamai
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Dam doom ding belana stick pen ya me apel belana stick pen ya devi late belana stick.
It's the third session of the 147th Battle of the Blues, the final day here live from SSC Grounds, Colombo. I think it's been a rather dull affair thus far. I'm sure the viewers and spectators expected a lot more exciting cricket, but unfortunately we have not witnessed anything up thus far. 302 is what St. Thomas has got in their first innings. They were bundled out. Solomons with a 66 and Jaden Amravir a 52. Gamage, young fresher, 4 for 49 with Surya Rachiti for 64. Royal in return, 261 for 9. The innings went nowhere today. Ramiro Pereira was the key contributor with 82 and supported with his captain contributing 63 runs. Giman Mendes bowled a fantastic spell today morning. Richly deserved the 4 wickets under his belt, and Partner Vidana probably the pick of the spin bowlers in the Thomian bowling lineup. St. Thomas is in return, 63 for 2. Steady proceedings. I think they have nothing to kind of force. If there's anyone that wants to make a match out of it, it should be Royal.
Well, for all to do that, Harun, they're going to have to collapse St. Thomas's, don't they? And there has to be some sort of a brilliant bowling performance by maybe Ramiro Pereira or even Gagan Kamage. And the real story, the positive story from this Royal Thomian, despite the fact that spinners have bowled most of the overs, is the pace bowling, isn't it? Gagan Gamage and Gimhan Bendis from either team have bowled beautifully, and that has been good to see from the two youngsters.
Absolutely. I think both great exponents of that ball. This was the wicket to fall. Avinash Fernando smartly held at slip, and Gagewata taking on to another blinder of a catch, had to move directions very swiftly to hold on to that one. But like getting back to that point, the left arm fast bowlers, both schools I think have had an excellent outing in this match. Amage just 14 years of age, a lot more cricket left in him, schools cricket. I'm sure he will make his name as he progresses year on year. A lot more work to be done in terms of his physical build. I'm sure we have a fast bowling coach dedicated for Royal who will kind of work with him off season. And Giman Mendes, we are told that he's part of the under-17 national setup. And with him being in the national unit already, there is a pathway for him to kind of make it into that under-19 Sri Lanka team first, and subsequently get into a club, and then a future from that point on.
What I like about both of them is that they've got the stuff you can't seem to coach, in the sense that they enjoy their bowling, they're aggressive, and they seem to want to really do the job for their captain when they're given the ball, and that's that intent that you can't seem to coach, and the rest of it is going to be up to the strength and conditioning coaches of their schools and the country as well. And they've got that natural athleticism as well, so that's something that I've taken as a positive from both this Royal team and this Thomian team looking at this match, because there hasn't been a lot else to take away, has there, Harun? It's been one of those Royal Thomians to forget, in a sense. Yes, you've had some individual half-century performances, but not really anything that's going to light the room up. So that's something that I think is a matter of intent as well. St. Thomas has batted very slowly. Royal also didn't contribute with some fairly negative lines and lengths. So you have to question whether either of these teams want to really force the issue. And Royal, having conceded the Shield last year, should probably be the ones who had to do that, especially this morning. And because, as you said, the innings went nowhere. They really needed to force the pace, try and get up there, and force, with a declaration, force St. Thomas's to man up, as it were.
I couldn't agree with you more. Shanak, I mentioned this at the post-match show yesterday as well. If Royal had to make a match out of it, they had to take that tempo going at 4 to 5 runs per over. Had they done that, they would have got closer to 300, could have afforded to kind of declare even before lunch. But you just never saw that inning go anywhere. Probably the fact that they had lost the captain the previous evening didn't do them a world of good. But nonetheless, what worries me is, the brand of cricket that's been played over the last 2 or 3 years, it's not good for the game and not good for the Royal Thomaian spirit.
Absolutely, Harun. Weather doesn't look fantastic as the clouds are coming through over that Colombo skyline. We had some rain, but it was after the game yesterday. We did have to stop for bad light, of course. But there will be some rain expected. The clouds are a little darker than they were at this time yesterday. So whether there will be a conclusion to this match, whether we will get through all the 95 overs for the day that was scheduled, we don't know. But will remain to be seen whether St. Thomas's want to accelerate, give Royal a target and see whether they can try and chase it down. But the way this game has been played, as you were saying, Arun, that doesn't look like it's anything on anywhere near the cards.
Absolutely. It's just heading towards the dead draw based on what we've seen so far. Both schools not showing any intent. Royal have not set those attacking fields, not looked very penetrative in terms of the lengths and lines that bowled. On the other hand, Thomaians, we see Jade Namaruvira kind of taking the attack, but apart from him, it's been pretty slow proceedings. But having said that, St. Thomas's, like you mentioned, they have the shield with them. They just play very sensible cricket. Why spill something that you already holding on to? As we can see at the background, Shanaka, that OTS stand usually is packed. It's a packed house, but a few white seats to be seen.
Well, there are a few vacancies, as it were, around the ground. Had a walk, my customary walk during lunchtime, Harun, and didn't bump into as many people as I thought I would. And of course, there was also plenty of room to walk around, whereas it's usually like a packed private bus, isn't it, when you get out there on the ground during lunchtime, especially on the Saturday. So I would say this is one of the smaller crowds we've experienced at the Royal Thomaian of recent times.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Shanaka. That's my fear, actually, my worry as to the brand of cricket that's being played, whether that's having a bearing or an impact on the crowds actually coming to watch this match. Because I personally get messages from guys watching the game. Let's take a look at Aaron Kuduthuwakko, who is the new batsman to join the crease. We ended the session with Methuka Gunaratna's dismissal. 662 runs in 12 games. Aaron's had a decent outing this season, but I suppose a horrible one in that first innings. Consumed 96 deliveries just to get 12 runs, probably ate into that momentum and that foundation that the Thomaians laid in that first over.
Well, the two Kodithuwakkos going against each other. Mahiru with the ball and Aaron with the bat. Both left armers, the Mahiru with the right arm, coming back in, but hit him maybe a little too high.
Yeah, that seemed to be hitting him pretty high. That was going to miss the stumps. The ball jacked back in. He's bowling a very decent angle coming round the wicket, and we saw the ball tail in. Take a look at the replay of that delivery again. Now, coming with 600 runs under your belt, you would feel that you have some kind of confidence to take on the Royal bowlers, but that was not witnessed.
Some movement there for Mahiru as well, late movement. It's interesting to see how Aaron would respond to Mahiru Kodithuwakko coming over the wicket, around the wicket rather, the right armour with that angle. Would you maybe move your guard slightly left, Harun? Maybe take guard on middle stump or middle and off?
Exactly. You would want to expose your stumps to the bowler, and that can kind of get the bowler to err in line as well. And in this case, you can see that just kept tad low. So when Kodithuwakko is batting, you can see both stumps, middle and off. So it gives the bowler that much more kind of a target to kind of focus on. That brings the end of over number 21. St. Thomas's 63 for 2.
tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Sasus daya dive lunu miri sata tempo happy, Maliban tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Wow cheese maxa rase, cheese onion tempo happy, Melbourne tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Kothullu numiris cheese and onion rosetta. Melbourne tempo happy, kata gassena rase.
63 for 2 St. Thomas's, effectively 104 for 2. They had a 41-run lead. Royal declaring their innings at 261 for 9 as we see skipper Pereira, beg your pardon, former skipper Pereira with his first delivery back cut excellently by Amari for 4. A very sloppy chase by the fielder at cover point.
Ramiro Pereira not too happy with that chase either. But the ball kept gaining speed while the fielder kept losing some. But Jaden Amaravira showed a little bit of aggression before the tea break.
The key feature of Jaden's batting has been he plays the ball very late. He waits for the ball until it comes to him and just make sure he gets contact right underneath his eyes, and that's been one thing I've really observed. Although he has so many trigger movements, at the point of contact, he's very well balanced.
So well taken single there as well, just exploiting that in-out field that Royal have chosen to employ at the moment. Not really putting a lot of pressure on the Thomian batsman.
Amaravira has not looked disturbed by any of the Royal bowlers. Even in that first innings, it was as a result of his mistake, he lost his wicket. Looked for something expansive. But apart from that, he's tackled each bowler with a different, basically playing mind games with the bowler themselves. Especially with the fast bowlers by those trigger movements. Oh.
One held its line from Ramiro Pereira. Excellent bowling by the right arm leg spinner. That's something you would have appreciated, Harun, having been an exponent of the art yourself.
It's always good to watch a right arm leg spinner bowl. A difficult art, mind you. Takes long, consistent hours of practice. Any form of wrist spin bowling, both left arm Chinaman and right arm leg spin, requires a lot of consistent practice and, more importantly, rhythm. Very often you hear leg spinners saying that you're out of rhythm, and that's something very difficult to get back in spite of so many sessions that you put on behind all that hard work. It just has to come in sometimes.
Not a lot of leg spinners going around at the moment who bowl in that same fashion, isn't there? Traditional leg spinners, a Ramiro Pereira type leg spinner who bowls a bit like Shane Warne used to. More slidey leg spinners now, like the likes of Vanidu Hasuranga and, of course, Rashid. Brings us to an end of the 22nd over. St. Thomas's 69 for 2.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B happiness cards, so you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and...
The Kodithuakku rivalry resumes in the 23rd over. Interesting to see how Mahiru Kodithuakku managed to jack the ball back into the left-hander for bowling over the wicket. So he's bowling effectively what's a leg cutter to a right-hander. Harun, not easy to do from that angle.
He's got a slightly slingy action. It's not high arm. The release point is kind of slightly squarish. I believe it's how he kind of lands the seam that gets that ball to kind of jack back into the left-handed batsman, especially bowling round the wicket. Yeah, it's just that you can see the wrist position is slightly erring towards third man of the left-handed batsman.
Interesting to see how the ball is keeping a little low from Mahiru Kodithuakku's bowling.
not very tall. Pretty nippy is what I'm told. The ball skids on. So it's very important for him to make sure he's able to get that seam hitting the deck so that he can expect some movement. Maybe for that odd ball to kind of keep low. Yeah, that's what he's looking for. That's what he's looking for. Even at that occasion, we saw the ball keeping a tad low. Wicket tends to lose its true bounce, especially during the third and fourth days. We don't go to a fourth day here at SSC. But that's usually been the case in the past as well.
Korithuakku do well to get off strike and get Jaden Amaravira on strike. This was something that was a problem in the first innings as well. Korithuakku not able to really rotate the strike too much. It's much cooler conditions now, of course. There's no excuse for not being able to run.
Yeah, an interesting battle between the two Korithuakkus. But as the teams just go through the motions, Shanaka, if you just go back in time trying to rekindle and recollect some memories, what would be your most fondest memory of the Battle of the Blues?
That's an easy one, Arun. My fondest memory is watching my classmate Bhathiya Karunaratne smack it over square leg.
Heard that time and time again from Shalinka, my former boss.
So it was him and I, Shalinka Singh and myself, who were watching from the boundary. I think I was probably the second guy out in the middle when I started running when the ball hit the bat. And I think I was at the middle before it hit the boy's tent.
Wow.
So 95 to 101 he went. And that was really, really wonderful innings. I don't think I've seen a better innings since.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about that innings of Bhathiya. Just a swashbuckling innings is what I'm told. Let's talk a bit more after this. 23 gone, 69 for 2 St. Thomas's.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Quick single taken there by Amaravira. I think Korithuakku will have to make sure he doesn't kind of tie himself down at that end. That can cause a sense of frustration to Jaden, who's been a free-flowing striker of the ball. Yeah. So getting back to our discussion, if I'm not mistaken, Shanak, it was the current Thomian coach who captained that side?
Yes, Nilanka Peiris was the captain. He and Bhathiya traded captaincies in the juniors. And when he came to first 11, Nilanka broke into the side first.
I think St. Thomas's fielded a fantastic 11 that year, and I'm told that they went on to win some All-Island tournaments as well.
Yes, not a bad side at all. Guys like Romesh Fernando went on to play pretty decent club cricket later on. Roshan Mahapatana with his hat-trick as well changed the fortunes of that game. But it was Upeka Fernando and Bhathiya Karunaratne really the stars of that batting performance. They scored fast, put Royal under pressure, and that's something we really haven't seen in these modern games recently.
Correct. I think Royal too fought hard to kind of bring in some rearguard action when they were asked to follow on. But that was broken by, I think, Mahapatana creating that historic landmark by taking a hat-trick. Shot cut away. The ice protection in the deep. Excellent work by Himaru De Silva. Certainly saved 2 runs. But like I said, Amaravira has looked so good. Seems to be a batsman who has so much of time to play the ball. Not seeing it with anyone else in this Thomian batting lineup. He takes so much of time. Like I said earlier, he plays the ball so late. There again, just easy batting. So good to watch.
Gets into position early, doesn't he, Harun? And that's something that's very interesting to watch compared to the other batsmen, because it's not very orthodox, but he's quite balanced when he plays. And he can rock onto the back or the front foot quite easily. And that's an interesting technique that he's used. Probably a natural thing, not something that's been coached.
That's the end of the 24th over in the Thomian innings. 74 for 2 St. Thomas's.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Move Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Dam doom ding belana stick pen ya me apel belana stick pen ya devi late belana stick pen aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick pen
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate racing, munchie sticks. Stick when.
Final session of the day here at the SSC grounds in the 147th Battle of the Blues. Things a little different than they were at the same time in the 146th Battle of the Blues, where St. Thomas's were chasing down 240 runs given to them in 40 overs by a very spirited declaration by Gamini Pereira's Royalists. No such spirit this time from either team, I'm afraid, as Jaden Amaravira looks towards his 50. Kodithuakku has been keeping this ball quite low. He's been nipping around a bit, and he's the only one who seems to have gotten some purchase of this wicket, but batting is going to get tougher and tougher as the day wears on.
Yeah, we started seeing the ball keeping it head low. Shanaki rightly pointed that out. Kodithuakku had bowled 2 back-to-back maidens, just conceded his first run. He's looked a much better bowler with the older ball. We saw that even on day 1 when he started the bowling, opened the bowling, he was bowling on either side, but the moment that ball became older, he had a relatively more control. The Thomians can tap themselves on the back. I think they've had a relatively good game. Not much was expected coming to the Royal Thomian. There was a lot of talk of how dominant the Royal batting lineup is, playing 3 fast bowlers, how susceptible the Thomians were, having not scored more than 200 runs very often. But they've come and really put their hands up. Those whom the expectations have been put through to, they've really delivered when it mattered, Shanaka.
Yes, they have, and I think they met expectations. I think if you were reviewing them at the end of the year, and if you were the human resources manager, you'd probably give them a 3, but nothing much more than that, because Kamat the man hasn't been the case really. Haven't seen a big 100 for many of the players. Ramiru Pereira came close as Kodithuakku goes well wide outside the leg stump, and bowling also has been pretty wayward, hasn't it, Harun?
Pretty ordinary also, to say the least. We've not seen, apart from the 2 left-arm fast bowlers, the other paces haven't looked very penetrative. And also, mind you, they've not been able to bowl to one spot consistently, time and time again. And that's probably the art and the key factor of bowling well, especially in schools cricket. Because schools cricket, the moment you bog the batsman down for 2-3 overs, the natural tendency is kind of to look for runs, and that creates the chance. You can see the ball is starting to die already.
Just before that, the unsung heroes of this SSC grounds, the ground staff, who work tremendously hard to keep this outfield in the shape that it is, and of course the turf in the way that it is. Probably the most celebrated ground in Sri Lanka. Recently got its brand spanking new lights and can host day-night matches, and these gentlemen wouldn't be prouder than anybody else.
Oh, that's close. That's close. That's gone. Played right around it. Korithuak with the ball jacked back in. He troubled him quite a few times. We saw 3 or 4 instances where the ball kind of seemed into the left hand, and this time he played all around it. Trapped right in front. I thought that was the right decision. We'll see the replay, but Korithuak has not had the best of affairs at this year's Battle of the Blues.
Well, almost a merciful end to Korithuak's short innings. We see it again. The ball swinging early and hitting him maybe just outside the off stump. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the shot he played didn't do any justice. He played it across the line. And like we said, that's only 2 for 20 deliveries, 75 for 3 St. Thomas's.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Well, the most capable batsman in this Stormian 11 at the moment, coming together at the crease. Rashawn Solomons joins Jaden Amaravira. Solomons, the hero from the 146th encounter between these two sides. Scored a very busy 50. 16 matches this season, 26 innings and almost 800 runs. He'd want to make sure he gets to that landmark at least.
What's interesting is he's just had 2 centuries and 2 half centuries. That's 300 runs, which goes to show that the balance 400. He's got quite a few starts but has not been able to convert it during the season. That's a feature he might have to kind of build through. The young lad has another 3 years to go. And I'm sure the talent and the potential that he showed in 2 games, we witnessed it last year. He showed amazing maturity for a 15-year-old to win the game for St. Thomas's, and this year too, to kind of bring the tempo back into that inning. I thought he played a very pivotal role. I think Amaravira was not ready there.
Well, he was lucky that ball didn't hit the stumps. Royal would certainly have appealed, and then the umpire would have been in a bit of a strife. There it is once again, Amaravira getting forward decisively. It's been a feature of both these teams that neither of the batting lineups look comfortable sweeping, and I'm a little surprised that the coaches haven't worked on that, knowing the kind of surface that they're going to be playing on.
Absolutely. I think apart from Dushane Udavela, who I thought was using it to great effect today, we just looked at that previous wicket that fell in the last over. Yeah, the shot kind of, tends to get the umpire to go in favour of the bowler. Had he played properly with a straighter bat, maybe a marginal chance of him getting the benefit of the doubt. But when you play across, more often than not, you tend to get the decision in the bowler's favour.
Yes, it didn't look like Aaron Korithuak could deserve the benefit of the doubt there. He was well beaten as Amaravira pats this down for the keeper to field.
Sudden change in conditions as well, Shanaka. We saw large cloud cover, grey cloud cover hovering around SSC. And all of a sudden it's clear blue skies with a few patches of clouds. Sun back again, beating down hard, which is good to see, I suppose, for the game.
Yes, the sun has come out with a vengeance. That means that we might be able to get a full complement of overs in. But once again, that leg stump line from the left arm leg spinner, Jaden Amaravira, not able to do much with it. 26 overs gone. St. Thomas's 75 for 3.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B happiness cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
හැම හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගර්ට්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Welcome back. So Koditawaku runs in. He's been better in this second innings. A little wayward in the first innings, but so far bowled 3 good overs and starts off well. He's bowled a lot straighter, Ricky. I think compared to the first innings where the bowlers were guilty of bowling outside off stump, they've made the adjustment much more effective. Koditawaku, the 3 overs he's bowled, he's been right on the money.
Yeah, I thought the Royal bowlers were a bit nervous on that first morning of the first day. Youngsters as well, a fresh opening the bowling. They bowled both sides of the wicket. I was a touch surprised that Koditawaku couldn't get the new ball in that first innings as well. Feroz, because he's been their leading wicket taker as the seamer this season, a bit more experienced. I thought probably he'll get the new ball, but overall, yes, they were a bit nervous. Probably that can happen here at the SS. You get overall when you look at the pitch, you think, oh, this is a surface for the fast bowlers. They come in running and put in that extra effort. Then what happens is you start to bowl loose, bowl both sides of the wicket. I thought that's what really happened to Royal.
And what you see is the 2 fast bowlers, Gagan, not forgetting Sehan Suryarcha as well, have started hitting the deck, putting a lot more effort. The first session, the first 45 minutes, they try to float it. I think the message is to bowl up to the batsman, but still you have to have that full effort, the follow through. You have to start hitting the seam and let the pitch do the rest of the what it matters. But the moment you get carried away, start floating it, then it becomes very easy to bat.
Well, for all those youngsters, budding cricketers who are trying to figure out what Feroz is saying, he's saying something like a Josh Hazelwood, who will come and try to hit the seam and get that ball to you move away both sides, you know, other than just coming in and dropping it there, and try to use the conditions much more to your advantage. Am I right, Feroz?
Absolutely. I think sometimes as young cricketers you tend to get carried away when there is life, when there is some purchase off the wicket, you start banging it short. So then the message from the coaching staff is to bowl full. Sometimes the young cricketers misinterpret as floating it up to the batsman. The difference is you put an effort but push it onto the front foot of the batsman.
There go the Thomian dugout, much more relaxed than what they were in the first day morning. Put into bat, they would have been a nervous team, I'll tell you, because the Royal was a much more experienced, a better outfit on paper, and the Thomians a young side, but they have overcome those tremors. They batted well, dug it in there in the first innings, got to a very good score, took their time, but got to a good score and managed to put the Royalists under pressure somewhat in this game.
Now this tactic I don't understand, coming round the wicket. He's better off coming over the wicket. He's having a nice shape away from the right hander. End of 27, 75 for 3.
ඇස්සරලා බැලුවම තෙරක් නොපෙනෙන නිල් පාට. හුළඟටත් මුසුණු සීතල නිල් පාට. පුංචි පුංචි දේවල් වල නිල් පාට නිල් පාට නිල් පාට. සැහැල්ලුව සතුට ගේන ඉවරයක් නැති නිල් පාට. මේ හැම නිල් පාටකම හැංගුණු රසවත් හැඟීම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? ජීවිතේ රසින් පුරවන රසම රස නිල් පාට. Ritz-Berry chocolate නිල් පාට හැඟීමක රස.
වන් ඩේ එක පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්න කිව්වා ඒකයි.
So Himaru will continue from the tennis court end rather. 10th over in progress. Himaru has a very simple action, but I think it's a little, when you compare his pivot, there's less purchase off the wicket. You compare him with, there is that bounce, that took off. Too late in the game. That delivery took off from a good length.
If I'm correct, that is the sister of Rashawn Solomons, who is watching the game there quite intensely from the lower part of the SSC stand. Athlete herself, hurdles champion in schools.
So a couple move to Amaravira moves to 40. He's been very effective at the Royal Tomian. Last year he made a half century, followed it up with this year as well. First innings made a good half century, and at the moment inching towards a twin half century at the 147th Royal Tomian.
Yeah, hoping he will get another one here. 3 consecutive half centuries at the Royal Tomian. That will be unique as well. Not many have done it. So that will be a performance for Amaravira, Jaden Amaravira. Not the usual or stance and his approach or whatever, but very effective. Slightly unorthodox, maybe outside that off stump particularly. But what matters is end of the day the runs, and he's getting the numbers on the board.
I think compared to the two left-arm spinners, I feel Abid Paravidana was extremely impressive. He has the height to his advantage, bowled with a good pace. Himaru, simple action, loves to fly, beautifully played on the front foot. Solomons is off the mark with a classic cover drive up to the pitch of the delivery. It was flighted to be hit, and Solomons obliges. End of 28, 82 for 3.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
So there you go, yeah, that was a very good shot by Solomons to get off the mark. Beautifully played, easy to the eye. With we coming towards the end of this Royal Tomian third and final session, I just hope that we'll see a bit more of the shots from Rashawn Solomons. That's what the crowd wants. A bit of flair, a bit of entertainment. I'm sure Amaravira will do that once he gets to that landmark half century. Hoping so he will do.
Just 31 overs left. If the lights holds, 82 runs, lead of 100 and...
Get a 41 lead in the first innings.
So with 83,
123.
You make it 123 run lead. Oh, good delivery. Takes the outside edge. Koditoaku is bowling a good spell.
Good areas at the moment, just outside that off stump line. Awkward length as well.
Compared to the first innings, he's made the adjustment. He was falling over in the first innings, maybe trying a little too hard. So the tendency when you fall over is to push it towards the right-handed batsman, and sometimes the delivery tends to go down the leg side. Right now he's holding his shape. His jump is straighter, and with that he's getting a good outswinger going.
Two slips in position, steered away through that gap. Just a single though. Well, we would like to remind all our viewers who are watching us from the comfort of their homes, this is not all not and dusted. In 2 weeks time, 28th of this month, we'll be having the 50 over encounter, the Mustangs Trophy. It's going to be played under lights here at the FCC. It's going to be a real thrill, I'll tell you. It's going to be a fun fair, a cricket carnival. So make sure you're out here for that 50 over Mustangs Trophy. Those who could not make it for the 3-day encounter, you must make it for the day night in a couple of weeks from now.
That last delivery came in sharply. Not only is he getting the ball to move away, he's mixing it up with the in-swing as well. Good bowling by Koditoaku. Captured 2 wickets in the second innings.
Yeah, he's putting in a lot of effort, no doubt about it. Kolituaku, he's been on the money. Running in hard, bowling in the right areas, not giving any freebies to these batters.
Much better spell compared to the first innings. Kolituaku, disciplined, making the batsman play, getting the ball to shape in and out. Predominantly he's been an outswing bowler, but occasionally getting the ball to jack back in. But ample time for Amaravira. Gets into a good position, he shuffles. An open chested position. Again flays at it. Ball kept a bit low. End of 29, 84 for 3.
पैकेट के कोत्तु रहट टेम्पो हैपे मेलबर्न टेम्पो हैपे घट गसेना रसे सासूस दाया दिवे लुनु मिरी सट टेम्पो हैपे मेलबर्न टेम्पो हैपे घट गसेना रसे वाव चीज मैक्स रसे चीज अनियन टेम्पो हैपे मेलबर्न टेम्पो हैपे घट गसेना रसे कोत्तु लुनु मिरी चीज एंड अनियन रसट मेलबर्न टेम्पो हैपे घट गसेना रसे.
Yep, 84 for 3 at the moment. SSC looking gorgeous as always. St. Thomas's 125 runs ahead of Royal. Ramiro Pereira is going to come into the attack. Senior campaigner, hoping he could get a break through the leg spinner. He's had a good game with the bat. He'd love to have a couple of wickets to his name as well.
Well, he's a fifth-year colorsman, captained the side last year, lot of experience, was in the under-19 squad. Right now, what I see is a lot more aggression. They brought in the leg spinner, they brought in the deep square leg to a short square leg, a mid-wicket, mid-on, a silly mid-off, a slip, and he's also brought in the extra cover close in. But he starts on the shorter side, can expect from the leg spinner the occasional loose delivery. From a batsman perspective, he shouldn't allow the leg spinner to get into a groove. Oh, there the chance was created.
Difficult one for us. That would have been a blinder. Did it carry? Did it carry?
He did. It did carry. We'll see the replays. It did carry. The fielder should have anticipated that. A hard chance, but at this level it should be taken.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that one again. There you go. Flied it up there. Going for the drive inside out. Oh, should have been taken, like Feroz says. That was catchable height. Yes, it came quickly. But that's what you are there for, to take those catches.
Well, your best fielder stays in that position, the extra cover, anticipating that uppish drive. It was a tough chance, but should be taken. And it is the skipper himself.
Yeah, Royal have taken some very good catches in the first innings in particular, some blinders. And yeah, I think that's why Ramiro Pereira was disappointed. He took a blind and slip in the first innings. And he set him up really well. Fielder was there, everything was set up. But the catch goes down, unfortunately for Royal.
Well, I'd like to see the sweeper cover come in, prevent that easy single being taken. With Jaden on 40, 42, you see the mid-off and mid-on dropping back. But if you drop it back, you should afford to toss it up a bit more. I think even when you compare the two leg spinners, I thought Shanil Pereira bowled a lot better than Ramiro, who's a fifth-year colorsman.
Yeah, 30 overs done, 86 for 3.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. real energy.
He's 7 runs away from a well-deserved half century. The flags are still flying at the boys' tent. The vehicles from Jedua, our goal sponsors, on display as well. As they pick up another single, a quick one. Kodituaku ball. Bowling at the moment, 2 for 4 for him.
Was that man Gagan, collected the ball cleanly. The shy at the stumps.
Yeah, beautiful pictures from our cameras, from the Papare, our videographers, photographers. They're doing an excellent job, amazing job out there. Fishing it out outside the off stumps, as I thought so. Solomons is going to play a few shots. He's not going to hang around. He knows there isn't much left in this game, and he will look to get some runs.
Good bowling by Kodituaku, get him on the front foot. Slight shape away. The front foot, not up to the ball. Planted it straight. And that meant a slight deviation. He wasn't in control. Solomons has a tendency to go flashing outside off stump. He was successful last year, but this year I think the boys have made the adjustment. They've realized his strengths, and they've got the right field also placed.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about Kodituaku, Feroz. Generally fast bowlers in Sinhalese, they say Nayavana when they started swinging it. Have you had the Kochi Naimir? It's fabulous.
I should have after 6 o'clock once I break fast. And I'm surprised that the crispy chicken from Keels is still standing.
I have been a good boy so far, Feroz, so the crispy chicken is still spared at the moment.
Not for long, I suppose.
Yeah, probably after the commentary stint.
Back live, Solomons. I think a good passage of play for Royal. I think Kodituaku is bowling a very good spell. He's hit the right line and lengths, troubling the batsman, occasionally getting it to move away. The batsmen have found him to be a very tricky customer. Oh, good sharp bouncer, good aggression, bit of chatter from the bowler. The cap Solomon's unmoved. Now just one more delivery left, Ricky. I think he's bowled well to Rush Solomons. Got him flashing outside off stump, followed up with a straighter delivery. Then saw the batsman advance, banged it short. Now the next delivery has to be that outswinger. Hit the 4th or 5th stump. If he targets that,
there you go. Probably a touch to straight. Solomon walking across the stumps. If a direct hit might have made a difference. We'll have to take a look at that. It was quick though. 31 done. 88 for 3.
Refresh when the train got to go. Saratama enjoy get on the body gotta go. Black night go.
Black night go. Pocket perfume. You take it go ekak.
Rashawn Solomons has 3 more years left in him in this Royal Thomian. Started off at a young age last year. Came in, played a match-winning knock in that incredible run chase. 50 today in the first innings, beg your pardon, yesterday in this game. He was outstanding, the youngster with the bat.
I think much better field placement. They brought in that sweeper cover. They've taken out the deep square leg, attacking, but the bowler should know better. He's not tossing it up. He's bowling a little too flat for my liking. on the shorter side. Generally, you can expect 1 or 2 loose deliveries, but rather than the short delivery being the loosener, a full toss is a better option. That means that you are at least willing to toss it up.
Yeah, full tosses are generally wicket-taking deliveries. We have seen that quite a lot in the shorter formats in modern-day cricket. Can be very effective, the low full toss.
But that last delivery was bowled at the right pace, giving it some air, because we haven't seen the batsman step out. As we speak,
he heard you.
Solomons does use his feet, but
I think he's just raring to go. You could see it in his eyes. He wants to get the ball away for runs. The last couple of overs, he hasn't been able to pierce the gap. You can see there is a bit of a rush in him. That,
another quick run. Gagan again. Did everything right. Ran in, collected it. But the throw didn't hit the stumps. There we see.
Yeah, he was on the back foot. Oh, that would have been out by a long way. All it needed was a direct hit. Now there's been a couple of those in the last 2 overs. Reshan Solomons has been very lucky so far to be out there. Ramiro Pereira knows it.
Much better. He tries that chop.
Yes,
seems to be one of his go-to shots.
Yeah, because I haven't really seen him in this match so far try to use his feet against the spinners. He keeps himself, his initial trigger movement is onto the back foot. It doesn't really come full onto the front foot.
He likes to play on the back foot.
And adding to that, Feroz, when he plays on the front foot, sometimes it looks a bit awkward as well. 32 done, 89 for 3.
Presence, confidence, strength, freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
So the 3 days. Day 1, St. Thomas's 204 runs they made. First innings 302. Royal in their first innings managed 261. St. Thomas's at the moment 89 for 3. We have a bowling change and it's Gagan Gamage, a successful left-arm fast bowler, running in, starts off wayward down the leg side.
This game has been balanced. We haven't seen any real special performances so far, either with bat and ball. Yes, the 2 left-arm seamers with the ball are the leading wicket takers, Gamage and Mendes. We had a couple of half centuries for St. Thomas, 3 in fact in the first innings, 2 by Royal. Amar Weera closing upon twin half centuries. Now that will stand in him good stead.
Much better delivery. Well, nothing outstanding because both sides have not played for a win. I think both sides have been guilty of playing a little too negatively. They've been defensive in their approach, and that showcases in the attitude, the approach in the players themselves.
A fair by St. Thomas's. They are looking to defend the sheet, which is already at Mount Lavinia. So they came in with a young side, looking to defend, looking to try and get through to keep that shield at Mount Lavinia. At the other end, Royal wanted to get it back, try and win it back, and that's why it was a touch surprise. On the very first day after winning the toss, they decided to bowl first. Probably saw something in the surface, thought we can bowl out the opposition, but they didn't bowl well. And that first session of the first day, St. Thomas has got 80 runs in 29 overs. I thought that made a huge difference in this game to me, Feroz.
Absolutely. I think the first 45 minutes, that passage of play, I'm okay with Royal opting to bowl, but they should have bowled a lot better. And that first 15 minutes set the tone. generally the fast bowlers try to capitalize on whatever life that's on the wicket. I thought Royal did not capitalize, and that kind of set the tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is the evening session, the final session of the 147th Battle of the Blues. That's the aerial view of the SSC grounds, where it's all happening at the moment in the center, and outside those boundary lines, even more happening, I'll tell you. More entertaining than the cricket is the tents at the moment.
I'm sure you're looking forward to join them soon after this stint.
The change of a location of our com box has helped a bit in some ways, shifting around. Yes, Feroz enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the banter, enjoying catching up with batchmates and others from both schools, in fact. It's good to see some after many years as well. That's the story of the Royal Thomian. You know, it's a friendship, it's the camaraderie between the two schools, between individuals, and it carries a lot of memories.
And keeps you well hydrated to carry on in your commentary stints.
Indeed, Feroz, indeed.
That's it, Gagan gets him. Wonderful delivery, came round the wicket, pulled it full, stuck on the foot. We have to see the batsman walks dejectedly, showing his bat subtly. There we go.
Take a look at that one.
No, I don't think it hit the bat. But the ball was moving away. Close call. But most importantly, the umpire raised the finger. Gagan has his 5th wicket for the game.
Well, that was a beautiful delivery, beautiful in-swing in Yorker by Gavage. It has an outstanding delivery to get rid of Solomons. Probably he'll feel a touch unlucky, but that's how the game goes. 89 for 4 after 33.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක ගෝල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
Gamage, the young star for Royal. It's a very important breakthrough. Sends back Rashawn Solomons, the star batsman of the Thomian batting lineup. Unfortunately, not making a mark in the second innings. 89 for 4 St. Thomas's. Effectively 130 runs in front. As I'm joined by a masterful veteran in this field, Mr. Haritha Pereira. How's it going, Haritha?
Come on, Arun Mawjood. Best of 76 for Matarage. Oh, 500 runs, healthy average of 25. 3 half centuries through the season. Batted reasonably well in the first innings too, coming lower in the batting order.
Yes, he looked good. I think he played a key role to make sure that the Thomians went past 300. There was a phase where they were tottering 6 down at 230, and he kind of played able support to make sure that the Thomians went past 300. Also was decent with the ball, mind you. Just a few steps and delivering the ball. Up and down stuff, but the Royalists found it hard to take him on.
So all eyes on Jaden Amaravira, heading towards his twin 50s in this big match and the 3rd consecutive half century in the big match series. See where he stands.
It's not the most nicest to watch, but certainly very effective batsman. Lot of movements, but at the point of making contact with bat and ball,
Ramiru Pereira once again economical. Just strayed in line a little bit.
Take a look at that last wicket, that of Rashawn Solomons. Change in length, change in angle as well. Oh, I think was hit him on the full. I think that's what tempted the umpire to raise his his finger that was tailing in. Gamage getting Solomons for the second time in this match, going to show how much of an impact this young man has had with ball in hand for Royal.
5 wickets in the match for GG.
That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, someone told me.
Yeah, GG, G squared, I don't know, any way you want to call him. But good find for Royal. Mind you, Harit, I mentioned this earlier, it's just his second first 11 match.
Yeah, I know.
And to pull out a performance in a jam-packed crowd, an event like the Battle of the Blues, no easy feat by any means.
Not all seats are occupied, but I'll tell you, it's a sellout crowd.
I spoke of this in the previous stint as well. We'll get back onto that particular topic or discussion after this over. That's 34 gone in the Thomian second innings, 90 for 4 St. Thomas's.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Speed. Dominance. Power. Limitless. Jet Tour T2 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
Some top corporates have been roped in to sustain the cricket over the 4 days, which is also a day-night one-day encounter in a fortnight's time.
Poor stuff by the Royal fielder. That shouldn't have been a single. The mid-off fielder was caught napping. Just a simple forward defense, and the fact that the mid-off fielder didn't anticipate that. This is where Royal have been a bit lackluster. Ground fielding not the best in this entire match. Catching has been very good. Some fantastic catches being held. But they haven't been attacking enough. Cut down those singles, the twos, which has released the pressure of the Thomians. Gamage to Matarage. Oh, once again tailing in. This is good stuff. Good to watch. A young 14-year-old has his tails up, swinging that ball, getting a bit of reverse.
Yeah, the good thing about him is his variety. Take a look at that. Created a solid angle as the ball was dipping in on the right hand. But he did very well to play straight through the line without trying to flick it. So that's good batting by him too.
Once again, exciting stuff. He's got the right field as well. There is a short mid wicket, and we can see Rehan trying to toy with the field a bit. So there's a short mid wicket and mid on. They'll definitely come into play with that ball tailing in. A solitary slip and gully as well.
Bowling from the tennis courts, and he's created such a big buzz now. I told you, even if it was a draw, it should be a very exciting draw.
I completely agree with you, Harida. You just don't want the players to go through the motion. You want to create something out of nothing. Once again, lovely bowling here by Gamage. At last, some element of spark being brought into this match.
Yeah, Pasindu Prabhashwara is the substitute at mid-off. Good to see. Pleasant evening at the SSC, one of the better venues to play cricket any time of the year.
Interestingly changing his angle, coming over the wicket, probably trying to push that ball away. But in doing so, you would want to see a second slip there, isn't it,
See, I've really wondered why there are fielding positions like say mid-off and forward short leg, like second slip.
That's been one of the areas of concern.
You have bowled with that sort of field, Arun. You know what it is.
This is short. There is protection. No protection to the deep. That's running down to boundary 4.
Never mind. That'll take Matarage off the mark. 35 completed. St. Thomas in the second innings are 95 for 4. Most of my classmates are in the Stables class of 79, next to the Thomian boys' tent.
You're a very young man.
Yeah, I'm very young.
You just gave away your age,
Never, come on. 79 was the 100th Royal Thomian.
Well, yeah, I think.
The drama in that, you wouldn't believe it.
Unfortunately, never lived to see it.
Yeah, 7 of my classmates played in that match.
I think that would have been a landmark year. The fact that the century game was played. Was it the same atmosphere? I'm sure there would have been something very different to the normal standard Royal Thomians.
That match was so different to this, with the boiling pressure situation. At lunch, Royal had already won.
Is that what the newspapers carried at the end of second
I was
day?
at the match. That was what the situation was. And then St. Thomas's ended up not being beaten after 2 more sessions later.
Yeah, some great rearguard action from Mahinda Halankado and CP
And
Richards.
my classmate and teammate, CP Richards.
Yeah, lovely gentleman. Used to be in the commentary box with us.
Oh yes, match referee. Neatly done. Ramiru Ross's line. Well played, Matrage. This is a dress rehearsal for the one-day game too.
I think it'll be an evenly fought contest. Yes, Royal have 3 who have represented the under-19s, especially masters of the white ball format. But that doesn't mean that the Thomians can't give them a good fight. Looking at how this game has panned out, St. Thomas's has definitely been on top in spite of all the big names and the accolades that some of the Royal players
Yeah,
carry.
I think the dismissal of Hirun Leonarachi without opening his account was contributory to that. And yeah, I think Vimad Dinsar has had a off 3 days in this match.
The entire series, for that matter, even last year, both innings never made or never got going, for that matter. This is a beautiful shot. Easy pickings of Matarage. For Matarage, I beg your pardon, of Ramiro Pereira. He's an excellent exponent of the sweep shot. We saw it yesterday as well. Not good bowling by Ramiro, is letting that pressure go.
So the 100 up for the Thomians. They've lost 4 wickets, mind you.
You can see how he executes that sweep, not trying to hit it too hard, the bat coming from up to down. Very nice way of just placing it in that wide open spaces. Only now we see a fielder going to that deep square leg region to patrol the boundary line.
That's that brilliant.
So Thomians crossing 100 runs, effectively 143 for 4, 36 gone.
Saratona enjoy kerana party ekata go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth ekata go එකක්.
ගෙවන් යන්න ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න ලොකු පොඩි හැම ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න හොඳම ෆෝන් එකක් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න.
That was summer refreshment the train ekata go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth ekata go එකක්.
Kitchen එක ආබාන්ස් කරන්නේ දැන් wife happy එකේ ඉන්නේ.
Wife happy කරන්න kitchen එක
Unable to reach it. St. Thomas got to 100 in the first innings. In the 35th over, they had not lost a wicket. That's the comparison, but so different are the circumstances. 36th over, 4 wickets lost in their second innings. He was closer to his toes there, hitting the ball on the track.
Almost twice as tall as Jaden. Now he makes a change back round the wicket. I thought he was far effective bowling round the wicket. The ball was tailing in. He was getting a bit of reverse in his favour. There again you see that ball coming in. He can create that opportunity. Ideally I would like to see one of the fielders from the offside going into kind of a straightish short mid-on. So if you can get that mid-wicket in and a short mid-on, try to get that ball tailing in, the natural tendency is that the batsman can fall over trying to play that shot off his pads.
I've not seen Amaravira trying to flick the ball through mid-wicket for most of this match. He goes over the wicket once again. Very nearly edged it. Good angle. He's played and missed so many times, I tell you.
One of the rare highlights and positives for all in this year's big match has been Gagan Gamage. One wonders where he was during the rest of the season to come up and put up a performance of this nature.
Probably
kudos to the young man.
He would have been playing under 17 cricket.
He actually played under 15 last year. So this is his first.
So I mean this year?
I'm referring to 2025. So the
2025.
season would just start after March. Oh, it's a wild hoik.
No.
Pitched outside leg.
Yeah.
Jaden Amaravira has been rather quiet in the last 3 to 4 overs. Understandably so, you can sense the frustration. He's been stranded in the 40s for quite a while. Yeah, clearly pitching outside the leg stump. No way can that be given. There's no one in that mid-wicket region. Gagan Gamage inviting Amaravira to use the long handle. Hit me if you can.
Yeah. What if the ball just creeps through that lone slip and gully?
Oh, a bit of argy-bargy between batter and bowler. Amaravira telling Gamage to watch his path. It's all part and parcel.
Come on.
You get plenty of this. You get an earful.
He's playing very hard.
You can see they collide.
The bowler. So is the batter.
Bowler giving. Oh, this is good to watch. Some good entertainment for us.
They should not take this anything further than that.
I don't want to read the lips though. Excellent ball, excellent delivery.
A lion-hearted effort from Gagan Gamage. Really needed. He may have gone for, say, something like 4.5 runs and over, but that doesn't show how well he has bowled.
Yeah, he's not used the new ball well, to my liking. I think he's always picked up the wickets when the ball has got tad older. That's worked in his favour. Not even in day one when he used that new ball. It was pretty much all over the place, but moment the ball passed 20 overs, whenever he got that ball in hand, he looked very threatening. 104 for 4 St. Thomas's after 37.
Black Night Go, pocket perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Abans fridge කියන්නේ Abans fridge කියන්නේ බවුලට හරිම fridge එකක් Abans family එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ fridge එක
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න
22 overs to be bowled today. So I believe if the Sonia hunting is there in the minds of Thomians, there'll be a declaration. Amaravira too short of a well-deserved second half century in this match. Yeah, Jaden has played with a lot of responsibility. He was involved in a 100 opening partnership, scored a 50 in the first innings.
This is where Ramiro Pereira has not looked very promising, rather inconsistent in his line and length.
This is a mind game. This is the mind game. I like it. Ramiro Pereira, the most experienced.
Beautiful shot as the fielder makes a valiant attempt to stop that. The batsman cross over for a single, and that's been the feature of Amaravira's batting. Unorthodox by style, but was very effective in scoring the runs.
Yeah, that was Mahiru Kodituako in the covers. He has 2 wickets in the Thomian second innings. Yeah, clean pickup would have been interesting. He's in the act again. Mahiru Isfand, I thought, was in the army.
You can see it's third day evening session. The fans having a jolly good time. Irrespective of what the outcome is, the result is, I think all spectators have the ball for time.
I still want it to be a very exciting finale. I don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe Amaravira, after he gets to his 50, would open out.
So see all the fans having a wonderful time. It's from the Royal Camp.
The producers, they do a wonderful job, plan it so well. They are very experienced and they are very dedicated. It's a team effort. They are all over the place. They are using the best technology, the most experienced hands, and always make sure that the best coverage is available from everybody. That's the head of Dialog himself, very much part and parcel. The amount of planning, Harun, that goes into this live production, you got to see it and understand it to appreciate it that much. And everybody works with clock-like precision to make sure that the live coverage from wherever, not only cricket, they are the #1 sports channel, you know it. And as it happens with so much passion and so much. So thank you very much, ThePapare and Dialog, for giving sports in Sri Lanka such a big boost.
Big thank you and kudos to Papare, to all our viewers. This goes to show that there's so much work and so much more that goes in, and than what meets the eye. In the screens you just see the production, that's all, that's about it. But you can see from what was presented, so much of work, effort, resources being put in to bring these pictures to you live from to all parts of the world.
So ball is changed from the tennis court's end. Kodituako being brought into the attack. Amaravira drives, takes a quick single, moves to 49. He's made 2 half centuries already. 3rd consecutive one, loading.
It'll be an achievement for him for sure, if and when he does get there. But unfortunately, it seems that these individual milestones have taken precedence over the actual pushing of a result or a team effort. Has been a criticism that has been floating around for a while now, Feroz.
We'll come to that. Yes, I think, lovely shape away from the right-hander. Well, there was an observation made by one of my colleagues. When he played 20 years back, the celebrations when they got a milestone was towards the boys' tent, where there's a lot more passion towards college. Right now, the celebrations are more towards the dugout, the parents, and less passionate about what they represent at the end, the colleges. So he made a very interesting observation, which I too accept. It has become a lot more about the individual milestones, and they've forgotten the bigger picture, which is that this is a team sport.
Kurituak with another good delivery, just trying to tempt the batter outside his off stump, but just managed to bring his bat back. But also to be said, Feroz, on the flip side of that is that the boys' tents don't seem to be nearly as invested in what's going on out in the middle. Remember, we would follow pretty much every ball of our classmates or our big ayahs. Somehow that identity, that sense of collective purpose as to cheer on whatever's going on in the middle, doesn't seem to be around as much. But that being said, what's going out in the middle is not really worth cheering.
That's the other point. I mean, if it has to be exciting for the spectators to be engaged. And I remember back in the day putting my feet across, standing closer to those gates, watching every single delivery. And I still remember the hundreds that were made. Next delivery is beautifully driven by Nimsara Matarage, compact batsman. That was there to be hit on the front foot, beautifully caressed it on the offside, gets himself a good boundary, moves to 14. St. Thomas has 110 for 4, end of 39 overs.
Maritsbury Bubbles.
Matarage with that, not a flowing but a bottom-handed off drive, got the result.
Placement was what was required, and he found it with a gentle bottom-handed push. So Amaravira inching towards his third consecutive half-century at a big match. There's an adjustment in the field. You need to bring in your fielders close in.
Good cricket from Ramiru Pereira, just extending the moment, putting a little bit more pressure on Amaravira, bringing the infield in.
Really look for a big hit. Happy to just play the waiting game, wait for the loose delivery to come your way. He's done the hard work.
He's looked for that back foot cut shot of Ramiru quite a bit. I'm surprised that Ramiru Pereira hasn't bowled him a few googlies just on that fifth stump line.
Good delivery. He's predominantly a back foot player. Occasionally comes on the front foot when it's fuller. So as a bowler, you can afford to slow it down, get him on the front foot, and as we speak, powerfully driven. He's looking for that shot, and you can see that he's a bottom-handed batsman. His elbow drops the leading hand, but he more or less looks like a shovel when he plays that drive. Powerfully built. Oh, good delivery. Did he wrap it on the pads? No, straight on the bat.
I think there was a little inside edge there.
Ooh. Good delivery.
bat and pad together perhaps. We're talking about it a little earlier on with Harun as well, saying that he's an unorthodox player, Amaravira, but effective nevertheless.
End of the day, he's made more than 800 runs. Good battle between the leg spinner versus Amaravira, who's on 49. He will remain. 40 overs done, 110 for 4.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom Perfumed Body Spray.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්කරු.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ඩ්‍රින්ක් යෝගර්ට්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
So it will be spin from both ends. Himaru being brought into the attack, left arm over the wicket, left arm round the wicket. He will bowl from the tennis court's ends.
St. Thomas is leading by just over 150 runs, but that seems to be an immaterial statistic at the moment. Doesn't look like we can expect a declaration from St. Thomas's at any point today. Nimsara on strike will want to get his senior partner an opportunity to get to his 50, facing Himaru.
The dugout very calm and relaxed. They've done the hard work. Oh, inside edge. That brings Amaravira on strike.
Rice smile from Himaru. He knows how close that was. No bat pads in place, of course, at this point of the game. Amaravira now will, after facing a maiden over from Ramiru at the other end, will find the odds stacking up on 49.
Rivan, and yes, that should get to his milestone. A twin 50 by Jaden Amaravira. Well compiled innings by Jaden Amaravira. He has his own technique, but it is very effective. Third consecutive half century, 4 boundaries and a 6. Took some time, 111 deliveries faced, but most importantly, he has the runs. A half century at a big match. On the other hand, I think Nimsara looks to be a very compact batsman with good technique. Plays it late, and compared to the rest of the batsmen, I think he is more compact. Good signs, I think, for St. Thomas's.
Seems to have the game all around the wicket, doesn't he, Feroz? That's the innovation of his batting. Seems to be able to get the bowlers away to where they don't want him to hit them.
Is always waiting to pounce on the rare loose delivery, looking for runs, and as a batsman you have to be aggressive, and aggressive is the approach. You wait for that loose delivery to pounce on it. Sometimes mentally, when you go on to a defensive mode, you tend to even block the loose deliveries. He's waiting and capitalizing on the rare loose deliveries that's on offer.
Not looking for a run off the last ball of that over. 41 overs bowled, 114 for 4 St. Thomas's.
Refresh when the train got to go. Saratama enjoy get on the body gotta go. Black Night go.
Black Night Go Pocket Perfume. You take it a go ekak.
two teams going through the motion. I think quite evident that this will be a draw. And the shield will remain at St. Thomas's.
Yes, it will.
It was given away on a platter last year.
That's a little harsh, Feroz.
Oh, he's got to his 50, and now you see the innovation. Tries the reverse sweep.
I thought it was a wonderful chase by St. Thomas's last year, Dineth Gunawardena and Prashant Solomons.
Wonderful chase. They timed it perfectly. Each person had a role. I think you shouldn't forget that start, the left-handed batsman who came in at number 3. I can't quite recall his name.
It was a superbly unselfish innings from him.
For me, he made the difference. And had the catch been taken out at deep mid-wicket, things would have been different. But the catch was dropped by the Centurion, and we all know what the outcome was. But a wonderful chase. I think you should give credit to St. Thomas's. They went after, they were given an opportunity, and they took it with both hands.
Chasing 6 runs and over for 40 overs on the final innings of the match. Ramiru's finding a nice rhythm here. Just finding the right length. Just to put him in some discomfort. 42 overs gone, still 114 for 4.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න. O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
Rasa patu ena Maggie Papare Blast
From Nestle.
Dam doom ding belana stick penna ya me up hell belana stick penna ya devi late belana stick penna aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi manchi sticks racing stick penna.
Coming back into the attack is Himaru, bowling to Matharage. We saw in the last over Jaden Amir is showing a bit of attacking instinct. Later reverse sweep. But it's a bit of a double-edged approach, isn't it? On one end Amaravira played the reverse sweep, and on this end Nimsara is blocking everything.
Well, he's got to his milestone, so nothing more to achieve. I don't think there's ample time for him to go for the century, so might as well express himself and get some runs. On the other hand, Nimsara, he has a couple more years. I think he'd like to have some runs under his belt, get some confidence. So far, he's played within himself, and I've been impressed with his batting. And on the other hand, I think Himaru, when you compare with the left arm spin of Abid Paranavidana, I think Abid got a lot more purchase, lot more zip off the wicket. Himaru has a very easy action, but he doesn't vary enough. So on this wicket, you need to have your variations, you need to tease the batsman, to get the batsman coming after you, use the feet. So right now, he just has a simple action and he keeps pegging at one particular spot, but doesn't have enough purchase, or he doesn't extract enough turn from the wicket. So end of 43, 114 for 4.
Layers ekka doubling, flavors blasting. Inside ekka bubbling, sweetness lasting. Ritz berry deckers.
And in comparison, St. Thomas's, I think the spinners, the leg spinner Shanil, head to head, I think they bowled slightly better than the Royal spinners. What a shot that is. Wonderful hit. Tossed up, inside out. Not an easy shot to be playing, but Amaravira has spent enough time. Wonderful shot. Probably the shot of the day against the leg spinner.
Very keen cheering war also going on off the grounds. Stand and deliver for Amaravira. It's an interesting choice of shot as well because it's a 7-2 field that Ramiru Pereira has employed at the moment.
Lovely hands this time on the back foot.
That would have been close if he hit or got close. But 7 fielders on the offside, and here's what Jaden Amaravira has done in this 4th innings.
You see some of the drives, his back foot collapses. So he has his own technique. Generally you tell the batsman not to collapse your back foot. This boy has a different technique, but what's most important is the runs that he makes. He's very effective. He's scored more than 800 runs this season.
He's a hands player, isn't he, Feroz? He not so much about his footwork.
But lovely delivery. Pitched on middle and leg. Spun away. So if he needs to develop, especially when he faces extra pace, I think he needs to tighten his technique. That was one of the best deliveries bowled during the 3 days of play. Oh, again, now he's getting the turn. He's bowling a lot slower.
Well, he's got the turn on him. If he wants to rip the ball a bit, he just hasn't been doing it very much. 44 overs gone, 119 for 4.
Layers ekka doubling, flavors blasting. Inside ekka bubbling, sweetness lasting. Ritz Berry Deckers, everyone is happying. Ritz Berry Deckers, everything is doubling.
Introducing Ritz Berry Deckers, Sri Lanka's first ever double A delight. Everything doubling.
Blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare blast.
Rasa pattu enna Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle. ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද? ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
Spicy chat එකට spicy savory rasa. Munchy savory nuts.
දෙන එක සෙට් වුණාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතර ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් වුණා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
හඳුන්වා දෙන Keel's Crest Ultimate Crispy Chicken Experience එක. Crunchy කටගැස්මකට Crispy Chicken Thai, Spicy Vibe එකට Spicy Crispy Chicken Strip, Share කරන් කන්න Crispy Chicken Popcorn, රස ඩබල් කරන barbecue sauce සමග Keel's Crest Ultimate Crispy Chicken Experience එක.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Second innings, St. Thomas's, Amaravira leading the run scoring with a brilliantly compiled half century, ably supported by Nimsara, who's on 17. Gunaratna batted well for his 21. Kodituwaku, Solomons and Fernando didn't trouble the scorers much.
The concern is the disparity between the runs and the balls. Surya Rachi not doing much at the top of the order. Gamage has the 1 wicket. De Silva 1 for 23. Udavela and Pereira, little expensive Udavela. And Kodituako has got 2 for 7. He's the only one who managed to get a little bit of purchase off the pitch. Ramiru has bowled much better than those figures suggest, Feroz.
Yes, I think in the second innings, Kodituako was impressive. I found his line and length, got the ball to move in and out with good control. Gamage, as always, has been very effective. Ran in, gave all what he had to offer. And Pereira, the leg spinner, thought he found his speed in the last 2 deliveries that he bowled the previous over. So the third day, the last hour, 15 overs remain. And the first one will be bowled by Himaru. I think now it's taken a while, but Shanaka, they've realized that you've got to slow it up. And when you slow it up, there's some assistance for the bowlers, not overly threatening. And a wild swing, powerfully hit. Does it go all the way? Yes, it does. Wonderful hit by Amaravira. He's had enough.
Yes, he has, and you could see that Himaru was also giving the ball a little bit more air. Understood that in the first ball after drinks, and perhaps the message came from the dugout that let's just go for broke, guys. Doesn't matter what happens now. Go and have yourself a blast, and Amaravira has 1 hour to try and get 45 more runs.
Well, that's his objective. I think if he flexes his muscle, 15 overs, 90 deliveries, if he faces half of it, can easily get to that century that he's eyeing for. Oh, that bounced, well shot. I think the umpire lost it in the shadows. With the light towers, we can see the shadow extend into the ground.
Extending across the pitch as well, Feroz, which is something that's unusual, not something any batsman before this year, before this World Cup, have had to take into account playing day games.
At least it will prompt the batsman to watch a lot closer, because nowadays they read it off the pitch. Gone are the days when they started reading from the arm. That's why you don't see the batsmen use their feet enough when countering spin. They're happy to play off the back foot and play it off the pitch. The left arm spinner tends to bowl a lot square arm. So compared to Abid, doesn't get that turn because the arm comes round arm.
More the Rangan Herath kind of delivery style rather than the Daniel Vettori one.
But Rangan Herath was a class act. I think he was unbelievable.
If I remember right, still the most successful left-arm bowler in Test history. We come back to that. 45 overs gone, 123 for 4.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
So Pereira will continue the right arm leg spinner. Got the ball to turn the previous over. Slowed it up. There's one magic delivery that just shaved the off stump. Followed it up with a ripping turner. It was left alone by the batsman. Can he follow it up with a good over? Much better. There is some turn for him. Well, as far as Himaru is concerned, I think he has that consistent line and length. What he needs to develop is the pace variation. He can bowl it at a spot. What he needs is to change the pace in which he bowls. He's bowled him. Round the legs.
Is it bowled as he caught behind? I think it was a caught behind. That's the wicket that Ramiru Pereira deserved with a good bowling performance. And Nimsara Madarage, after a busy 17, will have to depart. Let's watch that one again. It's close, but there still looks like a slight bit of his foot grounded behind the line. Just a quick check to see whether Ramiru Pereira's foot had gone over the line, but it didn't look like it. Vidisha Nimsara, 17 of 38.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Pereira with a wicket off the second ball of the over. Stefan Peiris, the Thomian gloveman, comes to the crease.
Well, it's taken 13 overs for Ramiru to understand the pace in which he needs to bowl on this wicket. The last 2 overs in particular has been quite good. Again, starts off with a no ball. Lucky that he had centimeter behind the crease the previous delivery. This time, not so lucky.
There it is, you can see no part of the foot grounded behind the line. It's a free hit.
Well, it isn't. It's just teasing the batsman. Indicates that there is a free hit coming and then tries to deceive the batsman. Stefan Peiris, just 72 runs in 2 matches, an average of 18, top score of 59. That's during the season.
Just been reminded by my good friend Narayan Ratwatta, watching all the way in Birmingham. Nicely stroked.
What a way to start. On the front foot, all along the ground. It's a dream way to start. Should give him some confidence. Pierces that gap. A lovely shot. I think we've seen some scintillating cover drives. Perfect balance. The straight face. All along the ground. A freebie, nevertheless. Needs to be. Batsman obliges. Gets the boundary to kickstart his innings. What does Narayan Ratwatta say?
Says that it's 30 years since that 2 superb partnerships in the Royal Thomian between Yasaswin Dharmaratne and Anushka Polanovita, followed up by a superb century by Romesh Fernando for the Thomians as well in a very, very high scoring encounter in 1996. Of course, he reminded me that it will be 30 years next year since the best scoring performance by a team in this 147-year history will come about.
And 20 years since Sukita and Malinga scored that double 100 partnership. We're all won after 15 years. 46 done, 128 for 5.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night.
Mr. Supun Veerasinghe, CEO of Dialog Asiata, taking a stroll around the grounds, the main sponsor of this Royal Thomian. And not just his Royal Thomian, but a huge sponsor of sports in general here in Sri Lanka, joined by Mr. Shiranta De Souza. Oh, that's a huge hit. A massive hit from Jayden Amaravira. Inside out, smashes it over the mid-off boundary.
He's going after the 100. 65 off 128 deliveries. What a wonderful shot that was. Tossed up, beautiful. Gives himself some room.
Picked the line early and followed through with the shot. Backed himself as well, which is good to see.
Lovely late cut, fetches a single. Amaravira's batting you won't find in a coaching manual, but he's very effective. He's an instinct player. Plays his shots based on the merit of the delivery, and he knows his strengths. He loves that space outside off stump. A bottom-handed batsman, but at the end of the day, runs is what matters, and you see the scoreboard will carry runs against his name.
Doesn't really have the flourish of an Upeka Fernando, but hits the ball with as much power.
Well, speaking of Upeka Fernando, I think I've watched maybe 28 Royal Thomians. I've never seen a batsman like him.
Can second that, Feroz. .47 overs completed.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Speaking of the late Upeka Fernando, he has 394 runs at an average of 56.28. Played 4 Royal Thomians, simply dominated. And I think during this period, I don't think Royal ever had a chance. No surprise that it took 15 years for Royal to win back in the year 2006. So 91 is the last time they had, and took 15 years, and 4 years Upeka Fernando simply dominated.
Yes, he really was an outstanding player. One of the few batsmen to score 250s in the same match as well, just as this man Jayden Amaravira has done.
And if you read the souvenir, Upeka Fernando has the highest aggregate for any player on either side in the series, and he also has the greatest number of half centuries for a Thomian batsman with 5 half centuries.
Yes, it's a stunning record. Ramiru Pereira playing an extra Royal Thomian than Upeka, got close to that amount of runs, but still the aggregate not with him. That didn't seem like it was a drop catch, came off the ground of the half volley. That's a shot that he's looked for today, but they've got some cover deep for Amaravira now.
Lot slower, well bowled by Pereira.
This is good by Stefan Pearce, just dropping and running, making sure he keeps the strike rotating. Nothing to be gained from it at this point in this game, and the dugout has clearly given up the ghost and having a bit of a laugh. Still looking for that cut shot is Amaravira, but they've got three fielders protecting that particular part of the field that he likes.
Well, this game's been all about milestones. Here we see Amaravira playing the offside. The only milestone that remains is whether Amaravira will get to his 100. He's on 68, 48 done, 139 for 5.
දෙනක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දිනක කැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටෙස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ
ස්පයිසි චැට් එකට
One bounce to the fielder Amaravira trying to accelerate the last hour in progress.
Just 11 overs more to go. He has 31 runs. More to get into that elusive triple figure. Certainly possible because the Royal is not looking very threatening in terms of their bowling lineup. Himaru has been rather up and down in the second innings. I thought he bowled better, much better in the first. I don't know, I mean, it's been such a hard game to watch, don't you think? And even from up here to give commentary, find it rather boring. In that type of a match.
Yeah, I think we are used to seeing very positive cricket nowadays, especially with how England have gone about business in Test match cricket. The way Indians have played T20 cricket, the world is slowly evolving. Whereas cricket in Sri Lanka, in my personal opinion, it's still stuck in the last decade.
Yeah, to me, I think we're personally, to my personal point of view, is we're going back in time. I understand back in the day, you know, run scoring was rather slow. You know, you occupied the crease a lot. Batsmen weren't as aggressive, you know. But the modern game demands much more. On average, even in Test cricket, you see teams scoring at 4 to 5 runs per over. That's the modern standard. It's not that something what I'm expecting from a game like this, but then again, you want some form of excitement to keep the spectators engaged, because I think some of them, even with whether they know the game or not, are quite perplexed into how the two teams are approaching the Royal Tomian. And this is happening for the second year straight. It's 49 gone. 10 more overs left for this game. 140 for 5 St. Thomas's.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanakam. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
Maritzbury Bubbles.
Slow turn for Amiru Pereira. He's bowled quite a few overs from the Vidya Mahato end. He's not taken a break. Since he has held his fort from this end, continuously bowled looked penetrative in patches, but has always bowled that odd loose ball which has conceded a boundary. He's had a better outing with the bat than ball in this year's Royal Tomian. Overall, in the series, he boasts of a fantastic all-round performance. 376 runs, nearly 20-21 wickets. He's been a key contributor. This one is hoiked straight over the bowler's head. One bounce for 4. Amaravira's intents are very clear. Intent is very clear. Whenever the ball is pitched up, he is going for it, Damin.
Yeah, the message is clear from St. Thomas's College. Everyone playing around Amaravira, and I'm sure the message has gone across to Amaravira that we are not declaring. You can just keep on and go for that milestone. Not everybody can score a big match 100. And Amaravira, after getting a half century in the first innings, he's well poised and he's well set. If he can bat through till the end, I'm sure he'll be aiming for that 3-figure mark. Overall, yes, it's you've only seen 24 wickets fall throughout the 3 days. We still have 9 odd overs remaining. The 147th Battle of the Blues, the pledge currently 935,000 rupees. All these will be donated to underprivileged schools. A worthy cause by the principal sponsor Dialog Axiata, along with the match organizing committee of Royal College and St. Thomas's College. I think from an organizing point of view, Harun, they've brought in the recycle cups, which is very good to have seen certain initiatives taken by the match organizing committee, the pledge, and also to enhance the game.
Yeah, I think kudos to both Dialog and the joint match organizing committee for these socially responsible initiatives that they've taken. The pledge has been a long-standing initiative where underprivileged schools have been supported with the monies generated through this game, and I think an absolute necessity to give back to the community, the cricketing community of Sri Lanka. The Blue Ribbon event of schools cricket, the Royal Tomian, definitely generates a lot of commercial value, and there's so much that the game and this encounter can offer to wider parts of the cricketing community in this country. And like I said, hats off to both the joint match organizing committee and Dialog for partnering and making sure this happens. It's easy to do it one time, probably twice, but sustaining it over a longer period needs effort, commitment, dedication, and that's what we've seen for both institutions. I'm sure we'll see this grow for many more years to come.
Yes, and also through the live telecast, and it's going to every corner of the world. Millions watching this prestigious schools cricket big match, which you don't see from other countries. Sri Lanka is quite unique in that aspect, isn't it, Harun?
Absolutely. Second most uninterrupted schools cricketing encounter, the Royal Tomian, There's so much of history, tradition, heritage behind this beautiful game. The camaraderie shared between the players during their playing times and after. I think that's a lasting bond. 51 gone, 146 for 5 St. Thomas's.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast. Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Back to win the rasa khanna blast. Hoina item, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast. Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast. Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast.
Rasa patu ena Maggie Papare Blast.
From Nestle.
The field widely spread out for Jaden Amarveera. He's shown his intentions of taking the attack to the bowler. He's 25 runs away in reaching that 3-figure mark. How great would that be? 3 back-to-back half centuries, a 50 to take St. Thomas's through in that last year's game. First innings half century. Thought laid the platform for the Thomians to go for a big one. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And now, 75 not out. This time he goes inside out. What a shot. One bounce to the boundary. The Royalists don't have a solution in terms of stopping the run scoring of Jaden Amarveera. He's pretty much got a boundary in every over he's faced.
Yeah, quite unique style of batting from Jaden Amarveera. He gives it all when he is striking, which is good to see.
Yes. A lot of bottom hand, you can see that replay. He gets into position and then brings that bottom hand into play to get the elevation through the shot and to get that placement as well. Unorthodox is the right word, but effective is the more important word. Run scoring is what matters, and if he has runs under his belt, I'm sure the Thomian cap wouldn't care how he bats as long as he gets the runs.
There you go, he clears it. Jaden Amarveera is finally giving something to these thousands of fans who are gathered here. Some clean striking.
There's something to cheer about, even for us, the commentators, Damit. It's been a rather boring affair up until this point. He's taking the attack to Ramiro. Now he comes down the wicket. This is excellent batting. Great batsmanship by Amarveera. Whatever risk that he has taken has been calculated. Look at this shot once again. A lot of bottom hand. Hirun Matisha was interested for a while, but that ball comfortably sailed over his head.
St. Thomas is 158 for 5 in their second innings.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
So Thomians are 199 runs ahead. 158 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads. They had a 41 run lead. There's a change in bowling. I think it's Kamege that's been brought into the attack. The spinners have kind of leaked runs over the last 2 to 3 overs, both Pereira and Himaru. Amarveera is only interested in one thing. He's just 14 runs away from a century. A Royal Thomian one, that, mind you.
And also to enjoy Amaravira's batting, we have the Keel's Crest Jumbo Peanuts, the chili salted and the honey roasted Jumbo Peanuts. I'm sure all of the fans who are watching it from wherever they are must be enjoying using the Keel's Crest Jumbo Peanuts along with the high spirits involved in this game. So it's a 25 gram pack, which is just rupees 100. Then you have available in 25 grams, 70 grams, 100 grams and 1 kilos, all available in leading supermarkets and groceries island wide. Gagan Gamage, the youngster, leading into this game. Gagan hasn't played much cricket, but nevertheless, here's the spread of Keel's Crest Jumbo Peanuts.
What's your favorite, Damit? What have you tried?
I think I like the honey roasted one, which is very good.
I think that seems to be the favorite of
yes, the
most
honey roasted
viewers.
one, which is really good. Salted, obviously, everyone's favorite, but obviously some people like the chili also. So
Yeah,
it's
I think you
available.
have one for different types of, I suppose, moods and events, I suppose, if I may call it. Yeah, like you said, probably a ideal snack to have in these conditions with something on your other hand, like you said, to enjoy the game.
Royal College clearly trying to defend and making sure Amaravira doesn't get to his 100. Only 3 fielders inside the 30-yard circle.
To be honest, this is embarrassing to say the least. If that is the objective of getting the fielders behind just to stop him from making 100, that's not something that I'll have in my playbook. I'll still want to have some fielders in attacking positions. I understand 1 or 2 fielders patrolling the boundary region, considering where his strengths are. But you just put all the fielders at the boundary ropes, just having 2 in the circle. It's quite mind-boggling if you ask me. I can understand if St. Thomas's were chasing a score here just to prevent Jade Amaravira from getting 100. It makes no sense at all. I think tactically Royal have looked completely out of sorts. For reasons I have no answers for.
Harun, you've been a part of the big match winning teams, you've been a part of big match losing teams also. Yes, it's a high pressure encounter. Nobody likes to lose, everybody loves to win. But coming to this kind of a game, when you don't have the shield in your trophy cabinet, especially for a school like Royal College where they have almost all of the other shields involved in the sporting calendar, it's quite shocking the way they have played, especially the batting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can't agree with you more. And even if you look at the body language, the faces, you know, they're smiling, they're laughing. I still remember 2008, 2009 when we actually were so emotional just by drawing the match and not being able to win it. You know, the shoulders were dropped, you know, the players were so emotional because they came that close. They wanted to win, the attitude was there, hunger was there. So that's what kind of, you know, I'm kind of pretty confused at how the Royalies have approached this game, especially fielding a very strong side. You're boasting of 4 national players at different age groups. We will continue to speak on this 160 for 5 St. Thomas's after 53, just 7 overs left in the day.
Match fun. Prima kotumi tiyanakam. Prima kotumi. Fun tamai.
pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Yeah, like I was saying, Damit, the hunger, the attitude, your approach in getting to a game like this. I still remember the 2006 game under the captaincy of Nadun Punchiheva, when we were in that dugout, or not in the dugout for that matter, in the tunnel. He gave us a pep talk, and most of us actually were tearing. We were that determined to win that match. We went on to win it, and I still remember every player had the heart, gave their 100% to bring that victory to college, and that is something we hardly saw. I think it's to do with the coaching structure and the setup as well. I don't know whether the tournament format has had an impact on how this game has been approached, but back then we would even score 175 for 5, declare, look at ways of winning a match, because when you come to a 3-day encounter, you have to know how to win. You have to be able to get 20 wickets. The team that has the ability to get to win 20 wickets, you mentioned this earlier, is the only team that can win the Royal Tournament alongside a very good fielding unit. So you have to be excellent in the field and be able to take 20 wickets to win a Royal Tournament. And that we saw Royal pretty good with their catching, but in terms of bowling penetration, they look completely out of sorts.
Yes, you're spot on, Harun. It's fine if you don't win every day, but all you need to show is that will to win. And Amaravira, he's showing will to get to that milestone. St. Thomas's, from the outset, they've shown that will to make sure that they don't lose the game over this weekend. They've shown that hunger to make sure that they keep the shield in Mount Lavinia, whereas Royal, they haven't shown that hunger to take that back to Reed Avenue.
Yeah, 100%. You can't find fault with the Thomians one bit. I'm sure if Royal had come into this game feeling a side of this nature, inexperienced, they would have done the same thing. But you have so many experienced players.
Yeah, and Royal are both fielding the current Sri Lanka under-19 captain as well as the Sri Lanka under-17 captain in their ranks. You have the former captain, the last year's limited overs centurion, plenty of firepower in that batting unit, but never really clicked.
Yeah, the under-19 captain has been a real disappointment in my books. A third catch dropped not too long ago. That too of Jaden Amaravira, just so disappointing. A lot was expected of him. And it's disappointing when you have placed a lot of expectation on certain individuals, and when they don't deliver, it brings the entire morale of the team down. You see the players standing, waiting, just 5 overs to go after this. I think the focus would be the memorabilia, the souvenirs that they can get off this ground.
And also to cheer up Jaden Amaravira if and when he gets to that 100-run mark. He's on 91, St. Thomas's 166 for 5.
Jaden Amaravira on 91. 5 more overs left. St. Thomas's 166 for 5. Gagan will continue from the tennis court's end. Well, Ricky, day 1 we started with a lot of excitement. Day 3, it's been an energy-sapping draw. not exciting at all. I think both teams have got onto a shell. They've only focused on protecting and not winning the game. And I think Harun was spot on when he mentioned you need to know winning. You have to taste winning during the season. You need to be able to get 20 wickets to know or to come to a Royal Thomaian and be able to get 20 wickets. And this attack has not been effective at all. They've struggled to get the wickets, and here we have Amaravira inching towards 100. Stevon on strike, needs to give him the single, get him on strike. 8 runs is what he needs for a well-deserving century.
He's picked up another one. He's come back strongly and picked up another wicket here. Beautiful bowling. He richly deserves this. He's tried hard, he's toiled hard, and he picks up another one.
So Stevon Pires.
Ayubowan Sri Lanka, introducing the Elizabeth by Prime Group. In the heart of Colombo 7. Call 0703 777 777.
Pile hit again, the off spinner walks in, 226 runs at an average of 18. Best score of 44. Kamage on the other hand has got 6 wickets, 4 in the first innings, followed up with 2 wickets in the second innings. Bowled his heart out. But the story so far is we are all waiting for the Centurion, Amaravira. He's on 92. No nerves on display so far. He looked aggressive, innovative, and very effective indeed. Walks across. Had he missed it, I'm sure the umpire would have raised his dreaded finger. Tried to play that dab. Ball moved slightly into him. Got the inside edge. He was late playing at it. Well deserved wicket for Gagan. No emotions, no celebrations. Bowled his heart out. Ricky?
As a youngster, I mean, he's stood up. What he's shown us is a future for Royal College. A lot of promise in the next few years to come. Royal have a ball starter. If fitness, he's good in his fitness. If it stays with him, we are hoping so. We'll see a lot of him, and he'll be a real threat to the Thomaians. The more experience he gets, he'll learn those small things that will help him. Certainly, he'll be much more fitter, stronger as he grows, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him in the Battle of the Blues. He deserves this performance. 4 and 2 wickets, 6 in the game. Like Amaravira deserves 100. Gamage deserves all those wickets that comes his way.
Absolutely. I think sad to see that just 3 fielders in field for all. At one point, they only had 2 fielders, 7 outfielders, yet Amaravira had the class to find the gap. He's on 94. Bank shot, swatted towards the leg side. Just a single. He's on 95. Doesn't need to be desperate. The light is still good. 4 more overs left. All he needs is just one big blow and he will get to his 100.
An exclusive waterfront address rises at Port City, Colombo. Direct marina views, private yacht access, an infinity pool above sea and skyline.
So we've got how many fielders out in the deep? We got a long on, long off, a sweeper, deep extra cover, deep mid, 2 deep mid wickets, and we've got just 3 fielders in field, 1 shot away, flighted, and that is a boundary. 6 fielders out in the deep, yet he finds the gap. Well done, young man. Amaravira, you deserve it. You can put all 9 fielders in the boundary, yet Amaravira will find his gap.
Yeah, that's a fantastic effort. Beautifully steered into the gap. Got the width he was looking for, but still you have to get your placement right. 2 fielders and right between them, split the gap to perfection.
And unfortunately, from a Royal perspective, they haven't read the batsman. He's found it difficult when it's bowled a lot straighter, but the bowlers opt to bowl outside off stump, bowl into his strength. Amaravira likes to free his arms, and when you bowl outside off stump, toss it up, he can go and be positive, use his hands, and this time
there you go.
There you go.
Feroz, a wonderful 100 by Jaden Amaravira. He richly deserves it. He'll raise his helmet and his bat to the crowd, and the crowd will appreciate a fantastic 100 by Jaden Amaravira. 50 in the first innings, 100 in the second innings for the Tomian opener. What a day, what a game it has been for him. The celebrations will continue. Well played, Jaden Amaravira.
What a fantastic 100, richly deserved. 160 deliveries he took, 9 fours, 3 towering sixers. Very well played, young man. Jaden Amaravira, subdued celebration. I've seen much more expressive celebrations in the past, and with that 100.
Yes, we saw umpire Ravindra Vimalchetty having a chat to Jaden Amaravira. They shake hands, and that's the end of the 147th Battle of the Blues. It ends with a fantastic effort from Jaden Amaravira. 100 of 160 deliveries. And Feroz, you reminded me, he made a half century in the last Royal Tomian as well. So 50, 50 and 100 in the 3 consecutive innings at the Battle of the Blues. It's been a fantastic effort. Well played to both teams. It ends in a tame draw, but Jaden Amaravira is the hero.
What a fitting end. The last hit by Amaravira. Both teams played out for a draw, but Amaravira stood apart. The rest of the players went through the motions, but Amaravira, especially in the second innings, came out with purpose, was not afraid to play his shots, and a richly deserved 100. The story is that the 147th Battle of the Blues has ended up with the match drawn. You see the crowds coming in, less celebration. I think the mood was set on day one. Slow, drowning, yawning. It was all set for a draw, and in the end, 3 days later, quite obvious outcome.
Yeah, the 147th Battle of the Blues has come to an end. It's ended in a draw, tame draw as we may call it. But the carnival atmosphere, the history, the legacy of the Royal Thomiana continues. No doubt about it. Everybody here, young and old, have enjoyed it. They have enjoyed every moment, every ball from day one up to the end of day 3. The flags have been flying. Doesn't matter whether it's an achievement, it's a performance from St. Thomas's or Royal, everybody has applauded. And the camaraderie continues. The blue, black and blue, the blue, gold and blue. It has been a hectic, it has been a real fantastic event. A cricket carnival as always here at the SSC over the last 3 days. The weather gods have been good to us as well. Feroz, it's been hot and humid. There was fear of some rains today, but the sky is cleared and it is bright blue skies here over the SSC. And it's a thrilling end at the end. As we mentioned, 100 to Jaden Amaravira. No better way to end the big match as the crowds flock the grounds. And we'll of course have the award ceremony in a short while from now as well.
No party in the middle. It was very slow going, but the carnival and the party atmosphere will continue. You can hear the bands. You can see the tents waiting in anticipation for the sun to set. Then the party will start.
Yeah, it's going to go on into the night. Feroz, no doubt about it. And we must not forgetting the people behind the scenes to bring you these pictures live to your homes. Whether you're in Sri Lanka or whichever part of the world you are, ThePapare has done a tremendous job once again. Credit to all those, our technical crew, our producers, our cameramen, our journalists, the videographers, the writers, everybody who has assisted in bringing you these pictures live to you. Tremendous work, a lot of hard work, I'll tell you, behind the scenes. It's not easy at all, and it has been a fantastic achievement.
Some wonderful capture there. Souvenirs, these are the souvenirs that you will take. Wonderful hits, some spirit shown with Jaden Amaru getting injured, and you've got Ramiru, wonderful stills, lovely shots. I think when you see those, you see the emotion, the adrenaline, the celebration. Fabulous shots. The cameraman doing the magic. The players out there gave it all. The performance. Last 3 days, we've seen some cricket. Bit on the slower side, but nevertheless, Royal won the toss, elected to bowl. The second innings, St. Thomas's made 176 for 6. But the man who stands out at the top, Amaravira, what a well-compiled 100 it was. 160 deliveries, 3 towering sixers, and multiple boundaries. Wonderful. Gave one chance that Vimal Densara missed, but apart from that, it was shots all along the ground, especially that extra cover, the inside out, is what stood out. Brilliant innings, nevertheless.
Yes, a single-handed effort there in that second innings for Jaden Amaravira. The first innings too, he got to a 50. When he started to try to be aggressive, he was out-caught. And he will probably think through that opportunity because he was batting so well. But he's made an immense in this second innings. I mean, he'll go down in the record books for the Royal Thomond. 150 in the 2 innings he's played. That's a tremendous achievement for the young man. We will hopefully see him continue that dominance in the Royal Thomond next year as well.
Well, last year we saw Dineth Gunawardena score 150. This year we've seen Amaravira score 50 in the first innings, followed up with a second innings 100. Wonderful innings by Amaravira. Never easy to score 100 on day 3. Just had 1.5 sessions to score that 100.
That's a good point, really, isn't it? And you have to be aggressive. 100 of 160, you'll take it any day, any time. It has been caution mixed with aggression. He really timed that innings really well. When it was needed, he put in the big shot, but rotated the strike. To me, the standout has been Gamage once again. 8 overs, 2 for 33. The young left-arm seamer has been outstanding. 6 wickets in the game. Kodituaku, he bowled well today. Much better than the first innings, 2 for 10. Ramidu Pereira, 1 for 70. And the other wicket to De Silva. Just 4 wickets. There was a couple of runouts in between. Beg your pardon, 6 wickets are taken altogether. 2 wickets apiece to Gamage and Kodituaku, 1 apiece to De Silva and Pereira. There was that opportunity of 2 runouts, probably which they missed in that innings as well. But overall, Thomins have done well to get to this score. Just 11 extras. The Royal bowling, Feroz, in your point of view, when you analyse the 2 innings, how has it been?
Well, the spinners have been a disappointment. 11 out of the 16 wickets Royal took were the fast bowlers. I think they missed a trick by not bowling their best bowler on day 1. He was the first change bowler. I think there you set a tone for the rest of the game. You elected to bowl first with a purpose, but unfortunately the decision making was right. There you see Jaden Amaravira's 100 started off with a few dabs behind point. One of his trademark shots. And that was
the wicket to fall. The LBW is in this 3rd session.
Shot of the day for me. The beautiful cover drive by Rashawn Solomons. That was a chance that went begging. Then Gamage bowled it full. A Yorker. Late swing coming into the right-hander. Tried a bouncer, but was not that effective. Some lovely drives were played by the batsman, and then the Amaravira show. Wonderful hits. Yeah, it's a punch, Ricky.
Yeah, he took on the bowlers when he had to. He was not afraid to go aerial. Played some very good shots. He has certainly has the ability to play the big shots, and he used that effectively today. Jaden Amaravira, and it was a wonderful batting display. There you go down the ground, as you mentioned, unorthodox a bit in his style of batting. Takes his left foot away and then swings through the line. But it has been effective. Doesn't matter how it comes, as long as it comes. And that was the shot that took him to 99. And this was what got him to that splendid 100 to finish off the game in style.
The 3rd session belonged to Amaravira. He had to go after the bowling to get to his milestone. And boy, did he play some exciting shots. So the crowd have gathered in. The story, St. Thomas's 302 in the first innings. Royal 261 for the loss of 9 wickets. St. Thomas's in the second essay 176 for 6. The batsman who stands out, Amaravira, 52 in the first innings. An unbeaten 100 in the second innings. For Royal, Pereira and Pires both made well-compiled half century. But the bowling for St. Thomas's, Mendes led from the front, 4 for 60. Paranavidana got a couple of wickets. Gamage pick up the bowlers with 4 and 2 in the second innings.
The scorecard or the summary tells it all. The 3 days of play of this 147th Battle of the Blues comes to an a draw, a tame end. Unlike the last year, where it was exciting right towards till the end. But this year it was a much more different. St. Thomas's end by defending the shield, keeping it at Mount Lavinia. And Royal will go back to the drawing boards and think what happened. Where did they miss out? Tactically, did they miss out anything that they should have done different to outsmart the Thomians?
Well, more than the tactics, Ricky, I think the bowling was not penetrative enough. The spinners were a disappointment. They were too flat. Fast bowlers were good for Royal. I think they did all that they could, but the spinners play a key role. I think SSC favours the fast bowlers, but the spinners also have a part to play, and I don't think the experienced Ramiru or Himaru, both the right arm leg spinner and the left arm spinner, I don't think they bowled well compared to St. Thomas's. I think the St. Thomas's spinners were much effective. They found the right pace to bowl at. Abid Paranavidana got some purchase off the wicket, and the right arm leg spinner, although he didn't have a wicket, I thought he bowled far better than what his the score sheet reads.
Yeah, some days you bowl exceptionally well, you go wicketless. Some day you bowl poor deliveries and you may pick up a wicket or two. That's how the game goes. That's how luck plays in cricket. But yes, everything you do contributes towards the team's success at the end of the day. The crowds have gathered on the grounds. They're waiting for that awards ceremony. And looking forward to it, no doubt. The young and the old. We'll take a look at these are the sessions here from this Royal Thomian Day 3.
It's a wonderful chart. 3 sessions won by Royal, 3 won by St. Thomas's, and 3 shared.
And that's why we have had the end result as a draw. So one day we'll take it, one day goes to St. Thomas's, one day to Royal, and one day was shared. The 9 sessions of the game, isn't it?
Absolutely, but let's hope that the one day on the 20th has a result and a lot more excitement than the 3-day game.
So you mean it might end in a tie? We'll have a super over and it will be a grand finale, isn't it? Well, we would like to remind you the 28th of this month, March 28th, will be the day-night encounter, the 50-over encounter, the Mustangs Trophy here at the SSC. It's a must-watch game. You have to be at the venue. It's going to be a real carnival atmosphere under the newly installed lights here at the SSC. So I invite you all. Tickets out now. The stalls are going to, the tents are going to be full. The barn tent, of course, as always, will be in a grand finale. It will be a grand tent to be in. And of course, all the other tents out there, you need to join in and enjoy the game. So we will go back to the studios and we will be back. Laksisi, it's over to you.
Welcome back everyone to the studio show after the end of the 147th Battle of the Blues Big Match encounter between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. The encounter ended as a drawn fixture. We had only 3 innings. It was not even close to getting a result this year. But we did see some brilliant individual performances with the bat and with the ball as well. We saw a centurion to end things as well. Jayden Namarveera scored a half century in the first innings and then a century to end the big match. So some great performances, and to talk about everything and to just analyze a bit about the whole encounter, joining with me right now is Harun Mawjood. Welcome back, Harun. So Harun, before we talk about the whole encounter, what are your thoughts on day 3?
I thought it was rather a boring affair. Once again, Royal, like I said, should have taken the initiative of making a match out of it, but the innings went kind of nowhere. Then St. Thomas, rightfully so, just batted on, and it was a good way to end. I really was happy for Jayden Namarveera. He took the attack, he attacked the Royal bowlers, Ramiru and Himaru, both national caps. He didn't care of the accolades. Whenever the ball was there within the slot, he went for it. Actually disappointed in how the entire game has kind of spanned out. A lot was expected of this game, with Royal actually feeling a star-studded side that they would kind of want to win this match. But you never saw any intent or any positive attitude when they went onto the field from day one. And even today, coming in that innings to kind of get close to the Thomian total, it was just the innings kind of got stuck in the middle. The fact that they had lost wickets, they couldn't accelerate, and they couldn't have afforded to kind of get prodded down and bogged down in one end as well.
So Harun, do you feel that if Royal College, if they had any hope of making a result out of this game, do you feel that St. Thomas's College coming in and scoring 300 in that first innings completely diminished those hopes?
Absolutely, I think it diminished to a large extent because more than the runs, it was the time. The time element came into the equation because they batted the next day as well. A good 20 overs was consumed, so that just aided into Royal's chances of actually making a match out of it. But having said that, when you have 4 batsmen who have played some form of national cricket at the respective age group levels, you expect Royal to put up a far better batting performance, and it was only Giman Mendis and Abid Parnavidana that they had to counter. I think running between the wickets was below par. They only looked to hit boundaries, or it was either a defense or a boundary. That it was just two-geared approach rather than kind of shifting the gears. It was very disappointing to say the least. Vimat Dinsara, third time failure at the Royal Thomian, and a horrible big match in terms of catching and being on the field.
So that's how Harun feels. And Harun, if we just talk from St. Thomas's College point of view, they'll definitely be the happier side, isn't it? Because they won the title last year, they won the Shield last year, and coming into this year, as you mentioned, Royal College, when you look at the teams on paper, Royal College had the players who had represented the Sri Lanka junior level as well, so they'll definitely be the happier side in this.
Absolutely, I think the Thomians should give a pat on the back. It was a fantastic game that they had overall. From that first session to being, they did obviously struggle in that second session on day one, but to muster 302 runs, to keep Royal below 300, 261 for 9, I'm sure they would have bundled the Royalists out. With a rather average side throughout the season, and to come and perform in a big game like this goes to show the temperament that some of the players have. You said there were some individual performances which were noteworthy. We saw Giman Mendis, who I thought bowled a fantastic spell today morning with overcast conditions, with some overnight rain. He really exploited the surface, the movement that he got off the pitch. Ramiru was a very big wicket, and the best thing about the Thomians in what I saw is they didn't try too hard. The capabilities are limited, they stuck to their strengths and just kept executing their plans to good effect. So some of the standout bowlers for me were Giman Mendis, Abid Parnavidana and Shanil Pereira. I thought he goes in as an unsung hero on this match because I thought he bowled far better than how Ramiru did during the first and the second innings.
So we talked about this yesterday as well, because the normal schools tournament, the one-day tournament, this encounter, it's quite different to all of that, and what you have done throughout the season really doesn't matter. It's about what you do here that really goes into the history books. So now Jaden Amaravira, he scored a 50, missed out on getting a big one after getting such a good start on day one, Harun, and but he made sure that he finished the job in the second innings. What a knock.
Absolutely, great knock. I think hats off to the young man who's playing his second Royal Thomian. He may be the most unorthodox batsman that you will see going in schools cricket, but a very effective and a very productive one in it. Just look at the confidence. A heavy bottom hand player, but the fact that he's so well balanced and plays the ball very late works in his favour, and he's kind of able to adjust according to the situation. What I was impressed most about it was he understands the field, he knows where the fielders are. All the shots that he played was in areas where there was no fielder. There were a couple of instances where he took on the fielder, but even that shot you see, placing, not looking to do too much, very limited in terms of his strokes and the repertoire of strokes that he has, but extremely effective batsman. He knows how to score runs, because ultimately, when you look at the score sheet, it doesn't tell you how you scored them. What matters is how much you actually did. So, hats off to Jade Namarveera, and I'm sure the Thomian camp will be very happy on his performance today.
Exactly, Jade Namarveera, a day that the youngster will never forget, an encounter the youngster will never forget. So if we just talk about this whole encounter, Harun, which play impressed you the most from the two sides? Let's just remove Jane from the equation because he scored a century. Other than that, from Royal and St. Thomas, which players impressed you the most?
I think from Royal, without doubt, it's Gagan Gamage, probably the only player who kind of stood out apart from the rest of the 10 players at the side. The attitude, the hunger he showed, it was very visible in the screens whenever he came on to bowl, on that follow through, at the face of the batsman, chirping a few words, then asking a lot of questions, mixing his lines and lengths. He's only 14-year-old, mind you. To come up with a performance like that, massive appreciation to young Gamage. And from the Thomian's point of view, I thought both Gimhan Mendis and Shanil Pereira were two impressive players that I kind of watched. Gimhan Mendis especially, to bring those breakthroughs, to get the crucial wickets of the Royal batsmen, that in of Ramiro Pereira and Mimad Dinsara, I thought really dented Royal's chances of getting back into this game.
So when you just look at the future of the Battle of the Blues encounter, we have some great matchups already set up, isn't it, Harun? Because Rashawn Solomons and Gagan Gamage, it was a brilliant battle to see, and we will definitely see them battling it out in the next 3-4 years, I believe, because both of them are very young. Gagan, as you said, only 14, Rashawn, I believe, only 16. So for 2-3 more big matches, we'll definitely see that matchup. So it's such a great thing to see these youngsters putting their hands up and performing here at the 147th Battle of the Blues encounter. I believe we can take a look at the St. Thomas's wickets as well, the wickets to fall. Jade Namarveera, although he scored a century, some wickets did fall around him. Although St. Thomas's College did manage to make a good score. This is that first wicket.
Avinash played the wrong line, ball didn't turn much. This I thought was well set up by Mayur Kududuwaku. I thought he bowled much better today with that older ball. I think Aaron Kududuwaku had a big match to forget. Barely did anything with the bat. Solomon was really a bit unlucky, but that was a fantastic setup delivery by young Gamage. Ramiro getting just a solitary wicket in the second innings, and Gamage once again richly rewarded with 2 scalps in the second innings with a total of 6. I think a very important outing for him, and he'll be a very happy young man.
Exactly. So a lot of positives from both the sides. Now we talked about a lot of positives. What are the negatives that you saw from this encounter? Yes, we talked about the intent shown from Royal College because they have a shield to win, but you didn't see that intent, the needed intent to go on and win this encounter. So what are those areas, those grey areas that you saw from the two sides in this encounter?
I think it's the batting. For me, if you look at, in the interest of the Royal Thomian and the viewership, people will have to start scoring the runs at a bit more of a faster pace. The tempo has to increase. You can't afford to see teams scoring at 2.5 runs per over. This is not a tournament game. You want to play a match to win. You go in there, you see the loose ball, you try to get a boundary, you work the singles. At a ground like SSC, when you have ample, big gaps, huge gaps, you can even get 6 runs per over just by rotating the strike with 6 singles. So those are the elements that have to be brought into the game so that the viewers are actually interested. I have people come in and ask me, what's happening? Why is this the approach that both schools are taking? I thought if you took St. Thomas's, after being 80 for no loss, they had a very good opportunity to get to about 260, 270 at the end of the day, which they didn't. So I think it's them to be blamed. Royal, on the other hand, having such a formidable batting line, and when you come to a track like SSC and you perform in the way you did, quite a few questions to be asked by the Royal batsmen, because I think they had everything on a platter. It's just that the expectations also could have kind of weighed on them. When you have like 4 national caps, the entire burden is on your shoulders. But that kind of defines the better players from the West.
And especially after the masterpiece that we saw last year, there were a lot of high expectations for both the sides to go on and make a case to get a result this year. We will talk a lot more about this encounter, and also the all-important day-night one-day encounter is also coming up. Let's talk a bit about that as well. But before that, I believe we can now take a look at all the behind-the-scenes movements from the Papare production crew, the technical crew. Everyone chipped in throughout the 3 days to make sure that the Battle of the Blues, 147th Battle of the Blues encounter, became a production that you will remember for a very, very long time.
Yeah, some fantastic pictures, and I think it's a very good initiative actually showing the viewers what exactly goes behind the scenes. More often than not, which is taken for granted. You know, you see some social media groups, they go lambasting and scolding production teams and all. They don't understand how much of effort, how much of technical expertise, the resources that have to be used, both human and capital resources. I think it's a fantastic job done by his crew. It has just taken Sri Lanka sports to another level. I would have loved to have such facilities during my era, so that I can always go and recollect memories and watch myself play. But hats off to the entire Papare team, managed by Dialog. I think they've done an exceptional task of bringing these pictures to you live, no matter where you are in the world, to your TV screens, to your mobile phones, to your laptop screens. It's just been fantastic production, high quality stuff. I'd say international standards, Laxis.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Harun. So it has been a great journey. A lot of people shipping in, as you mentioned, production team, technical team, the video editors, the digital team, the graphics team, the cameraman, the presenters, the producers, everyone chipping in to make sure this became a production to remember. So I believe that we can right now join with the presentation ceremony of the 147th Battle of the Blues encounter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your presence. At the conclusion of the 147th Royal Thomian Battle of the Blues 2026, we are ready for the closing ceremony. Dialog Asiata, the #1 connectivity provider and a prolific promoter of sports in Sri Lanka, for the 21st year partners with the 147th Battle of the Blues 2026. With Dialog's unwavering commitment to powering the champions of tomorrow through the Dialog Big Match season, we have witnessed yet another epic game come to an end. As you know, a game of this nature will certainly involve the participation of some really big sports promoters and sponsors. So the organizing committee have taken it a point to felicitate and recognize the part played by the main sponsors for the 147th Royal Thomian encounter. To do the honors, may we take this opportunity to cordially invite the Principal of Royal College Colombo, Mr. Atula Vijayawardena, and the Warden of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia, Mr. Asanka Pereira, on stage, sir. Three days of intense action, and we would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Joint Organizing Committee and the two schools to say a very big thank you in appreciation of your partnership and assistance in this wonderful encounter. First up, we would cordially invite Mr. Harsha Samaranayaka, Vice President, Group Marketing, Dialog Asiata PLC. Thank you very much, sir. The match was live on their platforms, ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sport channel, and Dialog, the #1 connectivity provider. We would also cordially invite Mr. Malindu Ranasinghe, Director, Chief Executive Officer of Oxford College of Business. Next, Mr. Ruminder Randania, Chief Executive Officer, Prime Group. We would also welcome you, Mr. Sanjeeva Britta, Sponsorship Manager, MAS Activewear. Mr. Jude Martino, Head of Beverages, Elephant House, Senior Vice President, John Keels Holdings. Mr. Akhtar Rizvi, Deputy General Manager, G2 Division, Euromotors Private Limited. Mr. Damit Pallevat, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, HNB PLC. And finally, Mr. Srimal Vimalaratna, Chairman, Managing Director, Million Laughs Entertainment. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please stay for an official photograph with the two school heads. Can we have a round of applause for their wonderful participation in this big match? Thank you. Keep coming with better partnerships in the future. Sir, stay on. Apart from them, there have been so many others who have been part and parcel of this wonderful three-day encounter. We say a big thank you to all of you. A&E Lanka Limited, In Cabin, Abans Group, Fonterra Brands Lanka, Prima Ceylon Private Limited, Pizza Hut, CBL Ridgebury, Celeste, Finesse, South Asian Technologies, Cybernetics IT, Hospitals, Red Sky Digital, Yeti, CBL Manchi, Fuller Burger, Douglas and Sons Private Limited, CBL Tetos, Grand Park Arena, GES Logistics, MBC Networks Private Limited, Emerging Media, Pulse and Echo. Can we have another round of applause for all of them? Everybody, thank you very much. We now come to the presentation proper for this big match. We have already have Mr. Asanka Pereira, Borden St. Thomas's College, and Mr. Atula Vijayavardhana, Principal of Royal College, on stage. We take great pleasure in cordial inviting Mr. Supun Veerasinghe, Director and Group Chief Executive, Dialog. 5,000 for each wicket. Thank you very much. Now for the individual awards, the adjudicators were the commentary panel, and 4 of them signed this special awards for the players. Cordially inviting Mr. Malidu Ranasinghe, Director Chief Executive Officer of Oxford College of Business. This for the best fielder with 3 victims behind the wickets. Udanta Gangewata Royal is the recipient. Congratulations to you, Udanta. Cordially inviting Mr. Ranjan Madugalli, guest of honor on behalf of Royal College, for the next presentation. This for the best bowler. He had a 4-wicket haul in the first innings and 2 in the second. On debut, Gagan Gamage Royal. Performance from him really made the opposing batters work very hard to survive out in the middle. Well done, Gagan. Cordially inviting Mr. Anura Bulankolame, the guest of honor on behalf of St. Thomas's College, to make the next presentation. Award for the best batter for his unbeaten century in the second innings. Jade Namaravira, St. Thomas's top scorer of the match. Congratulations, Jaden. This for the Player of the Match trophy. A trophy and a bat. The bat would be presented by the Warden of St. Thomas's College, Mr. Asanka Pereira, and the trophy by Mr. Atula Vijayawardena, the Principal of Royal College. Man of the Match, 147th. Battle of the Blues 2026. He was involved on the first session, putting up 100 partnership with his captain, getting a half century. He ended in the last session scoring an unbeaten 100 for his half century, 100 and the century opening partnership. Jade Namaravira, St. Thomas's. Congratulations, Jaden. Cordial inviting Mr. Supun Veerasinghe, Director and Group Chief Executive, Dialog Asiata PLC, for the next award. As you know, this match was altogether sponsored and a challenge trophy offered by Dialog Asiata PLC. So this particular Dialog Challenge Trophy for the top team won by Avinash Fernando on behalf of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. First innings lead. Well done, Avinash. it's the final award. You know, this match is traditionally played for the Right Honourable D.S. Senanayake Memorial Challenge Shield. We take this opportunity to cordially invite Warden of St. Thomas's College, Mr. Asanka Pereira, Principal of Royal College, Mr. Atula Vijayawardena, in the company of Mr. Supun Veerasinghe, to please stay for the presentation of the trophy. The match ended in a draw, so we take this opportunity to cordially invite the respective captains, Avinash Fernando, St. Thomas's, and Rehan Peris, Royal, to come and collect this. They would retain it because they were the holders, St. Thomas's, but at the match will be received by the two captains. Thank you very much for all the entertainment that you have provided. Some outstanding performances from both teams. We would like to thank the teams, the match officials, the team officials, the well-wishers and everybody else. Thank you very much for being part and parcel of this wonderful story. Okay.
Yet another chapter in the Battle of the Blues comes to an end with the 147th Battle of the Blues finished as a drawn game, but major honours goes to the School by the Sea, St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. They'll take back the D.S. Senanayake Memorial Shield back to Mount Lavinia from where it came, as skipper Avinash Fernando, together with his troops, will retain the shield and keep it for yet another year at Mount Lavinia. Beautiful pictures here from the Sinhalese Sports Club as St. Thomas's College retain back the shield. There's a very festive mood out here at the Sinhalese Sports Club. It's been a real test throughout all 3 days. It was Royal College who had to come out hard to try and take back the silverware to Reed Avenue, but things just didn't go their way. As we take a look at the match summary of the 147th Battle of the Blues, St. Thomas College put into bat after Royal College winning the toss. Solomon's coming in top scores for St. Thomas College, and pick up the bowlers in that first innings for Royal was their youngster, 14-year-old Gagan Gamage, with the 4 for 49 figures, as he did walk away with the best bowler award at this 147th Battle of the Blues. And then in Royal College, in reply, finished on 261 for 9 declared, as Ramiro Pereira top scored with 82, and skipper Rehan Peris with a brilliantly made 63. Pick up the bowlers once again for the Thomians was Gimahan Mendes, the left arm quick, claimed 4 wickets in that innings with Parnavidana for 2 for 59. St. Thomas College in their second innings ended on 176 for 6 with a brilliant 100 from Amaravira, picked up from where he left off in that first innings, and really etched his name in a very elite panel of players. Amaravira with an unbeaten century took St. Thomas's College to a tamed draw in this 147th Battle of the Blues, as they will walk away with the D.S. Senanayake Memorial Shield back to Mount Lavinia. And the 50th Mustangs Trophy played on the 28th of March this month, at present here at the SSC grounds under lights game, which will really be the 49th Mustangs Trophy will be played here under the lights at SSC for the very first time in this venue, where these two teams will battle it out for the Mustangs Trophy. Royal College versus St. Thomas's College, and that will be quite the atmosphere out here with under lights. It will surely be a game that all of us will really look forward to. It's time to say goodbye from the 147th Battle of the Blues. Till we see you again, it's goodbye from all of us.
by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
3, 2, 1, roll off.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to ThePapare.
Welcome to the live broadcast on ThePapare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.
Stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
3, 2, 1, roll off.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to ThePapare.
Welcome to the live broadcast on ThePapare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.